Chapter 250. He was going against his conscience to speak. If it was another adult, he definitely wouldn't have said that. To him, those words were disgusting. Could a human even say that? To be able to take it until now was already his limit. But he had no choice. The person in front of him who was as fat as a pig was a teen. He still had a child's heart. If he used sharp and humiliating words to tell him that he should lose weight, it would definitely deal a huge blow to his soul. At that moment, the fat teen looked at Lin Fan with a furious gaze. It suddenly changed. He lowered his head and looked at the circles of fat on his body. He grabbed a handful and released his hand. It was really bouncy and the fat bounced up and down. Beautiful? Was this what he meant by beauty? But he didn't feel anything special about it. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Did you notice where your beauty lies? The fat teen looked at Lin Fan and didn't say anything. It was as if he didn't know how to speak. You didn't notice? Lin Fan smiled. He reached out and grabbed the fat on the teen's stomach. He pressed down lightly and his fingers sunk deep into the fat. He then released his fingers and the fat bounced up. Look, don't you feel like it's a wave? The waves are shaking. Listen, there is the sound of the sea. Isn't it nice? He really respected himself for saying such things that normal people wouldn't say. The sound of the sea reminded him of the movie Kung Fu. In the movie, when the fatty shook his fat, it made a sound. Right, the sound that the fat teen made was even more exaggerated than in the movie. He really wanted to know, young man, how on earth did you eat to actually eat like this? The fat teen looked at Lin Fan and was slightly shocked. Then, he calmed down. You really like my fat? Do you really think that my fat is beautiful? His voice sounded weird. Even if he was suppressing his throat, it still sounded a little hoarse. Lin Fan didn't care about his voice. He just felt that he was young and mature. As for the question, if he answered it according to his true thoughts, he would tell him bluntly, young man, stop dreaming. Wake up and accept reality. It's impossible for you to find happiness. But as a good person, he could only nod and say, yes, that's right. I really like you. I hope you can persevere and not be affected by external factors. They don't know what beauty is. Look at how thin I am. My abdomen is so thin that it isn't even flat. Lin Fan revealed his abdomen and pointed at his 10-pack. Initially, he only had 8. But after his physique became a god physique, there were 2 more. This was something that others could not ask for, but now, in order to let the fat teenager find the beauty of being fat, he deliberately devalued his perfect abs. Lin Fan patted the fat youth's shoulder and nodded, good luck, I have faith in you. Don't be defeated by setbacks. After saying this, he immediately turned around and left, not wanting to continue facing the fat youth in front of him. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold it in and blurt out what was on his mind. The fat teenager looked at Lin Fan, who was getting further and further away. He lowered his head and flicked the fat on his body. It really felt like waves, and there was even the sound of the sea. Hey, where did this guy come from? And how exactly did he eat it? Even food with hormones wouldn't be this strong. Lin Fan thought about it, but he didn't understand. As he walked, he gradually slowed down. Someone was following behind him. Who was it? He turned his head and noticed that there was no one at all. However, there was a person hiding behind a tree. Although he hid well, there was too much fat on his body, and the tree couldn't cover him at all. Why did this fellow follow him? Suddenly, a meaty face popped out. The smile on his face was really weird, like that of a person stalking prey. Especially his expression, it was like he didn't notice him. Did this kid have nowhere else to go and want me to bring him back to Marshall Path Mountain? Lin Fan thought about it and felt like it was possible. No. Definitely not. He had already made an exception by lying through his teeth. In fact, he had only said those words under great pressure. If he brought this fellow back to Marshall Path Mountain, then he wouldn't be able to live. Moreover, with his body size, one could tell that he ate a lot. Marshall Path Mountain had so much wealth for him to eat. Teen, take care of yourself. The world isn't big, let's meet again if we are fated. Lin Fan rose into the air and waved towards the person behind the tree before leaving quickly. He didn't want to stay any longer. Who knew what this fellow was thinking? If he really shamelessly followed, then the outcome would be unimaginable. Lin Fan's departure didn't cause the fat teen to leave. Instead, he hid behind the tree and peeked. Even if he couldn't see his body, he still maintained his posture. After a long while, the fat teen slowly walked into the distance. Occasionally, he would flick the fat on his body, and there really was the sound of the ocean. Suddenly, a voice spread out from not far away. That's him. The young man who had been slapped by Lin Fan rushed over with his fierce-looking servant. When he saw the fat young man, he revealed a cruel smile. Before he even reached Lin Fan, he shouted, "Where did that guy go? He dared to hit me. I'm going to cut off his hand." The servants that followed the young man held wooden sticks in their hands, and some of them held long sabers in their hands. They were really aggressive. If it was someone else, they would have peed their pants. But the fat teen didn't bother about them and continued to walk forwards. "Damn, teach him a lesson." The rich family teen hollered in rage. Flames were burning in his eyes. He had never seen such an arrogant person. A rod-wielding servant wanted to show off in front of young master. He didn't say a word and charged forwards. He raised his rod and smacked towards the back of the fat teen. He didn't dare to smack his head in case he killed him and made young master unhappy. Pang! The rod smacked heavily onto the back of the fat teen. This servant had some cultivation, grade 1 of the martial path. Although this rod wouldn't kill him, it definitely wasn't something that normal people could take. Pain, screams, and roars were unavoidable. However, the fat teen didn't react at all, and it was like he didn't care at all. This made the rod-wielding servant feel disbelief and even shocked. The fat teen stopped and slowly turned his head. When he faced everyone, he smiled. Kachi! Kachi! A weird sound spread out from the fat teen's body. Suddenly, a wound opened up on his right chest and something was about to come out. With a pang, a streak of light shot out and then fell to the ground. It was actually a sword. A light flowed on the surface of the sword and threads of destructive sword intent spread out. Now that it fell to the ground, it was just a normal sword. Sword intent is connected, how troublesome. The fat teen opened his mouth and his voice was really low and hoarse. Gulyalu. The right side of the fat teen's body started to swell up and the fats on his body became more and more shocking. Shortly after, another divine sword shot out from the left side of his chest and fell to the ground. God-slaying sword, slicing the heart meridian is indeed amazing, but unfortunately, it isn't enough. The sword fell to the ground. The left side of his body started to swell up once more. The fats swelled up and his entire body seemed to have turned into a meatball. The rich family young master and the servants all sat on the ground in terror. Their foreheads were covered in sweat. To them, it was like they had seen a ghost. Suddenly, a pitch-black hole appeared on the young man's forehead, as if something was moving inside. With a shio, a heaven-reaching sword intent exploded out from the hole. Then, a sword floated out and shook slightly. Very quickly, it fell to the ground. Heaven-reaching sword to seal my heaven gate, what a joke. His head started to swell up. It didn't swell up too much, but his face started to change. It became vicious, violent, and unfriendly. Ah! The fat teen hollered. His body slowly grew taller, and a shadow covered the rich family young masters. A terrifying aura spread out and covered everything around. That fat teen was actually the gang leader of 9-Bug Gang. This was something that no one dared to imagine. 2 days. He healed up here for 2 days to force out the 3 swords in his body. Their hearts were connected, and it was really terrifying. He actually suffered a loss when he was about to die. However, it was a pity that they had exchanged their lives for this. Little stinky bugs. What are you all doing? Oh right, are you disgusted by my beautiful and wave-like body? Gang leader walked in front of the rich young master and slowly extended his finger, tapping his head. That finger was bigger than his head, scaring the rich family young master so much that his pants were wet. You. What kind of monster are you? The rich family young master panicked. He was stunned. The servants around were so frightened that they threw away the weapons in their hands. When had they ever seen such a terrifying scene? To them, he wasn't a human but a true demon. Monster. The sect master's lips curled into a smile. You stinky bug, you don't even have the qualifications to be used to feed my little babies. Go to hell. At that moment, the gang leader raised his palm and slapped down. With a poochie. The corpses beneath his palm all exploded, and a deep mark was left on the ground. The gang leader looked towards where Lin Fan left. I didn't expect that the person who could understand me would actually make me furious. No. I don't mind someone with an eye for talent, even if he commits a huge crime. Waves, the sound of the ocean, it is indeed not bad, I am happy. The gang leader smiled. If the others saw this, they definitely wouldn't believe that the cruel gang leader would actually reveal such a sincere smile. But shortly after, his expression became ferocious and terrifying. Sword Palace, you dare to hurt my babies, I want you to pay the price. With a pang, the gang leader rose into the air, his muscular body smashing through the space. He sped in and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 251. A few days later, Lin Fan returned. When he saw Marshall Path Mountain, his eyes were filled with tears and he had an urge to cry. He felt that it was just too tough for him. When he headed out, he didn't feel that anything was wrong. But when he returned to Marshall Path Mountain and looked at the familiar environment, he was actually a little speechless and didn't know how to describe it. He stepped on the stairs and slowly walked up the mountain. When he returned, he had to ask Go Z to cook the best food to satisfy his cravings. What did he eat outside during this period of time? Could those even be considered good food? It was normal for him not to eat them for a few days. Go Z carried food to feed young master's pet. Young master's pet was really special. During this period of time he wasn't here, the pet grew really big and was nearly half the height of a human. His appetite also increased and his appetite was already the sum of everyone in Marshall Path Mountain. Suddenly, 9 Demon, who was crazily eating, raised its 8 heads and looked into the distance. One head was stuffed in the basin and continued to eat. With a schwa, 9 Demon jumped out and flew towards the entrance of the mountain. The other head howled. It wasn't full yet. Go Z was confused. He thought about a possibility and hurried towards the entrance. Lin Fan was having a good time when a black shadow jumped down from above. It was too sudden and it was a little terrifying. He couldn't help but slap it. With a smacking sound. The food that 9 Demon had just eaten spat out from the nostrils of its 9 heads. This. Lin Fan realized that it was 9 Demon and was helpless. My little pet, I am so sorry, I failed, I really failed. 9 Demon laid on the ground and its 9 heads spat out its tongue. It was obvious that there were stars spinning above its heads. Young Master. Go Z saw the person he had been thinking about and was so emotional that he was about to jump up. Young Master was outside and he was really afraid that Young Master would face danger. This was why he prayed for Young Master every night and hoped that the heavens would protect Young Master. At the same time, he swore that as long as young master was safe, even if his lifespan was shortened, he didn't care. Lin Fan patted Go Zi's shoulder and smiled. What are you crying for? Didn't I come back? Oh right, go prepare the best food. I have been outside for so long and I am about to die from cravings. Go Zi smiled in a silly manner. Okay, I will prepare your favorite food right away. He knew that he couldn't help the young master much in terms of strength and would even be a burden. Thus, in terms of life, he had to take care of the young master's affairs from top to bottom and not let the young master worry at all. Liang Yongqi looked at Lin Fan and didn't come over to ask. He was still a little afraid of Lin Fan. Liang Yongji, what happened to you? Now that I'm back, aren't you going to do anything? Lin Fan asked. Since the time when the Yin demons attacked, everyone in Martial Path Mountain dared to fight alongside him. He had placed down the past grudges. Even if they were afraid of him, he was totally sincere. Sect leader. Liang Yongqi opened his mouth. He just said two simple words. Zhang Tianshan not being on Martial Path Mountain made Liang Yongqi feel like he lacked a spiritual leader. In the distance, when Yuan Tianchu saw that Lin Fan had returned, he didn't feel excited or helpless. Instead, he felt that he was going to reap the fruits of his scheme's success. Even if Lin Fan wasn't on Martial Path Mountain during this period of time, to Yuan Tianchu, Lin Fan's eyes were all over Martial Path Mountain. At that moment, Yuan Tianchu forced out a smile and then left. Lin Fan asked curiously, Liang Yongqi, do you think Yuan Tianchu is sick? I noticed that after he came out of Yu City, he changed a lot. Liang Yongqi looked at Lin Fan. You asked me that question, but who should I ask? Of course, he agreed with what Lin Fan said. He did become weird. It wasn't right to say that he was crazy, but it was hard to say anything else. Yuan Tianchu walked towards his room. He lowered his head and was in deep thought. What was going on? Zhang Tianshan left Martial Path Mountain and Lin Fan returned. What was the meaning behind all of that? To him, he thought that Lin Fan and Zhang Tianshan's scheme was simple and he could see through it just by thinking about it. But now he realized that it was getting more and more complicated and he was actually unable to guess the true meaning. To him, that was terrifying enough. Was it that their schemes were more profound and his intelligence couldn't keep up with their changes? Or was it that he was already dragged into it and thought that he was an outsider, but unknowingly, he had become an insider? Not long later, Go Zi served up the delicacies that he had prepared. Not bad, not bad. Just from the smell, I know that it is amazing. Lin Fan smiled. Go Zi, who was praised by young master, was filled with pride. Where is my cousin? Where are their people? Seeing that his cousin didn't come out, he was a little curious. Where were Zhang Tianshan and Feng Poliu? He returned and didn't see the two of them right away. Young master, he is cultivating. Feng Poliu and the girl that young master brought back are cultivating in the back mountain. Deputy sect leader Zhang left Martial Path Mountain a few days ago to do something. I don't know where he went. Go Zi replied. Lin Fan ate the delicacies and his taste buds were in extreme enjoyment. Zhang Tianshan left Martial Path Mountain to do something. That was a little weird. Logically speaking, he didn't have much to do. However, with Zhang Tianshan's personality, he definitely wouldn't let himself suffer losses. He was at ease. If he faced anything, he would definitely come back to ask for help. As for the girl, he didn't care much about her. He would just hand her over to Feng Poliu. After all, in Martial Path Mountain, Feng Poliu was the best at teaching disciples. Sword Palace. A giant ancient sword stood there and around it were mountains. Swordhead's white hair reached his shoulders. He looked old but he was really energetic. He stood in front of a small table and held a brush to write words. As he wrote, he started to feel annoyed. Swordhead frowned. With his current mental state, why would he suddenly feel annoyed? What was going on? At that moment, a disciple hurried over. He was panicking and his face was filled with terror. He knelt down and said with a trembling voice, "Swordhead, Elder Gu, and the other 2 sword steels were broken and died." Kacha! The brush in Swordhead's hand broke. His gaze changed and the hand that held the broken brush trembled. "What did you say?" Swordhead stared at the disciple and asked. The disciple who went to check the sword steels every few days felt like his throat was being strangled, but he still said, "Today, I went to check the elders' sword steels and noticed that Gu Yuantian, Gu Suei, and Gu Jieshan's steels were broken." Swordhead didn't believe it and had to personally see it. He came to where the sword steels were placed. The 3 steels below him were all broken and turned into pieces. Pooh! Swordhead felt something sweet in his throat. His footsteps were unstable and he retreated like he was about to fall. The pain in his heart was worse than 10,000 swords stabbing his heart. Junior brother, looking at the broken sword steels, he found it hard to believe that everything that happened in front of him was real. The sword steels were given out when they entered Sword Palace to cultivate. They were used to test the level of their sword intent. They were their life items and also recorded their past. It wasn't a problem for the sword steels to be broken by people, but if they died, the steels would shatter. That was because the steels contained their intent. If their main body's intent disappeared, it meant that the intent in the steels would disappear too. Swordhead was 20 years older than the 3 junior brothers and the 4 of them learned from the same master. When he was 25, the 3 junior brothers were only 4 or 5 and master brought them back from the outside. From then on, he was like a senior brother and also like a father, taking care of the 3 of them. He was even prepared to pass the sword head position to junior brother Gu Yuantian. Who knew that he would receive such grievous news? Wang! The million swords in Sword Palace buzzed and trembled like they sensed the sadness of the sword head. The elders from A, B, C, and D sensed the situation and quickly headed towards the sword head. They felt that something huge had happened. When everyone arrived at the sword steel room and saw the 3 broken sword steels under the sword master's sword steel, they were shocked. Sword head, the 3 senior brothers, they. Zhuang Sun wanted to say something but he stopped. So what if he didn't believe it? Nothing would happen to the sword steels. He was an A-generation elder and his sword technique was amazing. He had a good relationship with the 3 senior brothers. Now that he saw their sword steels shatter, he didn't know what to say. Zhuang Sun, during this period of time I am not here, you will be in charge. If I don't return in a month, you will become the new sword head. Sword head kept silent for a long while and then said with a hoarse voice. Sword head, what about you? Zhuang Sun was shocked. He sensed that sword head was going to leave Sword Palace. I want to take revenge for them. Sword head said coldly. Zhuang Sun said, Sword head, you can't do that. If you leave Sword Palace, then Sword Palace. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Sword head. There is no need to say any more. I have made up my mind. I can't act like nothing happened to the 3 junior brothers. I will personally head to Black Mountain. The moment he said that, Sword head flew into the air. The swords in Sword Palace buzzed and then 10,000 swords rose up, forming a sword rain as they chased after him. Black Mountain. This place had long been broken into pieces. The 3 elders were really strong. If not for 9 bug gangs gang leader appearing, they would have killed the Void Realm octopus monster. Although Void Realm was strong, it wasn't as strong as the 3 of them. Sword head came to Black Mountain and slowly landed. When he saw the scenes in front of him, he closed his eyes in despair. When he saw the sword steel shatter, he felt that he was lucky. But when he saw the corpses of the 3 junior brothers, he knew that the miracle was gone. The 3 elders stood there, maintaining their posture when they were alive. Their arms stretched forwards and they slashed out 3 times. But there was a bloody hole in their chests. Their hearts and flesh scattered to the ground. He saw many dead bug corpses on the ground. Rage rose up in him. 9 bug gang, I will wipe out your entire gang. He knew who killed his 3 junior brothers. Only the 9 bug gang leader had such strength. They didn't interfere with each other, but he killed his junior brothers. If he didn't take revenge, he wasn't a human. Sword Head was even a little mad. He had suppressed the anger in his heart in Sword Palace, but now it completely exploded. The next day, Nuteo River was split open by a sword. The river water flowed in reverse, causing huge waves to flood Fuzhou. 9 bug gang's ship was split into 2 and sunk into Nuteo River. There were heavy casualties. Gang leader was nowhere to be seen. Based on the descriptions of the survivors, a storm rose up in Nuteo River that day. The entire area seemed like it was about to be split open. After a long while, it slowly calmed down. But then there was a furious roar that reverberated through the area. It turned into a red light and disappeared into the distance. This matter shocked the world. When Lin Fan found out about it, several days had passed. What? 9 bug gang is gone. When Lin Fan found out, he was stunned. He didn't even attack, so why was it gone? When Feng Poliu found out, he was stunned. He thought about junior brother. Was he dead or alive? Chapter 252. It was hard to describe Lin Fan's current expression. When he heard the news, he felt like someone was playing a joke on him. 9 bug gang was wiped out, so his goal was gone. A life without a goal was lonely, so he could only lock his eyes on King Wudong. It wasn't that he wanted to offend King Wudong, but King Wudong didn't respect him. Without an opponent, he could only take a step back and clash head-on with King Wudong. Feng Poliu, your expression is a little ugly, did something happen? Or was the person we met last time really your junior brother? Lin Fan asked. He had long felt that that person was Feng Poliu's junior brother, but Feng Poliu didn't want to admit it. Of course, the key was that he felt like Feng Poliu treated him like a fool. If he couldn't even see such a small sign, then what was the point of living? Speaking, is it true or not? Under Lin Fan's questions, Feng Poliu nodded his head helplessly. And, that is indeed my junior brother. Feng Poliu didn't expect 9 bug gang to be wiped out. At the same time, he didn't know what happened to junior brother. One sword splitting the river, giant waves drowning Fuzhou, the giant ship of the headquarters being sliced. Such methods weren't something that a normal person could do. He definitely met a terrifying expert. If junior brother was there, with his cultivation, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Don't be too nervous, the heavens will help him. He will be fine. Lin Fan consoled. Looking at Feng Poliu's expression, it was like he was constipated. He was probably really worried about his junior brother's safety. He wanted to tell Feng Poliu that he asked him last time, but he didn't say anything. Now that something happened, even if he regretted it, it was useless. If they were related back then, he would have been able to bluff the other party over and directly say, "Don't you want to be together with your eldest senior brother?" Now that the chance was here, come to Marshall Path Mountain and follow him, he would make you feel great. What a waste. Feng Poliu made his junior brother miss such a good chance for nothing. Who else could he blame? Haze. Feng Poliu sighed helplessly. He actually didn't know what to do. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Sword Palace. An old man slowly climbed up the mountain. Old ancestor Su had a headache. Why did people like to live in the mountains? Was the air on the mountain fragrant or sweet? He really couldn't figure it out. Now, Zhuang Sun felt like the burden on his body was much heavier. Senior brother left Sword Palace and everything was on him. All of a sudden, he was a little flustered. Fortunately, the disciples of Sword Palace cultivated as usual and nothing happened. He only hoped that his senior brother could return soon and continue to preside over the situation. Suddenly, Zhuang Sun was slightly stunned. He left the spot and headed towards Sword Palace. There was an amazing person there. Protector of the state. He came to the entrance and an old man was imprinted in Zhuang Sun's eyes. He recognized him right away and his expression changed. It was obvious that he didn't expect the person to be Old Ancestor Su, the Imperial Dynasty's country protector. Old Ancestor Su smiled, so it is little Zhuang. I don't have the title of country protector anymore. I am just an old man looking around. He didn't take Old Ancestor Su's self-mockery seriously. To him, this Old Ancestor Su was a really dangerous person and no one could ignore him. As for him calling him Little Zhuang, naturally, there was no problem. But this was Sword Palace and if the disciples heard that, naturally, they would lose face. No matter what, Old Ancestor Su will always be the country protector in our hearts. Zhuang Sun said and then walked forwards, please don't blame me for not welcoming you. Sword Palace was a top sect and had a strong foundation. But compared to a person, there were always a few people in the world that couldn't be offended. Old Ancestor Su was one of them. Little Zhuang, I didn't come for anything else. I just want to ask where Sword Head is. Old Ancestor Su asked. His goal was simple. He wanted to confirm whether or not Sword Head was the one who did what happened in Fuzhou. Where was he? Zhuang Sun knew and hesitated, if you are doing this for the good of your Sword Head, then tell me the truth. I suspect that he is controlled by killing intent. Old Ancestor Su said. When Zhuang Sun heard this, his heart shook. His first thought was that it was impossible. Sword Head's cultivation was so high, so how could he not suppress him? But since these words came from the mouth of the country protector, the possibility was really high. It didn't seem like a joke. You can tell me now, right? Old Ancestor Su asked. Zhuang Sun said, country protector, Sword Head isn't in Sword Palace. The 3 senior brothers were killed in Black Mountain and Sword Head left a few days ago to search for them. He hasn't returned yet. As expected. Old Ancestor Su said regretfully, he was too rash. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he shouldn't have split Nuteo River and caused the tsunami to flood Fuzhou. Numerous people lost their homes and died because of him. Zhuang Sun was shocked and said right away, impossible, how could Sword Head do such a thing? There is definitely a problem here. Old Ancestor Su shook his head, nothing is impossible. What he walks on is the path of killing. Even if he cultivated and polished the killing intent in his heart, killing will always be killing. No one can subdue the other. Country protector, what did the Imperial Dynasty say about this? Zhuang Sun asked. He was most afraid that the Imperial Dynasty would attack Sword Head. Old Ancestor Su looked at Zhuang Sun and said, the Imperial Dynasty sent me over to give Sword Head a chance. His sins are too huge and he dragged down an entire city. You should know how heavy his sins are. But it is understandable that Sword Head cultivates the killing Tao. He has contributed greatly to the Imperial Dynasty, so I came to help Sword Head walk out of killing and return to the past. Zhuang Sun heaved a sigh of relief, but he was really helpless. So many days have passed and Sword Head hasn't returned. Till now, I don't know where he is and where to search for him. When Sword Head left, the million swords followed him. Now that there was no news of him, this was a huge blow to Sword Palace. Old Ancestor Su kept silent for a moment and then patted Zhuang Sun's shoulder. If he returns, send someone to Zhua City to inform me. This matter will only benefit Sword Palace or him. Don't sink too deep or there will be endless problems in the future. Thank you, country protector, for your advice. I will remember it. Zhuang Sun replied. He was worried about Sword Head's situation and didn't know where he was. No matter whether or not he fell into a demon, he just hoped that Sword Head would return. When that happened, he would go all out to protect Sword Head. In a certain cave, a crazy voice spread out. Sword Head sat cross-legged and a sword wrapped around his body. This sword gave off a green light and it contained unlimited life force. But now, there was actually red killing intent boiling within the green light. Above Sword Head's head, there was a red mist surging like a river. It was like it was about to merge into his body. But Sword Head tried his best to block it. The killing Tao was the most terrifying thing in the Sword Tao, but it was also the most dangerous. Although it could explode with shocking strength, if one wasn't careful, one would fall into a bottomless abyss. One couldn't cultivate it unless one was ambitious. The deaths of the 3 junior brothers affected Sword Head greatly. It was as painful as his family being killed. Sword Head's expression was sometimes gentle and sometimes vicious and maniacal. The Sword Tao in his heart was in total chaos. It was just too difficult to subdue the killing Tao that was deeply rooted in his heart. That battle was too shocking and too many people were implicated. Too many people died in Fuzhou. Sword Head blamed himself, his sword heart wasn't stable and he was immersed in guilt. 9-Bug gang leader was in a tragic state. He wasn't Sword Head's match. Especially when he used the 10,000 swords to attack, it actually made gang leader feel the aura of death. At this moment, he was in a worse state than Sword Head. Sword Head wasn't injured by him but he was filled with rage. He attacked mercilessly and the killing Tao slowly appeared to change his personality. Although gang leader escaped, his entire body was sliced into pieces. He tried his best to flee to the bottom of the Nuteo River. If not, he would have died to Sword Head. He needed a period of time to recover. However, 9-Bug gang was about to totally disappear. This made him furious. Numerous sects in the world saw that 9-Bug gang was being wiped out. Insect Valley didn't react at all. Many people were shocked. It was already like that and they were still closing the valley. Did they really not care about 9-Bug gang? Insect Valley was covered in fog and one was unable to find out the truth. To the commoners in the cities near Fuzhou, they were delighted. They felt like the heavens had opened their eyes and allowed 9-Bug gang to be wiped out. It was easy to describe their emotions as emotional. When the division members in the cities learned that the headquarters was wiped out and the gang leader was nowhere to be found, they fled in fear. Don't be fooled by their strength. But 9-Bug gang's reputation wasn't good. Now that they didn't have the support of the headquarters, naturally, they had to flee. Otherwise, they might really be killed. Several days later, when Huang Boren learned that sect leader Lin was back, he immediately headed to Martial Path Mountain. Recently, he had a headache and felt like his investment had failed. Since Martial Path Mountain took in a disciple, there was no news at all. They didn't even show signs of getting stronger. This made Huang Boren feel a little stifled. Young Master Huang, don't be anxious. Sects need to be built slowly and can't be built in one go. If not, there won't be any soul. Lin Fan consoled. No matter what, this person was an investor in Martial Path Mountain. Now that the investor came, naturally, he had to calm him down. Sect leader Lin, I am a businessman. I invested in Martial Path Mountain because I hope to see returns. Even if I don't, at least I have to do something. But now, Huang Boren only cared about money. If you had the right but no money, then so be it. After all, you worked hard. But now, he didn't even see you working hard. Chapter 253. Young Master Huang, calm down. I understand your anxiety. Lin Fan consoled him. He couldn't blame him for dissing. He really didn't think about what to do to Martial Path Mountain. He felt that the current situation was quite good. Huang Boren sighed, Sect leader Lin, I am not anxious, but I am a little anxious. If we can really make a sect strong, then our gains will be huge. During this period of time, Marshall Path Mountain only added one disciple, that is too little. He was dissing to let sect leader Lin understand whether or not they could take in more. Lin Fan nodded his head and agreed with Huang Boren's words. He pulled him to the side and showed a few moves to let him understand how strong he was. To Huang Boren, his expression was one of shock and disbelief. Then, excitement appeared on his face. How do you feel? Lin Fan smiled and asked. Huang Boren said, amazing, really amazing. I didn't expect sect leader Lin to be so strong. To him, he was helpless and felt like this investment was going to fail. Who knew that sect leader Lin would give him such a huge shock? Lin Fan said calmly, it isn't much, but it is still okay. Young noble Huang, you have to think this through. My strength is constantly rising, and in the future, I will definitely recruit disciples of higher quality. But if I were to recruit disciples now, the quality of the disciples would definitely not be high. Don't you think so? Huang Boren thought about it and nodded his head. Sect leader Lin's words make sense. This is like doing business. When the shop is small, it is hard for the things sold to be of high quality. But once the shop gets bigger, the things sold will be of high quality. Although it is a little forced, that is the rough meaning. He could only say that. Anyway, since he believed it, then it was for the best. As the Marshall Path Mountain sect leader and young Master Huang was the investor, naturally, he couldn't disappoint him. Although he was bluffing now, it was true. No one knew what the future would be like. Truthfully, I didn't have much hope, but now I am at ease. Once I return, I will send someone to send silver. I hope that sect leader Lin can make Marshall Path Mountain shine and become a top sect in the world. Huang Boren said. Many merchants in Jiang City spoke badly about him investing in Marshall Path Mountain. Impossible, definitely impossible, how could Marshall Path Mountain become a huge sect? Perhaps, not long after, it would disappear in the long river of history. Alright, I will continue to work hard and not waste young Master Huang's trust. Lin Fan laughed. Look, what a good person he was. He liked rich young masters like young Master Huang. In other words, he was an honest person. Huang Boren took out a piece of calligraphy and said, Sect leader Lin, this is something I wrote at home. It can be considered the highest level of my Huang family's calligraphy, so please accept it. He was the one who called himself the Huang family calligraphy master. Everyone in Rivertown knew that the young master of the Huang family was fond of calligraphy. Even his own father didn't dare to recognize his calligraphy. He received many good reviews and even became so arrogant that he put it up for sale in his own shop. He even treated it as the treasure of the shop. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony then. Lin Fan smiled. He opened it and took a look. Then, he closed it. He was afraid that this calligraphy would stain his butt if he used it to wipe his butt. All of this wasn't important to Lin Fan. The most important thing was still money. I don't eat, I don't drink, I want money. Jiang City. Lin Fan told Go Zi to accompany him. Cousin was still in secluded meditation like he was trying to break through to a higher realm. Thus, he didn't let anyone inform Cousin. Go Zi followed beside young master and accompanied him to stroll around Jiang City. Young master, why are there so many outsiders bringing their families to Jiang City? Lin Fan asked. He saw a few sitting on carriages with furniture piled up on them. It was obvious that they were migrating. It was okay if it was one or two, but the key was that along the way, he saw dozens of them. They didn't look like they were fleeing. Young master, I will go ask. Go Zi walked towards those carriages. He reached out to stop a carriage and asked where they came from. Logically speaking, Go Zi should be back soon, but Go Zi took a long time to talk with them. Very quickly. Go Zi returned and his expression changed slightly. He learned from those people that they came from Yu City and were sent away. They were given a sum of money. Although he didn't know what was going to happen, he felt that things weren't right. He wasn't stupid. Old Master had the highest position in Yu City. Although he didn't allow refugees to enter, he never chased them away. He even gave them a relocation fee. Something definitely happened, otherwise, he wouldn't have done that. Thinking about how Old Master told young Master not to return to Yu City, he seemed to understand something. Go, Z, did you ask? What is going on? Lin Fan asked. Go, Z shook his head, young Master, they came from another city. Based on what they said, it was, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Fan. Go, Z, you started to lie to young Master. Lin Fan squinted his eyes. He saw the change in Go Z's expression. As expected, when he heard young Master say that, Go Z panicked and said anxiously, young Master, they came from Yu City and were sent away by Old Master. I didn't tell young Master the truth because, Lin Fan didn't finish listening and headed towards those moving carriages to stop them. You all came from Yu City? Lin Fan asked. Aren't you the Lin family, young Master? It was obvious that the people who were moving recognized Lin Fan. They were even shocked, like they didn't expect that the Lin family young Master would be in Jiang City. Lin Fan nodded and then asked, did something happen in Yu City? This was what he was most concerned about now. Young Master Lin, we don't know the exact situation. We all received news and then we received a sum of money to move out of Yu City. Many of us went to other places. The commoners who came from Yu City said. They were just normal people, so how would they know so much? Lin Fan was in deep thought and didn't say a word. He knew that something definitely happened, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people leaving Yu City. The people who were moving asked carefully, young Master Lin, is there anything else? Seeing that young Master Lin was stunned, he was a little nervous. No matter what, they were just normal people and this person was a true aristocratic family young master. Oh, nothing, thank you. Lin Fan reacted and waved his hands, telling them to leave. He had to make a trip back. He had to go back. Go, Z, let's return to Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan said. He thought about something else. Zhang Tianshan left Martial Path Mountain for no reason. He definitely didn't say that he was going to see a friend. That was because he didn't have many friends, and the one who could be his friend was definitely his father. However, his father probably didn't have many friends, otherwise, why would he hand him to such an unreliable person like Zhang Tianshan? Is this what it means to entrust an orphan to someone? Lin Fan muttered. It was really similar. Go Z knew what young master was thinking about. He definitely wanted to return to Yu City. He wanted to stop young master and tell him not to go back. Unfortunately, he knew that he couldn't stop him. Martial Path Mountain. You said that you want to return to Yu City. Feng Poliu was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan. It was obvious that he didn't expect this kid to actually want to go back. Right, that's right. I want to return to Yu City, otherwise, I will feel uneasy. Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu thought about it for a moment, let me follow you back, at least I can protect you on the way. No need. If you follow me, you will only slow me down. I can go back on my own. Please forgive Lin Fan for being so direct. He was telling the truth. There was no falsehood in his words. However, these words weren't so easy for Feng Poliu to accept. What did you say? I lowered your speed. Young Master Lin, aren't you looking down on me? His voice stopped. Feng Poliu opened his eyes wide and looked at the scenes in front of him in disbelief. He saw Lin Fan float up, his feet leaving the ground. Even he couldn't do that. Only God Essence Realm experts could fly in the air. You. Feng Poliu wanted to say something, but he felt like his throat was being grabbed. He actually didn't know what to say. Lin Fan smiled, "Are you shocked? How did I become so strong?" "Actually, this is all talent. I just went out and my cultivation rose. I can't do anything about it, I can't even stop it." Feng Poliu wanted to spit out blood. Nonsense, just going out and raising his cultivation, then after fighting in the gambling den for so many years, his cultivation didn't rise at all. Master Realm? Grandmaster? Now he was actually God Essence Realm. He really wanted to ask, "Dear young Master Lin, can you tell me the truth? How did your cultivation rise? Even if you ate strong pills, it wouldn't be so strong. Young Master Lin, did you have some fortuitous encounter or some overpowered treasure?" He could only ask like that. He didn't know how to describe the rest. Lin Fan said, "This is a long story. Although I had some fortuitous encounters, I think it is because my talent is too strong, which is why I improved so quickly." Nonsense. Feng Poliu really wanted to spit at Lin Fan. Couldn't this fellow speak the truth? Too strong talent. He had seen many talented people, but none of them were so overpowered. However, he felt that Lin Fan's fortuitous encounter was shocking, so it wasn't convenient for him to say it. He understood that, after all, everyone had their own secrets. So, he didn't continue to ask. "Young Master, bring me back." Go Z shouted. To Go Z, he just wanted to serve young Master. Even if Yu City was dangerous, he wasn't afraid. He had no regrets even if he died in Yu City. Lin Fan waved his hands, "Okay, I will go back myself. Wait for me at Marshall Path Mountain. If there is nothing, I will come back." The moment he said this, he rose into the air and headed towards Yu City. Feng Poliu was helpless. He really envied him and wanted to become a God Essence Realm expert. Actually, he was just a little bit away. Chapter 254. Imperial Dynasty. Zhao family. Unfilial kid, you actually lost the purple gold dragon essence pill. What else do you have to say? In the hall, the Zhao family head was furious. His eyes were spitting flames and he really wanted to beat this kid to death. But this was his son, so how could he really beat him to death? Zhao Bufan knelt there. His face was ashen white and he was nearly frightened to death. "Father, He was speechless and didn't know what to say. He looked at the side at the ice-cold eighth sister Zhao Qingma. What a vicious woman. To think that he had directly exposed this matter of his. Of course, he glanced at the three people standing behind Zhao Qingma. Bastards, they're not human at all. I brought you guys back to the Zhao family, but you guys betrayed me. Are you even human? Did you forget what I said when I was choosing my martial arts in Chengdu, become my people, and all the expenses tonight will be paid by me, young Master Zhao? I treated you well. The three people behind Zhao Qingma were really calm but their eyes were filled with guilt. They muttered in their hearts. Young Master Zhao, we're really sorry. The three of us didn't really want to betray you. It's just that your sister is too cunning. We couldn't guard against her at all. We told her everything that happened in Chengdu without holding anything back. Why aren't you talking anymore? Tell me, what's going on? The Zhao family's family head asked angrily. He was really about to go crazy from anger. He could accept that his ninth son was trash. After all, every family had one or two pieces of trash. But so be it, he actually lost the purple gold dragon essence pill. He was just an animal. He couldn't scold him like that. He was his son and calling him an animal was the same as scolding himself. Father, this is a long story. I was wandering outside and passed Rong City. I didn't expect someone to target me and steal my purple gold dragon essence pill. I didn't dare to tell anyone because I was afraid. Zhao Bufan said what happened, but before he finished, his father's furious holler scared him so much that he couldn't finish. Fool! You're a fool. If your strength isn't up to par, why didn't you bring along some experts when you left your family? Are you brainless or something? The Zhao family's family head berated out. Zhao Bufan lowered his head and his body shivered. Father, how can you scold me like that? Am I not confident in the Zhao family's strength? But who would have thought that there would be people out there who had holes in their brains and were completely fucking useless? The brothers and sisters around gloated as they looked at Zhao Bufan. They didn't sympathize with Zhao Bufan's situation at all. Instead, they felt that he was sick in the head. Luckily, ninth brother was sick in the head, otherwise, the competition in Zhao family would be huge. Father, it's useless to blame ninth brother now. The most important thing now is to find that person and take back the purple gold dragon essence pill, Zhao Qingma said. Zhao Bufan looked at eighth sister in annoyance. This girl was really vicious, he was so pitiful now because of her. Qingma is right. The purple gold dragon essence pill is something that Zhao family doesn't pass down. It is made from a dragon pellet and is really precious. Now that an outsider got it, it is a humiliation to Zhao family. The Zhao family head said. He then looked at Zhao Bufan and hollered, unfilial kid, let me ask you, what is his name? I don't know. Zhao Bufan shook his head and felt that he was in a tragic situation. He didn't even know what his name was. Moreover, he knew that father's rage would only get more intense. My temper is so explosive. The Zhao family head really wanted to kick him a few times. He only knew how to eat and play and now he didn't even know his name. What was the point? Zhao Bufan felt wronged and didn't dare to say anything. Father, although I don't know his name, I have seen his face and remember what he looks like. His tone was really soft and he didn't dare to speak loudly. You unfilial kid, draw out the portrait. The Zhao family head hollered in rage. He then looked at Qingma and his tone was much gentler. Qingma, I will hand this matter to you. Bring the helpers to Rong City to investigate. Yes, father. Zhao Qingma replied. The Zhao family head's attitude towards Qingma was totally different from Zhao Bufan's. The surrounding Zhao family disciples looked at Zhao Qingma with envy. This was a good job, with helpers following, how dangerous could there be? The competition among the younger generation of the Zhao family was very intense. They fought openly and secretly with each other. After all, there was only one position of the Zhao family patriarch. Scoff. When the Zhao family head passed Josie, he scoffed coldly to express his unhappiness and disappointment. He then left and didn't want to say anything more. Instantly, Zhao Bufan heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that father was going to teach him a lesson and didn't expect him to let him go just like that. Luckily. One after another, the other Zhao family disciples left. When they left, they all gave a friendly smile towards Zhao Bufan. Actually, only he knew that they were mocking him. Very quickly. Only Zhao Qingma, him, and the three traders were left in the hall. Zhao Bufan got up and looked at Zhao Qingma. He gave a "you win" expression. Eighth sister, you really are vicious. There is nothing vicious about that. You lost the purple gold dragon essence pill that the race rewarded you and someone else got it. You have already broken the rules. Not only did you not want to report it, but you even wanted to hide it. You probably didn't think about what kind of problems this would bring to the Zhao family, right? Zhao Qingma said calmly. Zhao Bufan looked at the three people behind her and said viciously, Zhao Qingma, don't be too happy. They can betray me, so they can betray you too. We will meet again in the future, let's wait and see. Zhao Qingma said, okay, I will wait. Also, you heard what father said. I want the portrait right away. I hope you don't delay, otherwise, I can only ask father to talk to you. As for you, I think you should leave the imperial city and live your life elsewhere. You aren't suitable for the Zhao family's game. The moment she said this, Zhao Qingma brought the three of them and left. Damn girl, damn. Zhao Bufan was so furious that his liver was about to explode. He wouldn't admit defeat just like that. He was the Zhao family young master, so there was no way he would leave. But he didn't dare to waste time for Zhao Qingma. Very quickly, he found the best artist and based on what he said, the portrait was done. It was very similar, at least 80% similar. That day, Zhao Qingma brought the helpers and left the imperial city towards Rong City. They were really aggressive and it was obvious that they had to get the purple gold dragon essence pill back. Lin Fan left Martial Path Mountain and flew in the air. He was really quick and it was much more comfortable than riding a horse. At this moment, he was thinking about the U City situation. What happened? Just as Lin Fan was thinking about all this, his eyes were attracted by a bunch of people below. Of course, it was just a bunch of people, so naturally, it wasn't a big deal. But the key was that they were wearing 9 Bug Gang clothes. He really didn't expect to meet people from 9 Bug Gang here. Was it because the headquarters was wiped out and they knew that they had too many enemies and without a backer, they would be beaten up, so they headed to a faraway city to try to rule over there? Haze, the headquarters is gone, so we are in trouble. We did so many things and without the headquarters suppressing us, we will be killed. Quickly find a place to change. They are still wearing the gang clothes, they really aren't afraid to die. Gang leader, can we really be emperors in a small city? How many times have I told you not to call me gang leader, call me boss? The division gang leader was furious. The headquarters was wiped out, so naturally, they didn't dare to stay. When they got the news, they fled. As for the future, that would depend on whether or not the gang leader appeared. If he did, they would be willing to return. Of course, the prerequisite was that their lives in the city weren't good. We are fated, I didn't expect to meet people from 9 Bug Gang here. Suddenly, a voice spread into everyone's ears. They were startled. Now, they were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bough. Even the slightest movement could make them tremble in fear. Very quickly, they saw someone slowly land from the sky. Damn! An expert who could fly. The division gang leader wasn't a fool, he had some knowledge. The person in front of him was an expert above Grandmaster. After all, only God Essence Realm and above could fly. Who are you? The division gang leader's tone trembled as he asked. Lin Fan smiled, Lin Fan, I wiped out many of your people. When he said that, the division members were all shocked. What a terrible name it was. Like a demon, it lingered in their minds. The 9 Bug Gang divisions being wiped out one after another was all because of him. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 66. Lin Fan thought that there would be a huge wave of rage points, but who knew that it would be so small? What was going on? Were the 9 Bug Gang members all dogs who lost their homes? When they met him, they were totally terrified, which was why they didn't give much rage points. Forget it. He was lazy to say more, he would just bring them along and fly. Not long later. In midair, numerous screams spread out. Lin Fan grabbed a bunch of vines in his hands. The vines were thick and long, and he used them to tie them up. They cried out in pain, begging for mercy, hoping that Lin Fan would let them go. They didn't expect that they would meet the top enemy of 9 Bug Gang here. Their luck was just so tragic. Which bastard was the one who insisted on taking this route back then? Damn, wouldn't everything be fine if they didn't take this route? Lin Fan was having fun. He didn't care about the begging of the 9 Bug Gang members. Very quickly, they understood that Lin Fan wouldn't let them go. They hollered in rage and said that they were going to fight Lin Fan to the death. At that moment, his rage points exploded. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 444. Rage points plus 444. To Lin Fan, this was true happiness. As for those 2 digits of rage points from before, it was just too embarrassing. Chapter 255. 2 days later. Lin Fan landed from the sky with nothing in his hands. As for those people from 9 Bug Gang, because their rage points reached the peak, they didn't reach their peak. They didn't gain anything, so he tossed them away. These people didn't know how to fly. Even if they were strong, it was useless when they fell from the sky. They would just fall to their deaths. I am back. His feet stepped on the familiar ground. That feeling was really different. U-City was in front of him. He walked slowly. Who knew what expression his father would have if he knew that his cultivation had reached God Essence realm? Would he think that he was an unparalleled genius? His mouth would open so wide that an egg could fit in. Just thinking about it made him a little emotional. In the distance, a silhouette flashed past. He was the one who was standing guard here. U-City wasn't safe. If normal people passed, he would act like bandits to scare them away. If they were mysterious, he would head back to report. But when Lin Fan came, he recognized him right away. Wasn't this handsome person young Master Lin? Didn't young Master Lin leave U-City? Why would he appear here? Did he see a ghost? U-City. The people on guard shouted, "Young Master Lin is back, young Master Lin is back." When the people on the streets heard the news, they were stunned. Didn't Master Lin send young Master away? Why did he come back? If he found out about the U-City situation, wouldn't all their efforts be wasted? Their mouths were agape and they stood on the streets. Their minds were in a mess, like they were stunned and didn't know what to do. When the news spread to Old Wu's ears, Old Wu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he stopped. He shook his head. Old Master did so much to chase young Master away, so why did he return? U-City wasn't safe. If things exploded out now, the outcome would be catastrophic. He immediately ordered for the entire city to enter a normal state. They couldn't let young Master notice anything and then think of a way to let young Master leave. Lin Fan took in a deep breath and walked to the entrance of U-City. It was still the familiar air and that familiar smell. Although U-City was old and broken, to him, this was the most beautiful place in his heart. He walked into the city. The commoners were the same as usual, the merchants were selling their goods. Isn't that young Master Lin? Why are you back? Where do you think young Master Lin has been these days? Who knows? We are just ordinary people. Why would we care so much? Some of the commoners stopped in their tracks and watched, muttering softly. Lin Fan didn't feel that there was anything wrong with U-City. Was he thinking too much? Pa! At the butcher's stall, the stall owner held a butcher's knife and chopped down, cutting the meat and bones apart. People surrounded the stall. Give me the second half. Give me a pig's trotter. U-City was normal and there were no problems at all. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. Then why did he come back? If he hadn't seen so many people running out of U-City, he wouldn't have rushed back so eagerly if he hadn't felt that something was wrong. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a while before coming back. This was because he felt that although he was very strong now, the impact he gave his father was not strong enough. Lin Fan came to Drunk Fragrance Chamber and checked out the situation inside. Young Master Lin, why are you back? The Drunk Fragrance Chamber manager welcomed him warmly. This was the Lin family young master, so he had to treat him well. Lin Fan said helplessly, I came back to take a look. Manager, give me some good wine and dishes to fill my stomach. I still have to go home later. Okay, waiter, inform the kitchen to bring good wine and dishes for young Master Lin. The manager shouted. Understood. The waiter replied. Lin Fan noticed that the waiter had changed, but he didn't think much about it. It was normal for a restaurant to change waiters, so there was nothing weird about it. In the building, there were many customers sitting there. They drank, ate, and chatted. Lin Fan came to where he usually sat and waved his hands towards the manager. "Young Master Lin, do you have any instructions?" Manager Zhang Xing smiled and asked. His respectful expression didn't show any problems at all. Lin Fan asked, "Manager, did anything happen in your city recently?" Manager Zhang was confused. "No, it has been normal, nothing happened. A while ago, I met many people who left U City. They said that they were chased out by my father, is that true?" Lin Fan asked. He looked carefully at the people around and the manager, hoping that he could see something wrong. But regretfully, there was nothing wrong. Everything was the same as before. Manager Zhang found it weird. "I have never heard of such a thing. Young Master Lin, you can't casually believe what others say. Sometimes, people are just lying. As they say, people are evil, and before they show their cards, no one will be able to tell that there is something wrong." Lin Fan didn't say anything. He was thinking about whether or not he was really wrong. Was he just guessing randomly? Zhang Tianshan didn't come to U City and really went out to do something. Very quickly, the waiter brought good wine and dishes over. "Young Master Lin, please enjoy. If you need anything, just call me," Manager Zhang said. Lin Fan nodded his head and didn't ask much. He had already overturned his thoughts. Maybe those people who left U City were just spouting nonsense to him. It was obvious that there was no such thing, but they said it like it was real. During this period of time, he didn't eat anything. His stomach needed to enjoy. Lin Fan started to wolf it down. Eat quickly, he still had to return to the Lin family later. Borderland. "Old Master, things are not good. Young Master is back." Manager Chen hurried over and said anxiously. He didn't expect Young Master to return at such a time. Old Master sent Young Master out because he hoped that Young Master could live. If Young Master knew that U City had to face those terrifying people, he wouldn't be willing to leave. Lin Wani and Zhang Tianshan were chatting. When he heard that, his expression changed like he was furious. "Unfilial kid, you dare to not listen to me." Lin Wani was furious. He then asked, "How is he? Is he suffering outside?" "Old Master, I haven't seen Young Master. He is still eating and drinking in Drunk Fragrance Pavilion," Manager Chen said. "That unfilial kid, who told him to come back? Even if he came back, he still ate at the restaurant. Doesn't he know how to go home to take a look?" Lin Wani scolded. He found it hard to calm down. Manager Chen was helpless. He didn't expect Young Master to eat at Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. But because of that, he had enough time to report the situation. "Zhang Tianshan, I told you not to come and take care of my son, but you didn't believe me. Now that he is here, if anything happens, I won't forgive you," Lin Wani said. Zhang Tianshan felt like he was innocent. What did this have to do with him? How could he take care of his son? When he was in Jiang City, he ran around and didn't give him any face. Now that he returned to U City, what could he do? "Old Master, what should we do now? Are you going to return to U City or avoid meeting him?" Manager Chen asked. The situation was a little urgent, and he had to head back to inform Old Wu. Lin Wani kept silent for a moment. "I can't leave this place. Go back and tell Brother Wu that I am going out to do something and will need some time to return. Tell him to think of a way to send the unfilial kid away." "Yes, Old Master." Manager Chen left right away. He had to return. Young Master returning to U City really messed up the rhythm. Very quickly, Manager Chen left. Lin Wani was angry and happy. He was angry that the unfilial kid didn't listen to him. He was happy that the unfilial kid actually knew to come back to see him. Only, The way he headed to Drunk Fragrance Pavilion right after returning was a little imperfect. Lin Fan walked out of Drunk Fragrance Pavilion and headed home. When he was about to reach his home, Old Wu walked out. When he saw Lin Fan, he smiled. "Young master, I heard that you are back, so I was about to head to Drunk Fragrance Pavilion to pick you up." Lin Fan smiled and walked into the manor. "Old Wu, during this period of time I wasn't here, have you been well?" "Good, very good. It is just that old master often misses young master." Old Wu followed beside him. When he saw young master return alone, he asked, "Young master, where is Zhongmao?" "This time, I came back to take a look. I didn't let him follow." Lin Fan said. Familiar environment, familiar people. The people in the manor didn't have much of a choice. Lin Fan had left for 2 months. Naturally, he missed this place after such a long time. "Old Wu, where is my father?" Lin Fan asked. Old Wu smiled. "Young master, old master went far away and will need some time to return." Lin Fan said with a weird expression, "My father went far away. Where did he go?" "I am not sure, but I heard old master say that a good friend invited him." Old master didn't want to go, but he heard that his good friend's daughter was not bad, so he went to take a look at young master. Old Wu's words were all lies and none of them were true. But to Lin Fan, he treated all of them seriously. He felt his head hurt. What was his father thinking? If he didn't find a wife for him, he wouldn't stop. "My father. Hayes, my head hurts, it really hurts." Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. There was no need. He was still young. If this was in his last life, he would still be studying. Old Wu smiled. "Young master, old master is doing this for your own good. I hope that you can get married soon." Lin Fan didn't say anything and just smiled bitterly. He came back to see whether or not there were any problems with U City. Looking at the current situation, it was obvious that there weren't any problems. Since that was the case, then it was good. He then asked, "Old Wu, I want to take a look at secret techniques, those really strong ones. Are there any?" Old Wu was stunned as he looked at young master and smiled. "Yes, of course. Old master isn't weak and has many treasures. Since young master is interested, then I will bring you over." Originally, when young master left, old master regretted that he forgot to pass some secret techniques to young master. Now that young master was back, then he would let young master take a look. Chapter 256. As he walked, he felt like the path wasn't right. "Old Wu, if I am not wrong, this doesn't seem to be where the secret techniques are stored." Lin Fan asked curiously. He had been out for 2 months. If his memory was normal, he should be walking right and not left. Old Wu smiled. "Young master, those are some normal techniques. How can old master's treasures be placed there?" "Oh." Lin Fan nodded his head. He felt like it was a little mysterious. Why hadn't father mentioned it before? Was it because he was too useless? That was impossible. Father's love for him wouldn't be so weak. He definitely wanted to wait for him to get married and become an adult before passing all these to him. Thinking about it, he convinced himself right away. Young master, when old master was young, he encountered countless dangers. There were even a few times when he was certain to die. But old master relied on his own strength to fight back and survive. So, these secret manuals are all old master's memories. Old Wu sighed and suddenly began to recall the past. Lin Fan was curious. "My father was so amazing when he was young, so how did he fight back?" Old Wu smiled and didn't say anything. He just smiled and let young master guess. Naturally, he wouldn't say what he experienced when he was young. Most of the times he fought back were stains that he couldn't bear to look back on. Now that old master had become such an expert, how could he say such things that would damage his face? Very quickly. "Why are we in my father's reading room?" Lin Fan asked. Father couldn't have placed the secret manuals in the study room, right? It felt safer than placing them in the secret manuals loft. Old Wu smiled and pushed open the door. He stood at the side and said, "Young master, come in." Lin Fan walked in with curiosity. He had been to his dad's study a few times, but he hadn't seen anything good. Could it be that there was a secret compartment in the study, and the secret compartment stored secret manuals? If that was the case, then it made sense. Old Wu walked to the corner of the wall and pressed on the protruding granule with his finger. There was the sound of the wall moving. Instantly, in Lin Fan's sight, the wall moved to the left and right, and a tunnel appeared in front of him. "Young master, go in," Old Wu said. Lin Fan walked in. When he stepped on the first step, it was like he sensed something and the tunnel lit up. "Aya, you scared me. My little heart is about to burst." If Old Wu hadn't told him that the secret manual was hidden here, he would have wondered if his father had some special hobbies, such as capturing some indescribable things and conducting secret chambers, tying them up, Lolis, Shota, Avi, etc. Then, he frantically shook his head. What am I thinking? Of course, this was just wishful thinking. How could such a thing happen? If his father knew what he was thinking, he would definitely slap him into the wall. He might not even be able to dig himself out. Old Wu noticed that young master's expression was a little off. He was probably thinking about something. Was he shocked by his own family's heritage? Perhaps there really was such a possibility. The outcome of this U-City defense battle was unknown. He might live or he might die here. Thus, handing over what should be handed over to the young master could be considered as passing on the legacy. Very soon, Lin Fan and Old Wu arrived at the end of the secret chamber. There were many square holes in the walls, and each hole contained a secret manual. "Young master, old master's life's work is all here. You can take them away," Old Wu said. He was thinking about asking young master to take the secret manuals and leave. He shouldn't stay in U-City. If there really was a conflict, there might be a huge problem. Lin Fan looked at the secret manuals on the wall and was totally attracted. The level here was definitely really high, otherwise, there wouldn't be a special place to store them. When he was outside, he would have a headache over a cultivation technique. But now, it wasn't a problem. His family had secret manuals, so why did he have to find them outside? Lin Fan picked up a secret manual. Source technique. He didn't understand what it said at all, but it was okay. It didn't matter whether or not he understood it. Anyway, it was fine as long as the small support system could understand it. Then, he put down this secret manual and went to look at another secret manual. Cold City 4 Pinnacles. Damn! Another one that he didn't understand. Forget it, it wasn't a problem. He just wanted to take a look. "Young master, you might not understand these secret manuals, but as long as you study them, it won't be a problem. Why not let me wrap them up and bring them away?" Old Wu said. Lin Fan asked curiously, "Old Wu, why would I bring them away? Aren't they all at home? If I need them in the future, I can just come back to take a look. Why would I bring them away?" Old Wu was slightly stunned and then he recovered. Luckily, he reacted quickly, otherwise, something would have happened. "I heard that young master became the Martial Path Mountain sect leader in Jiang City. Since you have already established a sect, then naturally you lack secret manuals. Why not bring them back and make them the core techniques of the sect? Isn't that better?" Old Wu said. "Ah. Old Wu, you know about what happened in Jiang City?" Lin Fan asked curiously. He didn't tell anyone about it, so how did Old Wu know? Old Wu smiled. "Zhang Tianshan is old master's good friend, and he writes to say that young master has become the Martial Path Mountain sect leader. I am really proud of young master." Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't expect that Zhang Tianshan would write a letter to report to his father. That makes sense. However, there is no rush. Let me take a good look. Old Wu, what level are these secret manuals at? He was really curious and felt that they should be really high level. Old Wu said, Young Master, the source technique that you read is at 5-element realm, the Cold City 4 pinnacle is at Void realm. Lin Fan was filled with questions. What was going on? Why did he feel like he didn't understand a single word? Old Wu could tell that the young master was confused. He smiled and said, the young master might not be clear about these realms. Let this old servant explain it to the young master. The martial path is split into 12 realms. These 12 realms are the foundation. But even if they are the foundation, some people might not be able to reach perfection in their lifetime. Above the 12 is Master Realm, one needs to open up the conception and governing meridians and open up the Yin and Yang ocean. Then, it is Grandmaster Realm. For normal people, if they don't have a fortuitous encounter, it will be tough for them to reach such a realm. Above that is God Essence Realm. This realm is a huge difference, a gap that can't be crossed. One can absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Then, it is Void Realm. This realm is much more magical, one can punch space and open up space to store things. Above Void Realm is Heaven and Earth 5-element realm, commonly known as 5-element realm. One can use the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. As Old Wu spoke, he stopped. What is next? Lin Fan was pumped up. He didn't know about the realm divisions, but now that he heard Old Wu say it, he felt like it was amazing. Now that Old Wu suddenly stopped, it made his heart itch. Young master, let's not talk so much. Just cultivate and try to reach that realm. Be it old master or I, we all hope that young master can improve. Old Wu smiled. To Old Wu, he just hoped that young master could be safe. As for reaching those realms, it was impossible. Young master cultivated too late. He missed the best time. Unless he had a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, there was no hope for him to reach Grandmaster or God Essence Realm. As for Void Realm and Heaven and Earth 5-element, that was even more impossible. Lin Fan looked at Old Wu and felt a little uncomfortable. What he hated the most was when people stopped halfway. Wasn't that just torturing him? But forget it. He was satisfied knowing that there were realms above God Essence Realm. Void Realm, 5-element realm. These were 2 decent realms. He had been thinking about why he didn't have a storage ring. So only when one reached Void Realm could one open up their own space to store things. Old Wu, there is nothing for you to do here. I will take a look myself. Lin Fan said. The techniques here were all his. As for taking them away, he wouldn't take them away. Anyway, the small support system had already recorded them. He wanted to beat himself to death. If he knew that this would happen, he would have taken the initiative to learn some when he left. However, that was impossible. Father was so disappointed in him, so how would he let him take a look? Old Wu looked at young master and nodded his head, okay, then I will take my leave. In the secret room, Lin Fan was prepared to record all of these techniques. Although rage points couldn't support him for now, it was good to have more skills. One day he would use them. However, he was thinking about one thing. Just how strong was his father? Based on what Old Wu said, the techniques here were of such a high level, and normal people definitely wouldn't be able to get them. Perhaps his father was the hidden big boss. Old Wu found Old Master at the fastest speed. Old Master, young master has returned. I have brought him to the secret room as per your instructions. Old Wu said. Did he lose weight? Lin Wani asked. Old Wu said, no, I think he gained some weight. When Lin Wani heard that, he was furious, this heartless thing actually gained weight. Did he ask where I went? Yes, the moment young master came back, the first thing he asked was where old master went. Old Wu said right away. He knew that old master missed young master, but the situation didn't allow him to do so. He could only keep it in his heart. Scoff, at least he has a conscience. Lin Wani said. His mood was much better. Brother Wu, remember, I don't care what you do, you have to send this kid away. Old Wu nodded. Old master, I understand. Zhang Tianshan, why don't you return to Martial Path Mountain? Lin Wani said. Zhang Tianshan was stunned, like he was insulted. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me or my formation? Let me tell you, don't think that you can look down on me just because you are strong. If I open the formation, even you will suffer. Do you believe me? Lin Wani saw that Zhang Tianshan was bragging, so he didn't expose him. Forget it, what else could he say? Chapter 257. Old Wu left hurriedly and returned to the manor in case young master didn't see him and got suspicious. He felt that young master definitely had some doubts, so he couldn't show any flaws in his words and actions. Fortunately, the people in the city were experienced. To them, young master was still too young. They were really familiar with the tricks they played. How could someone like young master, who hadn't been out in the world, understand? Lin Wani looked at the crack and his eyes shone brightly. As long as there was something wrong with the crack, he wouldn't hold back and would slash right in. He didn't want to cause too much commotion and be noticed by the unfilial kid. Brother Lin, be careful. News spread from Laoshan City that someone is working together. Fortunately, they noticed, otherwise, the outcome would be catastrophic. Zhang Tianshan said. He felt that this was much more intense than before. Moreover, the enemy was really calm. It is hard to say. Many people stayed here and hid. It is hard to differentiate them, so we can only remain calm and not panic. Lin Wani said. Imperial dynasty didn't sit still and wait for death. They were luring them, but the effect was really bad. Lin Manor. Lin Fan spent a period of time in the secret room. The techniques were really amazing and he could understand very few of them. It was probably because they were too high level and with his cultivation, he couldn't understand them. With his estimations. There were 6 God Essence Realm ones, 11 Void Realm ones, 13 5 Element Realm ones. There were also techniques above 5 Element Realm. However, there were very few of them, like they were decreasing by leaps and bounds. What an overbearing collection room. Based on this, how many rage points do I need? He was a little afraid. He was really worried that he wouldn't have enough rage points and that he would waste so many techniques. He walked out of the secret room. Old Wu was still waiting outside. Young master, how is it? Old Wu asked. It is not bad. Lin Fan said. It was indeed not bad, it was really shocking. Just these techniques alone were things that people couldn't get if they were placed outside. If they were sold outside, how much would they sell for? One probably didn't even dare to think about it. Maybe it couldn't be measured by wealth and one had to use true treasures to exchange for it. Old Wu's thoughts were really simple, which was to chase young master out of the Lin Manor. However, he couldn't say it out loud. If young master felt that something was off, he would realize that something was wrong. He had to think about it. What should he do to make young master leave? At night, Lin Fan returned to his familiar house and laid down on it. Then, he fell asleep. Tranquility, peace, comfort. The most important thing was that indescribable feeling. City, Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. Brother Wu, we can't do anything about this for now. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion's manager, Zhang Sheng, said helplessly. Brother Wu had gathered them here to ask if there was any solution. What method was there for young Master Lin to leave Yu City? This problem was a little complicated. I have a plan. Zhu Shen kept silent for a moment and said. Oh. What is it? Old Wu asked. As long as they could chase young master away, they could try. However, they only had one chance. If they couldn't chase him away, they would be easily exposed. Zhu Shen said solemnly, actually, it is really simple. We can pretend to be enemies and wipe out the Lin Manor. Brother Wu will pretend to be dead and we will chase young Master Lin. Naturally, he will leave Yu City and definitely won't return. At least, before he becomes stronger, he definitely won't return. Don't you think that is a good idea? Zhang Sheng looked at Zhu Shen. Old Zhu, did you kill so many pigs that you became muddle-headed? Why are you even asking if this is a good idea? Let me ask you a few questions. Brother Wu is strong, right? How can we fight him? Didn't I say we would pretend? I didn't say we would really fight. Brother Wu just needs to act and lie on the ground. Zhu Shen replied. He was a little unhappy. What did he mean by killing pigs? He was the one who chose him to open a restaurant and he was the one who killed pigs. He was the one who wanted to change, so he swapped with him. Now, he actually turned on him. What a practical person. Zhang Xing said, okay, then let me ask you. What if young Master Lin knows that he can't win and still wants to stay in Lin Manor? Will you really kill him or pretend to kill him? How is that possible? He knew that he couldn't win, so naturally, he would flee if he had a chance. How could he not flee? Isn't that just dumb? Zhu Shen retorted. He didn't agree with what Zhang Xing said and felt like it was nonsense. Zhang Xing smiled, okay, then let me ask you. There are many people in Yu City who know that they are no match for those people. At the same time, they know that they are about to arrive but they still don't leave. Can you say that they are dumb? Zhu Shen was speechless. He reacted enraged, how can you dig a hole for me to jump in? He felt like Zhang Sheng was digging a hole for him to jump in. That was just too despicable. Okay, stop arguing. Old Wu pressed his hands down to tell them to calm down. As expected of a big brother. The noisy Zhu Shen didn't say anything as he respected his big brother. After all, Old Wu and Lin Wani had taught them well. Even if they were old now, that shadow still covered their hearts. Zhu Shen's words make sense, or rather, there is a possibility of it being implemented. I just thought of an idea. I can wipe out my family and I can die, but someone has to save me. Zhang Sheng, you will help. When Zhu Shen and the others force my young master into despair, you will save him and bring him away. Old Wu thought about it and chose Zhu Shen's idea. Zhu Shen looked at Zhang Sheng in delight like he was saying, did you see that? You didn't agree but Brother Wu agreed, so what else could you say? Zhang Sheng said, Brother Wu, don't you think that this matter is a little problematic? If you think about it, you will easily notice the problem. Zhu Shen took in a deep breath and looked at Zhang Sheng unhappily. Why did this old man always go against him? That was just so annoying. There is nothing problematic about it. Although Zhu Shen's suggestion has many contradictions, it is indeed the most effective and also the most unsolvable. Let's work hard tonight and deal with this matter. We will attack tomorrow night. I don't want my young master to remain in Yu City after tomorrow. Old Wu looked at them and said solemnly. Understood. Master Lin has guarded Yu City for decades, so we can't let him die. Everyone nodded their heads and agreed with that idea. Old Wu said, okay, then it is decided. I hope that all of you can perform well. Zhu Shen, you look really fierce and muscular, so you will be the enemy. Zhang Sheng will be the person to save my young master. As for the others, do what you need to do and don't reveal any flaws. The night was really cold. In Drunk Fragrance Pavilion, a bunch of people decided on this matter. Lin Fan was still sleeping in his room. He slept really peacefully and didn't know what had happened outside. The next day. Comfortable, I have never slept so well before. Is this the benefit of being home? Lin Fan stretched. It felt really good to be home. If one didn't personally experience it, one wouldn't be able to imagine how good it felt. getting the secret technique from home was his biggest gain. No, it should be that nothing happened in U City was the biggest gain. The main reason why he returned to U City was because he was afraid that something would happen to his family. Now that nothing happened, wasn't that great? Old Wu waited outside and brought him to have breakfast. After breakfast, Old Wu took him to have breakfast. Lin Fan returned to the room and packed his luggage. Since his father wasn't home, he didn't continue to wait. Otherwise, when his father returned, he would not be alone. Instead, he would bring someone with him. That would be a real trap. He was terrified of his father's actions. Did he really want him to get married that badly? Just thinking about it terrified him. This was why it was best if he left the Lin family and hid for a while. Moreover, he wanted to show his father his current strength and instantly shock him. However, his father wasn't in U City and he had nowhere to show off his strength. Even if he did it in front of Old Wu, it would be pointless. This was why he decided to continue to bear with it. Once he raised his strength, he would return to U City to show his father. Now that he had obtained many secret techniques, what he lacked was rage points. He had to think of a way to get enough. Old Wu came to take a look at young master. When he noticed that young master was carrying a bag, he was slightly shocked and asked curiously, "Young master, where are you going?" Although his words were a question, he was praying in his heart that he had to leave. "Old Wu, I came back to see whether or not something happened in U City. Looking at the situation, it seems like nothing happened. I think I should leave. After a period of time, I will come back," Lin Fan said. Old Wu's expression was calm, but deep down, he was really anxious. He was actually going to leave, that was just too unbelievable. However, he couldn't show it, otherwise, there would be problems. "Young master, why didn't you bring those secret techniques?" Old Wu asked. Lin Fan waved his hands, "There is no need, it is too problematic. Moreover, I don't understand them, so why would I bring them? If I lose them outside, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? If I really need them in the future, I will come back to take a look. After all, this is my home, so who wouldn't come back for me?" There was nothing wrong with what he said. However, to Old Wu, that wasn't what he wanted. He wanted young master to bring those secret techniques back to Martial Path Mountain. No one knew what the future would be like. The crack would open and those fellows would come. Whether or not U City could still exist was a problem. If he left the secret techniques and U City was destroyed, then there would be nothing left. This was a legacy that old master hoped to bring away. However, he couldn't show too much. Otherwise, if young master noticed the problem, then all his hard work would be wasted. Lin Fan carried the bag and said, "I am leaving. If my father comes back, tell him to take care of his body. After a period of time, I will come back to see him." The moment he said that, he carried the bag and left. Chapter 258. Old Wu wanted to say a few words to stop young master, but he swallowed those words. Now that young master was leaving U City, wasn't that what he wanted? If he said a few more words, young master might change his mind or notice the problem. This was why he accompanied young master and sent him to the city gate. City gate. "Young master, be careful." Old man Wu treated this as the last time they would meet. He had a smile on his face, but it was a forced one. Lin Fan didn't see his expression and nodded his head, "I know. Don't worry, I am not a person who causes trouble, so how can I not be safe? I am leaving." He waved his hands and walked into the distance. Slowly, Old Wu could only see his back view. "Haze, young master." Old Wu was a little sad. He watched young master grow up, and now he was going to leave U City. Who knew what would happen in the future? If U City wasn't there, young master would really be alone. He hoped that young master would be strong and have the courage to move forward. Borderland. you really aren't going back to see him? Zhang Tianshan asked. Lin Wani looked at the crack and his gaze didn't change at all. No, if I leave and the crack opens and someone comes out, then what? That kid needs training. Under my wings, he won't grow up. What a waste, even if I don't show off my strength, that unfilial kid still messes with me. That was indeed the case. Lin Wani was really low profile in Yu City and didn't show much strength. He even purposely created a situation where the three families fought. Who knew that his son was still so lazy and just wanted to waste his days? He didn't show any signs of working hard at all. Zhang Tianshan didn't say much. He knew that Lin Wani wanted to go back and take a look. Maybe this would be the last time they met. He looked at the expressionless Lin Wani and sighed. He had taken on too much. Was there a need to give so much? Lin Wani looked really calm, but actually, he wasn't. He really wanted to go back and take a look, but he couldn't. The current situation didn't allow him to leave. Old Wu stood at the city gate for a long while before shaking his head and turning his head. Within a certain room. Kiki. Lin family, I am definitely going to wipe them out today. Let's see who can stop me. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Zhu Shen held the machete and his face was dark and sunken. Zhang Sheng instantly appeared and smacked Zhu Shen aside. He pretended to help the person on the ground up. Young Master Lin, I am late. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I will save you and leave. Zhu Shen frowned. Zhang Sheng, do you know how to act? Your expression is so calm and it looks fake. Can you show some sadness and rage? You aren't angry at all and even risked your life to save him. What does that have to do with the Lin family? Zhu Shen, what do you mean? I have long reached a calm state of mind. How could such a thing happen? Zhang Sheng retorted and felt like Zhu Shen didn't understand. Zhu Shen smiled, your words are interesting. What do you mean by being calm? Can young Master Lin tell? Isn't the reason why I have to reveal my ferocious appearance when I kill people to make things more realistic? All of you, start again. Don't reveal any flaws. One flaw might cause all our efforts to go to waste. There were many people around. They were all assassins who followed Zhu Shen and didn't have any lines to say. To prevent mistakes, they all wore masks and one couldn't see their faces at all. That night, Old Wu stayed in the manor and told Old Master about what happened. After Old Master heard about it, he was furious once more. Unfilial kid. He told him to take the techniques and leave, but in the end, he didn't even take a single one. He was just so stubborn and didn't even listen to him. Lin Wani was so furious that he nearly had a heart attack and fainted. Luckily, Zhang Tianshan consoled him and he felt slightly better. Old Wu frowned. He felt like he forgot something. No, he didn't forget anything, right? Suddenly, a bunch of voices descended from the sky. Zhu Shen, who held a machete, was really aggressive. He looked really vicious and vicious. Tonight, we will wipe out the entire Lin Manor and leave no one alive. Kill. Hung Long. Zhu Shen slashed and the blade light shot through the air. It landed on the empty ground of the Lin Manor and slashed out a deep moat. Old Wu was just about to rest when he heard the commotion outside. He was shocked and instantly came to his senses. He forgot something important, which was to tell Zhu Shen and the others that the mission had been cancelled. Looking at the situation, it seemed like it really came. Zhu Shen. Old Wu stepped out and was about to say something, but Zhu Shen stopped him. Zhu Shen didn't expect Brother Wu to call him by his name. He had never said that before. He instantly understood. Was he trying to make things seem more real? Ha ha ha, I, Zhu Shen, have endured humiliation and hid in Yu City for decades just for this day. Die. Zhu Shen didn't say a word. He raised his machete and slashed down. Blade energy surged and it was obvious that he was serious. Of course, he wasn't Brother Wu's match, but if he didn't make it seem more real, how could he? Hung Long. A battle erupted. Old Wu was prepared to speak but Zhu Shen stopped him. He didn't give him a chance to speak at all. The Lin Manor situation caught the attention of many people in Yu City. Zhu Shen, young master has left, so what are you doing? Put it down. Old Wu was helpless. What was Zhu Shen thinking? Didn't he notice that young master wasn't in the manor? Zhu Shen was stunned and stopped what he was doing. What was going on? He raised his hand and the people behind him stopped too. They had no enemies to slash, so they just acted like they were slashing at the air. They acted like they were doing something. Brother Wu, why didn't you say so earlier? Zhu Shen was helpless. So, it was all a mistake. Old Wu looked at Zhu Shen and shook his head. Why were you so rash? He felt that he was too careless. When young master left in the day, he forgot to inform Zhu Shen. He thought that everyone saw it, but who knew that Zhu Shen and the others were busy practicing and didn't care so much? Then, everyone took off their masks. Who knew that in the end, it was all a mistake? Suddenly, Zhu Shen looked at the other person. They all took off their masks but that person didn't. At the same time, he counted and realized that there was one more person. Who are you? There are only 10 of us here, so how did you sneak in? Take off your mask. Who are you? Zhu Shen's tone became really strict. This was Yu City and he actually snuck in. That was enough to show that he was really bold and actually disregarded their existence. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, you all. The masked person opened his mouth. His tone was filled with shock and disbelief. Zhu Shen said, we are acting. Who is your friend? Who are you to actually have the courage to sneak into our group? How bold. The masked person who snuck into the group had a dark and solemn expression on his face. How did this happen? Take him down. Old Wu's expression was really solemn. He didn't expect that someone would sneak into Yu City. The masked person retreated and tore open the space to try to flee. In the distance, a cold light flashed across. The space ripped open and the masked person fell down. Zhang Shen was prepared to enter to save him but who knew that such a thing would happen? He felt really helpless. That night, Lin Fan was already far away from Yu City and was only halfway to Martial Path Mountain. He rested in the forest and looked at the small support system. Rage points, 47699. There weren't many rage points but there weren't few either. Usually, many random rage points would appear. He didn't know who was angry, maybe it was someone he had heard in the past. There were basically no extra manuals that he was cultivating, and the extra ones had not been upgraded. What a waste of Elder Hunching's sword techniques. If he could refresh them, that would be great. However, he had no choice as they were fixed and couldn't be washed away. The 6 God Essence Realm techniques he got from home were what he needed. At the same time, it made him feel that his father might really be a dual cultivator. That was because there were indeed techniques to cultivate the God body. Improve. Consumed 4,000 rage points. Golden Sun Shining Sky, Basics, this physique cultivation technique was quite good. When he cultivated it, a scorching power appeared in his body, like the temperature of the sun. However, he was only at the basics and the effects weren't obvious, but it was already really overbearing. He continued to improve. Golden Sun Shining Sky, returning to true, consumed a total of 39,000 rage points. Wang! Lin Fan's body shook and a golden color appeared on it. The surrounding plants seemed to be affected by the heat and started to dry up. Each of his pores felt like there was a sun giving off heat. Father's collection was really extraordinary. He felt that this technique was probably the strongest in God Essence realm. His physical body's strength was greatly increased. He retracted his cultivation. The phenomenons slowly dissipated. The sun-like glow in each of his pores slowly disappeared. His cultivation speed, which relied on the small support system, was just too quick. It was so quick that one couldn't even react. It was just too difficult for normal people to cultivate a cultivation technique to the returning to true realm. Even an ordinary secret manual would require a lot of energy and time. He just needed to rely on rage points to do that. Simple, easy, and there were no negative emotions that tainted it. Who knew how many people broke down in order to cultivate a technique to a high level? Don't think that such things wouldn't happen. That is really going to happen. Now that the technique problem was solved, the next thing was to think of a way to get rage points. Then, his own strength would be greatly enhanced. When that happened, he would return to U City and have a good chat with his father. The night was silent. Lin Fan closed his eyes and was prepared to have a good rest. But suddenly, he opened his eyes. In the darkness of the night, several faint lights suddenly flashed past. Chapter 259. I just went home to take a look. I didn't offend anyone, so they shouldn't be here to find me. Lin Fan muttered to himself. 9-Bug Gang was wiped out by a certain elder, which meant that he had one less enemy. He felt slightly pitiful and helpless. He didn't like to offend people. Truthfully, he felt that he had few enemies. Although he didn't dare to say that he had many friends, at least he didn't have many enemies. Who wouldn't agree with what he said? Qingshan Temple wasn't. Yin Demon wasn't. Zhouyuan Sect wasn't. Xiedao Sect wasn't. Imperial Dynasty Zhao family wasn't. There were too many people who weren't happy with Lin Fan's words, so many that they couldn't be counted. Only someone who was thick-skinned to a certain extent could say such words without batting an eyelid. He was simply shameless. Suddenly, with a show, like something broke through the air. It was really quick and gave out an ear-piercing sound. A cold glow appeared in front of Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. Pata! Lin Fan raised his hand and caught the incoming object between his two fingers. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an iron ball the size of a thumb. The iron ball was connected to a silver-white thread, and under the illumination of the moonlight, it emitted a faint silver light. Who? Lin Fan frowned and was really unhappy. Which bastard was so arrogant to actually block him? He didn't remember who he offended. Didn't he feel that his actions were a little too much? He didn't offend others, but that didn't mean that he would be easily offended. See law. The iron ball between his fingers suddenly became very smooth, and it slid down from his fingers. The thread seemed to have become longer, and it directly wrapped around Lin Fan's body. In an instant, it wrapped around Lin Fan, and he couldn't even move his limbs. I caught him. In the darkness, a joyful voice spread out. It was obvious that he didn't expect it to be so simple. There wasn't even any trouble at all. Then, several people walked out from the darkness. Oi! I say, you little bastards, are you sick in the head? I don't even know you. Why did you capture me? Lin Fan asked. He took a close look. He didn't know any of them. Was there a mistake for them to capture him for no reason? Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 444. The three of them gave Lin Fan some gains. Kid, watch your mouth. One of the men's tone turned gloomy. It was obvious that he was angered by Lin Fan's words. What did he mean by a little brat? They had never thought that they would meet such an arrogant person here. You should be Lin Wani's son. At this moment, the man holding a thread in his hand asked. His eyes were like pearls, shining in the dark night. I'm your father. What do you want? Forgive Lin Fan for speaking so violently. He had no choice. To attract rage points, he could only act like he was impulsive. He didn't even want to say too much nonsense and wanted to use strength to suppress him. Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999. Sure enough, cursing was very useful. In an instant, it accumulated the other party's anger to the limit. Courting death. One of the slightly plump fellows shouted angrily and swung his arm. With a shio shio sound, several cold lights swept out. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be internal force needles condensed from internal force. Inner force? Lin Fan was slightly stunned and then shook his head. What a despicable title. They weren't even at God Essence Realm and dared to find trouble with him. Didn't they ask around? Also, who were these people? They actually asked whether or not he was Lin Wani's son. Did they want to kidnap him to threaten his father? Dang dang. The internal force needles struck Lin Fan's body like they were hitting metal, giving out a crisp sound. They didn't even break his skin at all. Awkward. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became awkward. This. Lin Fan lowered his head and looked at his perfectly fine skin. He then looked at them. Your needles don't seem sharp. Shock. The three of them looked at Lin Fan in shock like they didn't expect that. Very quickly, one of them reacted and laughed coldly. So, you are an expert. Since that is the case, then I am not afraid of killing you right away. What did he say? Lin Fan really wanted to ask, what brother were you talking about? Why didn't he understand? Pang! True essence exploded from his body, following the threads and turning into lightning. There was a sizzling sound as it struck towards Lin Fan. Out of the three of them, only one was a God Essence Realm expert while the other two were Master Realm. The eye-piercing lightning instantly covered Lin Fan. Poochie! Lin Fan clenched his fists and his muscles swelled up. With a loud bang, the threads that were wrapped around his body broke apart. Lin Fan then grabbed hold of the threads and exerted strength. A strong force burst forth. The other party's face changed. He couldn't block it at all. His body flew towards Lin Fan like a cannonball. Pang! Lin Fan didn't show any mercy. When he got close, he punched his young face. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His head smashed into the ground and formed a deep hole. It ended just like that. Pata! He stepped on the man's head and waved at the other two dumbstruck fellows. Come over. The other two looked at Lin Fan in shock. Damn it! What was going on? The two of them slowly moved backward. This was the rhythm of them wanting to run. However, Lin Fan's next sentence had sealed off all their paths of escape. Don't think about leaving. Come over or I will beat you to death. Lin Fan said. His tone didn't sound like he was joking. It felt like everything he said was true. The two of them looked at the person who was being stepped on by Lin Fan and then at Lin Fan. They knew that Lin Fan was very strong, much stronger than them, by a lot. With their cultivation, it was basically impossible for them to escape from his hands. Lin Fan didn't want to kill them. He had many questions. Who were they and who sent them? He couldn't just kill them and forget about it, right? That was impossible. Only by asking them would it be the safest. Not long later. The three of them were tied to the tree by Lin Fan. The fellow who was knocked out by Lin Fan slowly woke up. When he woke up, he definitely wanted to fight back. After all, he was a God Essence Realm expert, so how could he be defeated so easily? Lin Fan obviously wouldn't give him a chance to act cool. He punched him and scolded him into submission. Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999. Such a simple operation was enough to make the three of them not dare to say anything more. Lin Fan was unfamiliar with them and had never seen them before. He had been guessing which faction he offended. However, he couldn't guess anything. Let me ask you, just answer me honestly. I have a good temper and usually won't hurt people. Don't worry about that. First, he had to appease their emotions. If he wanted to get more inside information, he had to let them see the hope of survival. If he didn't even give them hope, he was afraid that they would be the same as those people in the 9-bug gang division. They would rather die than speak any nonsense. The God Essence Realm expert who was beaten up by Lin Fan squinted and looked at Lin Fan. It wasn't that he didn't want to open his eyes but that they were swollen. Lin Fan's strength exceeded his expectations. How could he be so strong? This was totally different from the news he got. His swollen eyes gave off a cold glow and were really dark and sunken. Even if he was weaker than Lin Fan, the rage in his heart was still burning. Which faction are you from? Lin Fan asked. Slowly, he had to ask questions one by one. If he asked too many, it would seem like he was in a rush. Lin Fan looked at the three of them. Two of them lowered their heads and didn't dare to look into Lin Fan's eyes. As for the fellow who was beaten up, he squinted his eyes and stared at Lin Fan in rage. Even if his eyes were swollen, he could sense the rage in his gaze. You really don't want to tell me the truth? Lin Fan asked helplessly. I wanted to have a good conversation with all of you, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being cruel to all of you. Refresh. Bug controlling technique reached the peak. Gray True Essence spread out, covering a wide area. It was dozens of times larger than when he was only at Grandmaster Realm. Maybe this was a huge leap in quality, which was why he had such an effect. Peng peng. A soft sound spread out from all around. Only the two Master Realm people's expressions changed, like they felt that something terrifying was heading towards them. They weren't calm and their gazes towards Lin Fan were filled with panic. As for the God Essence Realm expert, he was really calm. He stared right at Lin Fan. He really wanted to fight him to the death. The three of them were so furious, rage points came uninvited. They started to increase. At that moment, a small bug laid on Lin Fan's finger. The bug was small but its body was covered in spikes. Do you see it? This sand-sized bug likes to climb into your body. Like ants, it likes to bite your flesh and organs and then climb out from the holes on your body. It might crawl out from your nose, your mouth, or even your buttocks. It might even crawl out from the tiny cracks where water is sprinkled. Do you want to give it a try? If you don't tell me, I think you'll have the chance to do so. Lin Fan's tone was dark and sunken, and there was a bit of terror in it. Maybe that God Essence Realm expert wouldn't speak so easily, but these two Master Realm experts would probably pee their pants. After all, his words caused his body to shake. He felt really terrified. Speak, which side do you belong to? Lin Fan asked. He just wanted to know who these people were. This place was just too close to U City. Although he couldn't believe the words of the people who left U City, there was no smoke without fire. What if something really happened? Chapter 260. You are not allowed to speak. If you dare, I will kill you. The God Essence Realm expert raged. Even if he was suppressed, he didn't want to reveal anything. He directly threatened the two of them. It was obvious that he felt that the two of them had a high chance of revealing the truth. So, that is the case. I think the two of you will say it. Lin Fan chuckled. He hadn't expected the other party to be so stupid to be able to expose the situation of these two people in an instant. Who said that he was stupid? He was sure that if 100 people heard those words, they wouldn't be able to think of such a deep point. Only he noticed it. Truthfully, this was something he saw in dramas in his last life. Often, people who were captured by the villain would shout at their teammates not to tell them. But most of the time, they really did. This was why it was good to watch more dramas. After all, no one knew when they would be caught. Wait, I don't think I am the villain, right? The two Master Realm people's eyes shone with a cold light. It was obvious that they were afraid of Lin Fan. But the words of a God Essence Realm expert were still threatening to them. They didn't dare to speak, they just lowered their heads and hoped that someone would come and save them. What they were most afraid of was that if they said the truth, someone would come and save them. That would be really awkward. Lin Fan's patience had a limit. He walked in front of a guy. "Oi, are you going to speak or not?" The pupils of the man who was chosen by Lin Fan shrunk. It was as if he had seen a ghost. There were 3 people here. Why did Lin Fan have to choose him? Then, he shouted in fear, I don't know anything. Go ask him, don't ask me." It was obvious that he was afraid of Lin Fan deep in his heart. Of course, whether or not he was afraid because of the bug or because of Lin Fan's strength, no one knew. The guy who was tied up looked at his partner in shock. That was too cunning, actually asking him to ask him. He didn't expect that his good brother would betray him at such a time. Damn. Lin Fan placed his hand on her shoulder and smiled. "No, I want to know from your mouth. Tell me now. Just answer me if you are going to tell me or not. You don't have to say so much nonsense." The Master Realm expert lowered his head and shivered. It was obvious that he was hesitating and didn't know whether or not he should say it. Lin Fan was lazy to say more. He raised his finger and placed the bug on his nose. He was so frightened that he screamed. I will speak. He clearly didn't expect the other party to be so decisive and not give him any chance at all. He wanted to cry. Why? There were obviously 2 other people. If you want to interrogate them, just interrogate them. Why did you have to choose me? How infuriating, he was really infuriating. Lin Fan didn't stop. He wanted to let the other party feel how it felt to be bitten by a bug. Only after experiencing it would he know how important it was to be honest. It wasn't something that could be solved just by shouting. The bug climbed into his nose and then ran down his throat. Under Lin Fan's control, the bug could reach anywhere in his body. Do you feel that there is a bug on your beating heart? Red, very young, very energetic. Thump, thump, thump heart. My bug is telling me that it can't wait to taste it. The guy was shocked. His face was ashen white and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. It was obvious that he was frightened by Lin Fan. Screams exploded out. Heart-wrenching pain like a piece of his heart was really being bitten. Don't use your weak internal strength to fight the bug in your body. You are still too weak. Lin Fan said. He could sense the news that the bug sent back. This fellow screamed and didn't forget to use internal strength to suppress his bug. Unfortunately, with his strength, it was impossible for him to wipe out this bug that was buffed by the bug controlling technique's special internal strength. He felt that the bug controlling technique would get stronger when one was strong. It was totally different from some secret techniques, like it would never change. It would become stronger along with the strength of the user. One could tell from the bug that it had mutated to a terrifying level. Soon, a mutated worm slowly crawled out from the man's ear. The sharp teeth between the upper and lower jaw bit on a small piece of flesh. Look, this is a small part of your heart. If you don't tell me, there will be more. Lin Fan smiled. Instantly, there were many bugs all around. They were like soldiers. Under Lin Fan's control, they lined up in an orderly manner and waited quietly. The guy was in so much pain that his body was covered in cold sweat. His pupils constricted and he was totally stunned by Lin Fan's actions. How did Lin Fan do such a terrifying thing? I said that we are from the Alliance. The guy hollered. You actually dare to betray the Alliance? Shut up, otherwise, you will die. That God Essence Realm stared at his partner in rage. He didn't expect that he would choose to betray him. At that moment, Lin Fan was stunned as he stood on the spot. Alliance? Such a familiar term. It was also a modern term. If he didn't understand wrongly, the Alliance was something that appeared in movies. It was an organization that merged all the powers together. Where is it? Lin Fan asked. It was like a magical door had appeared in front of him, giving him a strong desire to investigate it. Behind the border crack. We came from Laoshan City. The guy said in fear. Rage points plus 999. This God Essence Realm expert was really helpful, continuously giving him rage points. He could applaud him for being such a good person. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. Many thoughts appeared in his mind. Although he only said the word, alliance, he was really curious about whether or not it was what he thought it was. Why did you find me? I don't think I am familiar with all of you. Lin Fan asked. He understood that he shouldn't be familiar with them, but they knew him. No. If he guessed boldly, they should know his father. There was really a problem with Yu City. He closed his eyes and started to think about the situation there. Many scenes flashed across his mind. Although Old Wu's tone didn't change, it was like he wanted him to leave and also wanted him to take the technique away. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion's waiter disappeared. The closing of the brothels in the city was a sign that there was a problem. Shut up, you shut up. The God Essence Realm expert hollered in rage, causing huge pressure on the terrified guy. Lin Fan waved his arm and numerous bugs climbed onto his body. They then covered his mouth such that he could only make noises and not say a single word. The current situation was just too sick. If one wasn't mentally strong, they might have vomited. You should be the one who should shut up. Continue, I want to know more. As long as you are honest, I can consider letting you live. Lin Fan said. The guy who was being interrogated looked at the deputy captain in shock and said in terror, "We received orders to come from Laoshan City to find you. Our captain has already entered Yu City to investigate the situation and search for your tracks. This is the current situation." Lin Fan squinted and felt like things were a little chaotic. Behind the border crack. This was a little interesting. Does the Alliance have nuclear bombs? Lin Fan asked. Nuclear bomb? What nuclear bomb? I have never heard of it before. The man shook his head and looked at his vice-captain from time to time. How could there be such disgusting things in his mouth? He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if these bugs were to crawl all over his mouth. What kind of horrifying scene would it be? He had never heard of it. Was he thinking too much? Lin Fan asked, then, why did you come here? Do you want to enslave us or occupy us? The man looked at Lin Fan in fear and said, our resources have been used up and we need to open up a new place. As for the rest, I really don't know. Please let me go. You promised me that as long as I cooperate, you'll let me live. Tears and snot were all over his face. You heard it wrongly. I said that I can consider letting you live, not that I'm sure. What you're saying now isn't of much help to me. Lin Fan said. However, he was also thinking about what was behind the crack. In the past, he wasn't sure how strong his father was. But after the techniques in the secret room, he could see that he was really strong. If not, how could he have so many techniques? If one had to say. He felt that his father was guarding the border. If not, such a strong person wouldn't stay in such a broken place unless he had problems in his head. Rage points plus 999 inch despicable, how can there be such a despicable person like you? You didn't keep your word, you are lying to me. The guy hollered in rage. He didn't expect that he would feel so bad being lied to. At the same time, he didn't expect that people from rich land would be like that. Lin Fan looked at the other guy, do you have anything to add? The guy who was tied up in the middle didn't say anything. He had nothing to say. This person was a liar, someone who didn't keep his word. Whoever believed him would be a fool. He waved his hands and the bugs in the God Essence Realm expert's mouth dissipated. Do you have anything to add? But he didn't bother about Lin Fan and looked at his partner in rage. You betrayed us and will be punished. Do you think that he will let you go just because you said it? You are such a dumb person, you deserve to die, you really deserve to die. The guy who was terrified by Lin Fan lowered his head and felt that he was wrong. Lin Fan didn't think about letting him go and that he was just dreaming. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to get anything useful out of him. But it didn't matter, it wasn't important. The important thing was the rage points. Chapter 261. In a dark and damp cave, all sorts of bugs crawled on the walls. At the same time, there were many beast corpses piled up around. The atmosphere was really terrifying. Monster Emperor, how did you become so pitiful? In the cave, a person stood there and looked at the depths of the cave at the 9-bug gang leader who was so fat that he turned into a ball. His tone was teasing like he was gloating. Kiki, pitiful? No, it isn't pitiful but an improvement. Sword Head is really amazing, I didn't expect you to beat me up like that, ha 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 ha. Monster Emperor laughed out loud. As he laughed too intensely, the fats on his body were shaking. The black-robed man looked at Monster Emperor and dissed in his heart. He was really a lunatic. If not for his need, he really didn't want to be with such a sick person. Your city is defended by Lin Wani and we can't break the defense. I hope that you can fulfill your promise. Laoshan City, Maigu City, Tianshui City, and Fengyue City have all activated their defenses. We just need you to help us break one city. The black-robed man said. Monster Emperor lowered his head and tore at his body. He reached his fingers into his body and pulled out a bunch of rotten flesh. He tossed it to the side and said casually, do you know why I lost so badly? Monster Emperor, I am talking to you about something important. Can you treat it seriously? The black-robed man was a little furious. This fellow was just too much. Not only was he ugly and fat, but he was also so rude. He didn't even care about their matter at all. How annoying. Monster Emperor continued, although Sword Head is strong, it is impossible for him to injure me like this without suffering any injuries. However, thanks to his massacring sword path, he perfectly sliced open the hidden injuries in my body. That damn fellow saw that I was more talented and stronger than him, so he said that I had fallen. That is just so dumb. However, I have already used Sword Head's hands to succeed. Kekahahaha, Monster Emperor's maniacal laughter spread out from the cave. The black-robed man's body shook. He was actually shocked by Monster Emperor's perverted personality. However, there were some things that had to be said. Monster Emperor, can you be more serious? What I am talking to you is really important. If you continue like this, I think there is no need for us to continue working together. What he hated the most was talking to people who didn't respect him. Especially for such a freak. Monster Emperor's voice was hoarse and loud. Understood, haven't you always been serious? What, do you think I'm not serious? The black-robed man said, Monster Emperor, we know that you are a serious person, which is why we hope that you can complete this matter quickly. It will benefit both you and us. Oh. Monster Emperor smiled. Especially when he smiled, his eyes squinted and the corner of his mouth cracked. That terrifying feeling was enough to scare anyone. Oh right, listen carefully. Did you hear anything beautiful? Under the shocked gaze of the black-robed man, Monster Emperor grabbed the fat on his stomach and flicked it. The sound of waves spread out. It was so vast and ethereal like the sound of a celestial realm. To Monster Emperor, that voice might have been really beautiful, but to the black-robed man, he couldn't feel any beauty at all. Monster Emperor, you should slim down. Don't you think that your fat is affecting you? The black-robed man said. He didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Monster Emperor. He just needed to pass the message. He turned around and wanted to leave. He took a few steps and stopped. I hope it can be done quickly. What he didn't know was that when he said those words, Monster Emperor's expression became really ugly. He squinted and stared at the back view of the black-robed man. A killing intent exploded out from Monster Emperor's body. The temperature in the cave suddenly dropped like it was covered in ice. The black-robed man stopped and lowered his head. He realized that there was a shadow covering him and it was getting bigger and bigger. A bad feeling appeared in his heart. Monster Emperor, you, Peng. A fat palm swept across and smacked the black-robed man onto the wall. The wall cracked and the cave nearly collapsed. Damn, being unable to understand means that you are stupid enough. But since you dare to insult me, then you are asking to die. Monster Emperor stared at him in rage and a ball of killing intent exploded out from his body. The black-robed man was stunned like he didn't dare to believe it. Monster Emperor, you dare. Monster Emperor's fat body was like a giant mountain that pressed down on him. Stupid thing. Flames spat out from the black-robed man's eyes. Who knew that Monster Emperor would actually attack? He raged and kicked Monster Emperor's body with terrifying strength. With a peng, there was no shocking movement at all. His leg sunk deep into Monster Emperor's fat. With a kacha. How is that possible? He shouted in terror. A black whirlpool appeared at Monster Emperor's stomach. It was like a living being had opened its mouth and swallowed the black-robed man. As expected, there are too few people who can understand me. Monster Emperor muttered and a maniacal expression appeared in his eyes. The sky was bright. Lin Fan rested for a night and waited for the three of them to give him rage points. When the sky turned bright, the bugs swallowed the three of them. The pain of taking revenge was unbearable for normal people. Maybe this was the pain of sadness. It wasn't that Lin Fan was too cruel but that he really didn't know how to torture these people. If he kept them alive, they would just be a problem. Even if their cultivations were trashed, it was hard to say whether or not they would cause more problems. His gains were decent. 30,000 rage points were gathered over time. Of course, along the way, there were some unknown rage points. Maybe some people who were still alive were thinking about him. However, the number of rage points decreased. It should have been related to time. As a long time passed, people slowly forgot about him. He felt that these people were just too sad. The pain of the past was forgotten as time passed. This was called forgetting history. They didn't need to take revenge on him, but at least they remembered this period of history. How could they continue living so carelessly? Maybe when his status rose, those people might even turn around and lick his boots. Add points. God Body, 430 slowly increased and instantly reached 440. God Body, 440, Middle God Essence Realm, he clenched his fingers and terrifying power boiled. He casually added points. He didn't feel arrogant because his strength increased. Wasn't that normal? It was really casual. He raised his strength through playing and not through hard work. Otherwise, it wouldn't be work and rest, but it would overdraft his body. Lin Fan was thinking about what to do next. Should he return to U City or, he felt that he definitely couldn't return to U City. From Old Wu's actions, he could tell that U City didn't welcome him. Father definitely didn't head out and was just watching from somewhere. The meaning behind this was clear at a glance. They felt that they were weak and couldn't help at all. If they stayed in U City, they would just be a burden. To other people, they might be able to bear with it, but to him, he couldn't. That was an insult to him. Okay, I will head to Laoshan City. Once I raise my strength, I won't care about anywhere else. I will return to U City in glory and let Father see whether or not I am strong. Lin Fan gathered his courage and decided to work hard. He knew that Father was suppressing something and it wasn't a simple thing. To use his hot blood to go back to help Father. That was an extremely stupid action. As long as they weren't stupid, they would know that he was important to Father. When that happened, they would focus all their firepower on him to restrict Father. It would definitely have a huge impact. This was why he had to go to a place where no one knew who he was. Time to head out. Lin Fan was filled with energy and was about to head to Laoshan City. Wait. Suddenly, something awkward happened. Where was this Laoshan City? It wasn't that he was acting cool and acting cute. He really didn't know where Laoshan City was. Oh my god, if he knew, he would have asked the three of them. Then, he wouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. It should be there. Lin Fan thought about it and looked into the distance. He didn't care if it was real or fake and headed out right away. He followed his instincts and he definitely wouldn't be wrong. You city. You despicable fellows, to draw me out, you are actually so dirty. You city's Lin Wani. Scoff, you are just so. If you have balls, then let me go. The Void Realm idiot who mixed into the acting group hollered in rage. He wanted to ask whether or not he was strong in his life. He cultivated for 60 years to reach Void Realm and could be said to be a talented person. However, the truly terrifying thing was that the people surrounding me were all stronger than me. I am really anxious, what should I do? Pa! Zhu Xin's temper couldn't take it anymore and he slapped him. You fellow, you actually snuck into our group. Do you know that if young Master Lin was really in Yu City, you might have succeeded? That slap was a little fierce and left 5 claw marks on his face. Everyone had a lingering fear in their hearts. They were indeed frightened. Someone mixed in and they actually didn't notice. How terrifying was that? If young Master Lin was really there, then the outcome would have been catastrophic. Not to mention them, even the Void Transformation Realm experts of the Alliance were dumbfounded. What was going on? How did it become an act in the end? He really thought that someone wanted to wipe out Yu City Lin Manor, which was why he wanted to help. If he knew that this would happen, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Brother Wu, how should we deal with him? Zhu Xin asked. Old Wu said calmly like he was talking about something really normal, send him to talk to him and see what he is plotting. In the end, we will just kill him. Okay. The Void Realm expert hollered, you can't do that. He knew what talking to him meant. That would torture him to death. How vicious. I want to self-destruct, I want to self-destruct. Chapter 262. The next day. Old man, does this path lead to Laoshan City? Lin Fan stopped an old man who was carrying a pole and asked. It wasn't that he didn't believe in his sixth sense, but it was better to ask people than to walk all the way to the dark. The old man bent his back and it was obvious that he was a normal person. Young master, you are walking in the wrong direction to Laoshan City. Lin Fan didn't want to say anything. When the old man pointed out the path, he felt like something wasn't right. He was walking in the wrong direction. I can't accept this situation. How can I, Lin Fan, walk in the opposite direction? I'm doing this on purpose to prove that even a smart person like me can make a mistake sometimes. Lin Fan didn't say much. He wouldn't admit that he was walking in the wrong direction. He always believed that the world was round and as long as he walked forwards, he would definitely be able to circle back. Of course, unless he was stupid, he would definitely change the path. When the old man left, he turned around. He was helpless to actually walk in the wrong direction. This was such a sad story. Laoshan City, I am coming. He rose into the air and headed towards Laoshan City. He heard that there were enemies there. He also heard that there were rage points there. Although he didn't know whether or not it was true, he definitely wouldn't go wrong to take a look. He wanted to return to Martial Path Mountain to continue his life, but things didn't go as he expected. He would often face many unexpected situations, so he had to change his mind. He could only head forward step by step according to what happened. What was his father facing? Although he was God Essence Realm, from the techniques he got in the secret room, he knew that his father was so strong that he was afraid of him. But even such a strong father couldn't be distracted. That was enough to show how terrifying the target he was facing was. U City. Lin Wani stood guard at the border. The barrier was calm, and there were no abnormalities. Occasionally, a crack would open, but it would be destroyed by Lin Wani with a single strike. He didn't give the other side any chance to come out, and he didn't even give them a chance to send a message. This made the alliance furious. Lin Wani was amazing, but he couldn't be so overboard, right? His decisive killing and indiscriminate actions totally stunned the alliance. Why are you here again? Lin Wani opened his eyes and looked into the void. Old Ancestor Su had a smile on his face as he slowly walked out from the void. Not calm, it is really not calm. I can't stay here any longer. Now that the various defense lines are facing problems, your U City is the calmest, so I came to learn from you. Lin Wani didn't care about Old Ancestor Su's words at all. Okay, I am guarding this place. Unless I die, they can forget about taking a step forward. What do you want? I don't think that you came to chat with me because you have nothing better to do. If you're really bored, you can help me guard this place. I can also go take a rest. Old Ancestor Su said. Sword Palace Sword Head wiped out 9 bug gang headquarters and slashed open Nuteo River. The flood drowned Fuzhou and there were many casualties. Monster Emperor is nowhere to be found, he might be dead. Lin Wani was stunned and then said, as expected, you are too rash. Also, Monster Emperor won't die and it is hard to kill him. As the country protector, can you do something like find those people who are working with the alliance in case they sneak attack us? When that happens, it won't be so simple. Chaos, it is a total mess. Sword Head's actions have messed up everyone's plans. Old Ancestor Su said helplessly. This matter had exceeded his expectations. I don't know whether or not it is chaotic, that is your problem. I just need to defend you city. Oh right, I hope that when you return, you can bring my son away. I don't want him to get so close. Lin Wani said. His mind was filled with thoughts on how to ensure his son's safety. Other things weren't that important to him. Suddenly, the crack shook like someone was about to come out from within. Old Ancestor Su raised his hand and slapped the air. The space seemed to be squeezed and with a pang, it was destroyed. Someone screamed but all of that wasn't important anymore. Okay, when we pass Marshall Path Mountain, I will bring your son away. But if he doesn't listen to me, can I be violent? Old Ancestor Su smiled and asked. He had met that kid in the past and wanted to recognize him as his grandson but he actually didn't agree. Zhang Tianshan said, last time when you passed Jiang City, didn't you want young Master Lin to be your grandson? Brother Lin, you need to be careful. This person has always wanted to recognize you as his son. Instantly, Lin Wani squinted and his gaze became a little off. Old Ancestor Su smiled, don't look at me like that. I saw that your son was not bad and wanted to recognize him as my grandson to ensure his safety. Moreover, you are around the same age as my son. It is not a loss, it is really not a loss at all. Lin Wani wanted to hammer this fellow to death. His words were just too infuriating, but he was lazy to stoop to his level. Okay, I won't talk so much to you. It is good that you know these things in your heart. Be careful. Old Ancestor Su left. It was obvious that he didn't expect someone to say this out. Wasn't he trying to sow discord between him and Lin Wani? His relationship with Lin Wani couldn't be described with words. It was really deep. Laoshan City is in front. Lin Fan floated in the air and noticed that Laoshan City was different from what he expected. It was even more broken than Yu City. He could only see the exterior in the distance, surrounded by mountains. However, these mountains seemed to have been damaged. At first glance, they looked like deep pits on the moon, full of pockmarks and hollows. There must have been an extremely tragic battle. Even after such a long time had passed, he could still smell the scent left behind by the battle between the experts. He landed from the sky and walked towards Laoshan City. This place was different from those prosperous cities. There was no one around, at least he didn't see a single commoner. Not long after, the road ahead was blocked by someone. "Stop, who are you?" The person who blocked Lin Fan's path was a young man. He held a curved blade and looked at Lin Fan warily. Maybe because Lin Fan was around the same age as him, he wasn't too nervous. This was an era that looked at age. Those who looked young wouldn't be too terrifyingly strong. Of course, there were those who opened the heaven gate in their brains and their external cultivation reached a certain realm. They looked young but were actually old monsters. Lin Fan looked at him and felt that his strength was okay. He wasn't that terrifying. "I come from Jiang City's Martial Path Mountain. I came to Laoshan City to defend against the Alliance." From what he learned from those people, there shouldn't be a problem. As expected. When he said these words, the other party's attitude became much better. Although he was still wary, he put away the curved blade in his hand. "So you are an ambitious person." "My name is Hu Luo, I live in Laoshan City and am an investigator. I am in charge of the surrounding few miles. What about you?" "Lin Fan, I am the sect leader of Martial Path Mountain and I only have a few disciples." "But your name is a little special." "Nonsense." Lin Fan smiled. It seemed like he wasn't strong, otherwise, why would he be sent here to be an investigator? Hu Luo looked young but he looked old. There were many signs of youth on his face, which were pimples. When he heard Lin Fan's words, he rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "My name is Hu Luo, I am not messing around." Lin Fan smiled, "Little brother, let's not talk about this. Why don't you bring me to Laoshan City? I just came and am unfamiliar with this place. I met a few people who said they were from the Alliance and killed them. After learning about the border problem, I thought that I had some strength, so I came to help." When Hu Luo heard this, his attitude towards Lin Fan became better and he became more passionate. But he asked curiously, "Brother Lin, you don't look much older than me." "I am 21, what about you?" It was a little awkward. He was actually 21, a little older than him. "I am 22, just 1 year older than you." Lin Fan's ability to lie through his teeth wasn't a joke. Even if you didn't want to believe him, you had to. Hu Luo believed Lin Fan's words and didn't doubt them at all. At the same time, he was impressed that Lin Fan actually met people from the Alliance and even killed them. But to Hu Luo, the people from the Alliance probably ran out from here. The situation was really intense. Although they were chased back, there would definitely be some who escaped. Lin Fan and Hu Luo walked towards Laoshan City. During this period of conversation, he realized that Hu Luo was a decent kid. When he asked some questions, he wouldn't hide anything from him. Of course, he also asked that since he was 21, then he should be married, but he replied that he wasn't. Lin Fan looked at him for a while and finally understood why he wasn't married. Firstly, the conditions here didn't allow it. Also, his face couldn't be said to be ugly. It was just that there were a few small things on it, which had a slight impact on his overall appearance. Very quickly, they arrived at Laoshan City. Why are there so many people? Lin Fan was shocked and filled with disbelief. The people in the city were all armed. Some of them looked simple and honest, looking like normal people. However, they held giant blades in their hands, which was a huge contrast to themselves. Hu Luo said, "We have been living here for a long time. In the past, we had a normal life. Only when danger arrives will we do this. Let me introduce myself, I am the second generation here. My parents met here and then I was born. Then, they are all dead, they all died here. I inherited their will and continued to stay here." Hu Luo smiled brightly and greeted the people around. It was obvious that he was really familiar with them. The people around sized up Lin Fan. After all, he was a stranger, so they had to be more wary. Chapter 263. Although he said it so casually, to Lin Fan, he definitely felt really sad. Such a strong kid. Shua shua. The people around all locked onto Lin Fan. There were even many auras that scanned his body like they were trying to find out where he came from. That didn't feel friendly at all. Hu Luo smiled, "Brother Lin, we are all young people. They don't know you, which is why they are looking at you. But I believe that you are here to fight against the Alliance. Don't worry too much. I don't care, I am just curious." He was definitely curious. There were so many people in Laoshan City and he felt like they weren't simple. He was thinking about whether or not Yu City was like that, filled with experts. It was just that he didn't see through them. If he offended everyone in the city, the outcome. He sucked in a cold breath. That was a little terrifying. He might even lose his life. So, when he needed to be calm, he had to be. He couldn't be too arrogant. If not, the outcome would be catastrophic. Hu Luo smiled, "Follow me, I will bring you to register. As we live in Laoshan City, we all know one another. But Brother Lin came from outside, so if we don't register, it will be easy for misunderstandings to occur." Very quickly, under Hu Luo's lead, they came to a restaurant. There was an old man smoking and he smiled, "Little Luo, who is this? Why haven't I seen him before?" "Old Master Wang, this is Brother Lin from Jiang City, the sect leader of Martial Path Mountain. He killed 3 people from the Alliance outside and wants to help." Hu Luo said. He was really respectful towards Old Master Wang. When it was safe, Old Master Wang would act like a beggar. Old Master Wang sized up Lin Fan, to have such thoughts at such a young age, not bad, not bad. But I think you should leave. This isn't a place to gain fame. You can die at any moment. As for Martial Path Mountain, I have never heard of it. It seems like it isn't that eye-catching." Hu Luo said awkwardly, "Old Master Wang, how can you say that? Brother Lin came to Laoshan City to help. I know that you don't have bad intentions, but Brother Lin just arrived." Lin Fan smiled and waved his hands, "It is okay. Uncle Wang is thinking about my safety and wants me to leave. Junior thanks Senior for your concern, but the Alliance matters are everyone's business. How can I be afraid because of death?" Uncle Wang smiled. "Young man, I hope you won't be so scared that you'll wet your pants when the time comes. Young people don't have high cultivation. Coming here is just torture. In the end, you'll still have to rely on us old guys." Hu Luo pulled Lin Fan inside, "Grandpa Wang, I'll talk to you later. I'll bring Brother Lin in first." Lin Fan was pulled into the room, but he still turned around to take a look. This old Master Wang wasn't simple and should be an expert. If he was angered, his rage points would explode. Of course, this was just a thought. Hu Luo coughed and hoped that they wouldn't bring bad influences to this person that they just met. After all, they just met and their passion might seem like they were mocking him. This was why he hoped that they could calm down. "Brother Lin, you definitely don't have a place to stay here. If you don't mind, you can stay here with us," Hu Luo said. If not for the pimples on his face, with his passionate personality, the girls would definitely like him. Lin Fan nodded, "Okay, if you don't think that I am disturbing you, then I am okay with it." He hoped that he could come into contact with people from the Alliance once more. At the same time, he wanted to understand the Alliance on a deeper level. What kind of presence or power could actually make so many experts stay here? Lu Siki surrounded Lin Fan and wanted to know what it was like for such a young person to become a sect leader. However, before she opened her mouth, Leng San grabbed her collar and pulled her back. He said coldly, don't be so close to someone you just met. You don't even know who he is and why he came here. Lin Fan looked at the expressionless Ling San. Ling San turned his head and didn't look at Lin Fan. Hu Luo said softly, Brother Lin, don't mind him. He is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He is a good person. Chapter 264. That night, Lin Fan stayed in Laoshan City. He was thinking about something. Since he was here and the Alliance didn't invade, then what should he do? Wouldn't he have to continue wasting time here? That was impossible. He had to use the time to accumulate rage points. If nothing happened in a few days, he would definitely leave and think of a way to head over. He also couldn't let others find out that his father was Lin Wani. Last time, when he reported his background, he made them furious. How would he dare to do that again? If anyone here had conflicts with his father, then wouldn't he be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Moreover, was he someone who would brag about his identity? Of course not. Everything had to be stable. Only by doing so would he be the safest. Another room. Hu Luo, what are you thinking? Leng San looked at Hu Luo and asked. The four of them had a good relationship and grew up in Laoshan City. This was why when a stranger was added, apart from the simple-minded Lu Siki, the others were conflicted. More accurately, he was conflicted with Yang Shun. He didn't like the sudden familiarity. Hu Luo said, I didn't think much about it. I just feel that he is not bad. Trust my sixth sense, there won't be a problem. He is a good friend. You don't even know him. Yang Shun said. Although he didn't hate it, he felt a little weird. Hu Luo said firmly, trust my sixth sense, it is a magical feeling. Just like how all of you trust me, now that the crack has opened, anyone who comes to Laoshan City and is willing to fight the alliance with us will be brothers and friends. Yang Shun, don't you agree? Yang Shun pinched the black round hat on his head and gently touched it, then said, you're right. What is wrong with that? Leng San retorted. He felt that Hu Luo was thinking too simply and treated everyone as a good person, especially someone whose background was unknown. Hu Luo said, Leng San, don't think of everyone like that. Trust my foresight. Li Shiqi nodded, right, he is the sect leader, so how can he be a bad person? Don't be jealous of him, that is not good. Leng San wanted to spit out blood. Okay, forget it if you don't believe me. One day you will know that what I said was true. At the border. The Alliance's world was different from where Lin Fan was. They had technology but mainly focused on martial arts. A short-haired man was in high spirits. He was holding some kind of equipment in his hand and was talking to himself. Everyone, I am now at the entrance of the rich land. According to the orders I received, we will attack tomorrow morning. The location of this attack is the place the natives call Laoshan City. 36th Legion and Guangwu College working together. As the strongest 4-star teacher of Guangwu College, in this war, for our future, for our dreams, we have to kill all these natives. Look, this is a wig and their clothes. If you wear these, you'll look exactly like the people there. It'll be easy to fool them. If Lin Fan saw these things, he would definitely exclaim in shock. Wasn't this a live broadcast? Could it be that the predecessor of the Alliance had something to do with the world he came from? Amazing, I finally see Teacher Chen enter the rich land. I bet that Teacher Chen will kill 10 aboriginals. Teacher Chen, capture one and sell it to me. In my exhibition garden, the aboriginals that I caught 20 years ago died recently and my income has decreased by a lot. So dangerous, it is really dangerous. Teacher Chen, you have to be careful. Those aboriginals are really fierce. Teacher Chen smiled and said to the equipment, everyone, don't worry. There's nothing that Teacher Chen can't solve. My students will be able to watch my performance. Oh right, this time, I've made sufficient preparations. The signal equipment can be brought to a rich area. Although it can't be too far away, it can still be received within a certain range. When that time comes, you will be able to watch Teacher Chen's performance. Come, Alliance gift, let's go. Tomorrow, Teacher Chen will bring all of you to witness the killing. In the Alliance, there were still people from the rich land. They were all captured 20 years ago. Lin Fan's language was different from the Alliance's, so normal people in the Alliance didn't know what they were talking about. But after so many years of research, they had deciphered the language of the rich land. To better occupy it, as long as one cultivated, one had to learn the language of the rich land. As for the aboriginals, they were locked up in the exhibition garden for normal people to watch and admire. Morning. Hung Long. A loud explosion spread out from Laoshan City. Hu Luo came outside Lin Fan's room and knocked on the door. Brother Lin, not good, the Alliance has invaded. Wake up. When the commotion spread out, Lin Fan woke up. Lin Fan had already woken up and excitedly pushed open the door. Where are they? Damn. This was just too exciting. He thought that he would have to wait for a period of time, but who knew that they would come at the right time? Very quickly. The few of them gathered up. Hu Luo said solemnly, "It is tough for us to head to the battlefield, but we have a mission. We need to find those Alliance members who escaped. They will wear similar clothes to us, so once we see them, we have to differentiate them. At the same time, pay attention to safety." Where is Brother Lin? The moment he said this, he realized that Lin Fan was gone. He was still there when they gathered, so how did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Brother Lin, where are you? Hu Luo searched, but after searching for a long while, he didn't see him. Leng San said, "I told you that it is the first time you meet someone, so how can you believe them? If he is afraid, then that is his problem. Let's move." Hu Luo was helpless, but he had no choice. He could only nod his head. Let's go. They knew that they weren't strong enough and couldn't enter the battlefield. But some Alliance members would sneak into their territory, so their mission was to find those people. When Lin Fan left the courtyard and moved quickly, many people in the city had left. Basically, they were all heading in that direction. He was so emotional that he was about to jump up. The chance was right in front of him. If he didn't grab this chance, then he would be really dumb. "Kid, this isn't a place you can go. Go back." The old man noticed Lin Fan and wanted him to leave. It was really dangerous and it was normal for people to die. Lin Fan looked at him and smiled. Under the old man's shocked gaze, he flew into the air and turned his head. "Old man, don't look down on the young." He left without turning his head. Although it was silent. But that special background music rang out. The old man opened his mouth and wanted to say something but stopped. I don't know how to fly." Chapter 265. Lin Fan thought about the battle between Laoshan City and the Alliance many times, but when he arrived, he realized that it wasn't like what he imagined. Both sides didn't clash. He mixed into the crowd and squeezed to the front. Make way, make way. Please make way." He squeezed through the crowd and gained a small amount of rage points, just a few dozen. It was obvious that this made them feel uncomfortable. They felt like this kid was impolite. Why did he keep squeezing to the front? Was he so arrogant? Lin Fan didn't want to argue with all the uncles, aunties, old men, and old grannies. He squeezed to the front and this was the first time he saw someone from the Alliance. In the front row of everyone from Laoshan City, there was an old man standing there. Even if there was no wind, his shirt and white hair were waving in the wind. Acting cool. He didn't want to act cool, but his strength didn't allow him not to. That was roughly what he meant. "Zhao Lishan, decades have passed, so why are you still defending here? Is there really no one left?" Or is there no one left who has the ability to defend Laoshan City? The alliance person who spoke was really old, but he was obviously familiar with Zhao Lishan. Maybe he was an old enemy. Meeting him once again made him feel really annoyed. Like he was saying that he couldn't change the person. It had been him for so many years, was there a need for that? I will defend this place, so don't even think about going over. Zhao Lishan said coldly. Even if he was old, he didn't back down at all. It was obvious that he was going to fight to the death with him. The alliance old man smiled, the same thing again. Can't you change it? Look at all of you, what do all of you look like? All of you have been defending this place for so many years. Who did you do that for? Who remembers all of you? Who thinks about all of your hardships? You are just a bunch of sad fellows. Lin Fan realized that the people around were furious. They whispered to one another and scolded furiously. But their voices were really soft, like they were worried about something. Zhao Lishan didn't say anything. He wasn't good at expressing himself with words, so when the other party said so much, he could only reply with one sentence, "Don't even think about going over." This kind of powerless words could be used to reject the other party. Zhao Lishan, I heard that when you were young, your brain had problems and you stuttered. People mocked you for 10 years and then you were cured. You aren't good with words. You are still defending this place that mocked you for 10 years. Should I say that you are a dog, or how should I say it? You should be a scum. The alliance old man smiled and said words that infuriated everyone around. However, Zhao Lishan's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if he didn't take this matter to heart. In fact, only he knew that he really couldn't beat the other party in cursing. Damn it, these guys dare to use words to humiliate Master Zhao. When the battle starts, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. At this moment, a discordant voice was heard. You retarded hairless old man. These words spread out in the crowd, causing the alliance old man's expression to change. It was obvious that he didn't expect someone to scold him. Who is it? Step out. The alliance old man hollered in rage. He didn't find the person who dared to insult him, but his heart was about to explode. Instantly, a figure appeared beside Zhao Lishan. Needless to say, this figure was Lin Fan. He appeared beside Zhao Lishan not because he wanted to console him, but because he was afraid in his heart. Later on, he was going to shout at Lin Fan. With his strength, if he attacked, it was a problem whether or not he could block it. This was why standing beside him was the safest. At least when danger arrived, there would be someone beside him to block for him. I was the one who said that. You balding old man, what do you want to do? Tell me, what indescribable things do you want to do to me? I can give you a chance to perform. Lin Fan was really stubborn. It wasn't that he was strong enough to look down on the bunch of people in front of him, but he felt that there were people helping him. If he couldn't handle it, then he would let them handle it. The alliance members who followed were all furious. This fellow actually dared to say such arrogant words to a 9-star general. Did he really want to die? Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999, ayaya. His heart felt really bad and he couldn't take it anymore. Unbearable, it was really unbearable. Instantly, it increased by 80,000 rage points. Oh my god. Even if he blew up his home, he wouldn't get so many, right? You are asking to die. The alliance old man was furious and attacked right away. The aura he gave off was really extraordinary. The space cracked and many patterns appeared. This was a power that exceeded many levels. Lin Fan felt that luckily he was smart, otherwise, without an expert to block for him, he would have really died. Pang! As expected, Zhao Lishan didn't disappoint Lin Fan. He raised his hand and slapped forwards, clashing with his strength. The space shook and shattered. The space really shattered and it wasn't just an exaggeration. Great, the people of Laoshan City cheered. Who knew if they were cheering for Lin Fan or Zhao Lishan? Anyway, their morale was high. Such a chance is rare. If I don't grab it, I might not have another chance in the future. Lin Fan thought about it and very quickly made a decision. With an expert beside him, he would just scold them and then retreat. It would be really stable. Son, do you see that? With your little strength, you dare to cause trouble here. You didn't drink enough milk when you were young, or were you born disabled? You don't have any strength at all. I think you should just go home and sell your butts. Lin Fan hollered fearlessly. He felt that it wasn't enough, so he pulled out his blade and slashed. Of course. The blade energy was useless, but to Lin Fan, it didn't matter. He just needed to let them know that he treated them like shit. The rest wasn't important at all. Kid, you are not bad, but you should back off and leave this to me. Zhao Lishan opened his mouth. Maybe because he had been provoked for too long, he was filled with rage and didn't know how to reply. Now that he saw the 9-star general stomping in rage, he felt much better. Rage points plus 999. Another 80,000 plus. As expected, group taunts were the most overbearing, but it was just too dangerous. If not for this elder helping him, he would have been sliced up into pieces. Maybe not even a single piece of him would have been left. A battle erupted. Lin Fan instantly retreated and distanced himself from the battlefield. It wasn't that he was afraid but that the Alliance old man was staring at him. There was also a suppression that caused the space around to twist. But Zhao Lishan blocked it. This was why it didn't overflow. If not, with his strength, it would have been a dream for him to survive under that suppression. Damn, as expected, I was too arrogant and became his target. Lin Fan was terrified and worried. These people were so bad. They just said a few words and they wanted to kill him. They had no tolerance at all. The Laoshan City experts clashed with the Alliance experts. The battle was really intense and it was going to be a bloody battle. If they wanted to open up a passage through the crack, then it would be useless. Only by sending experts to open it up would they be able to succeed. More and more people came out from the Alliance crack. Most of them avoided the battle and headed into the distance. But the Laoshan City experts locked onto them and naturally, they wouldn't let them run. He saw Old Master Wang, the old man whose son was killed by the Alliance. He was really strong. On the battlefield, one couldn't see the weakness of an old man at all. Instead, a shocking light wrapped around his body. The weapon in his hand was shocking too. It was actually a fan. An old man with a fan, it didn't seem right. Lin Fan could only think of one possibility. That fan was Old Master Wang's son's weapon and Old Master Wang was using his son's weapon to kill Alliance members. I am still too weak. He stood in the air and frowned. He was really too weak, so weak that he couldn't even interfere in the battle. The experts in Laoshan City weren't nurtured by a single person or gathered by a single person. To Lin Fan, the Imperial Dynasty had always been trash. They couldn't even wipe out 9-bug gang, so how could they not be? So, the Imperial Dynasty gathered these experts to fight against the Alliance? That was just a fool's dream. Therefore, he believed that these powerhouses came of their own volition for the sake of their so-called lofty ideals. Teacher Chen came out from the crack and mixed into the crowd, successfully avoiding the natives' pursuit. Guys, do you see this wig and clothes? It's really uncomfortable to wear them. I don't know what these natives are thinking. How can they wear such ugly clothes? Did they evolve from lowly beings? That's right. What's wrong with them? He dissed the equipment. Amazing, Teacher Chen. Aren't you afraid that those fools who are calling for peace will report you for using such insulting words to insult these low-class natives? Incisive, truly incisive. The surrounding environment is not bad, I really want this place to become our territory. In the future, we can come here to travel. Teacher Chen, plant the flag. This place belongs to the Alliance. Kill all these low-grade natives. Suddenly, Teacher Chen wanted to brag to his fans, but a furious shout spread out from behind him. Stop, who are you? Hu Luo hollered in rage. They came to check and as expected, they found their target. Teacher Chen smiled, guys, I seem to have been noticed by these natives. The moment he said this, he turned around and pointed the equipment at Hu Luo and the others. There was a sudden uproar in the live broadcast room. Natives, I didn't expect to actually see natives. Moreover, there are 4 of them. Teacher Chen, capture them and bring them back, I will pay a huge price. Do you see that native? She is a girl. She has a round face and big eyes. She is so cute, I really want to inject positive energy into her. Teacher Chen, take out your pointer and use it to motivate this girl. I will give you alliance gifts. Hu Luo looked at him warily, who are you? Teacher Chen was helpless and shrugged his shoulders, who? Until now, you still can't tell who I am? Or, are you natives really so low class? Uproar. Hu Luo held a curved blade in his hand and the people behind him took out their weapons too. Hu Luo, be careful, this fellow isn't simple. Yang Shun said warily. I know. Hu Luo's breathing became rushed. Although he didn't know his cultivation, his calm expression made him feel huge pressure. He just hoped that he wasn't too strong. Leng San took a look and his expression changed. He hollered, leave, this alliance member is really strong and we are no match for him. Bring Shichi and leave. Teacher Chen smiled and said towards the equipment, look, who said that these natives are low class? They have realized that they are no match for us. What do you all think? Do you want to kill them instantly or torture them? Shua shua. The screen was filled with scenes of torture. Tearing off their clothes and torturing them. These male natives opened their eyes and looked at how their female natives were humiliated, whipped, and filled with energy. Teacher Chen smiled, I have already asked for your opinions, but none of you are going to say anything. Instantly, the alliance gifts exploded. Okay, I will respect your opinions. Once we leave this place, the signal will be cut. I will show you how terrifying the strongest 4-star Teacher Chen of Guangwu College is. Teacher Chen smiled and said. He then looked towards Hu Luo with a dark and sunken gaze. Very quickly. Not long later. Pang! 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 4 people smashed onto the giant tree and blood spurted out from their mouths. Hu Luo looked at him in disbelief. His eyes were filled with shock. This was a God Essence Realm expert, how could he miss out on a God Essence Realm expert? Pata. Teacher Chen stepped on Yang Shun's head, deforming the black round hat on his head. Yang Shun tried to lift Teacher Chen's foot. Don't step on my hat. His expression was filled with rage, but in front of absolute strength, he had no way to fight back. Teacher Chen said towards the equipment, did you all see that? What I used just now was my unique leg technique. These aboriginals couldn't even withstand a single blow and were defeated in an instant. Right now, the aboriginals I'm stepping on are trying to lift up my leg. They look like they're struggling like ants. These natives are very sad. We have already broken through their language, but they don't know our language at all. Every word that I, Teacher Chen, am saying is very mysterious to them. Oh, that's right, their language is called Chinese. It's a very ordinary language. You guys have learned something new. Now we are in front of this female native. Not bad, she is really cute. If we bring her back, maybe we can sell her for a good price. What do you all want to see? Take off her clothes? No, I am a 4-star teacher from Guangwu College, how can I do such a thing? But these people are not the same species as us, so maybe I can satisfy your request. Teacher Chen grabbed Lu Siki's hair and placed her face in front of the equipment. Pata! Let go of your dirty hands. Leng San grabbed Teacher Chen's ankle. He raised his head and shouted in rage. Pang! Teacher Chen kicked Leng San to the side. Just now, this native told me to let go of his dirty hands. It seems like they are connected, just like the animals we raise. Within the equipment. Wah, such a cute native, even if she is an animal I can do it. Teacher Chen, I am a student from Guangwu College. Don't you think that you are too much? No matter what, they are lives, you shouldn't do that. Silence. Kick her out of the room. His actions were like flowing water and he didn't hesitate at all. Guys, Teacher Chen doesn't like fools to appear in his room. If I find out which student she is, I will definitely expel her. Teacher Chen said. Overbearing Teacher Chen. Right, we like Teacher Chen, we just want to see torture. Charge, torture the natives, torture them. Hung Long. Suddenly. 2 people landed from the sky, causing a thick dust storm. Lin Fan's knees pressed on the back of an alliance member, pressing him down from the sky. He smashed into the ground and created a giant hole. With a kacha. The alliance member raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. His spine broke. Teacher Chen looked at those scenes and was stunned. What happened? There was a commotion in the equipment too. They exclaimed. They were curious. What was going on? Damn, you didn't even give me face. Lin Fan pressed down on the alliance expert whose life and death were unknown. He smacked the back of his head in rage. But suddenly. There was a situation around. He raised his head and blinked. He looked at the foreign environment and some familiar people. What were they doing? Chapter 266. That was what happened. The situation on the battlefield was a little chaotic. There were too many experts, and he knew that his strength was a little weak. Although he wanted to help, he had to know his own limits. He couldn't just ignore his own strength and rush up to fight with the experts for the so-called protection. Even if he wanted to die, he shouldn't have done so. Moreover, he felt that he was a talented person. As long as he lived well, one day he would become a peak expert. It wasn't worth it for him to die for no reason. When he saw some people who were weaker than him chasing in another direction, he felt that he might be able to help, so he also chased after them. Who knew that just like that, he would chase up to a God Essence Realm expert. He was running and he was chasing behind. He shouted for him to stop, but the other party didn't give him any face at all. He even started to run. Pooey. Does this filthy, cowardly thing only know how to run? So, after chasing for a while, when he caught up, he directly suppressed him. He didn't give him any face at all. He just suppressed him. Now, the surrounding situation was a little foreign. Brother Lin, run. Go back and inform them that a God Essence Realm Alliance expert has come out. Hu Luo's face turned red as he shouted. He was really anxious. If Brother Lin came, the outcome would be the same. He wouldn't be his match at all. Teacher Chen was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. He said to the equipment, I didn't expect another low-grade native to send himself to me. Wah, this fellow is so handsome. He is much more handsome than the other natives. Look at his eyes, he is stunned. Does he not know what is going on? Ha ha ha. Lin Fan looked at Hu Luo and then at Teacher Chen. What was going on? Hu Luo and the others were in trouble and were directly knocked to the ground by 1 versus 4. His strength was a little weak, right? Hey, old uncle, could you please remove your foot from my friend? Lin Fan said. This alliance expert stepped on Yang Shun's head. That wasn't good. That was bullying. Also, why was he grabbing that cute girl's hair? Was it that excessive? Teacher Chen smiled and muttered to himself. Teacher Chen came to rich land to show the students the situation here and also to bring glory to Guangwu College. Who knew that these natives would send themselves to me? Teacher Chen is in a tough spot. As he spoke, he actually showed a helpless expression, as if what he said was true. Did you hear what I said? Are you deaf? Do you not understand human language? Lin Fan walked towards Teacher Chen. He was curious about the device in his hand. That guy seemed to be talking to the device. Could this be? He didn't dare to imagine it, but he was really curious. Teacher Chen, that silly native is coming over. Motherfucker, I hate guys who are more handsome than me the most. Teacher Chen disfigured him. Teacher Chen, I'm willing to pay a high price. I only ask that you bring this native back and sell him to me. Teacher Chen looked at the message in the device and was thinking about what to do. Should he kill these natives or bring them back to earn some money? The things needed for cultivation were all expensive. Now that he had entered the rich land, whether it was the things here or the natives, they were all very valuable. This was especially true for the higher quality ones. They were even more expensive. Lin Fan's appearance made some fat women in the alliance, who couldn't even eat their own people, excited. They would bring him back and train him slowly. They would definitely feel good. Brother Lin, don't be rash. Run, we will block them for you. Go back and inform the seniors in the city to save us. Hu Luo said anxiously. He didn't expect Brother Lin to not run and instead walk towards them. He was really anxious and didn't know what to do. Leng San looked at Lin Fan in shock. He wasn't worried for Lin Fan, but he realized that Lin Fan had fallen from the sky and landed on the ground. There was a corpse in the deep hole. He was an expert. All of them had misjudged him. Okay, Teacher Chen is willing to fulfill your wishes. There are a total of 5 natives, so Teacher Chen will bring them back. The highest bidder will get them. But before that, I will let you see how strong the strongest teacher in Guangwu College is. Teacher Chen just needs one finger to crush these natives. Watch carefully. The moment he said that, Teacher Chen attacked. His aura swelled. He stood on one leg and swept forwards. The air was swept up and formed a terrifying aura. Yeah. The power of the whip leg was really terrifying. If a normal person stood there, they would definitely, gotcha. Time seemed to have slowed down. The leg seemed to have been struck by something and bent. At the same time, there was the sound of bones breaking. Looking closely, it turned out that Lin Fan had punched Teacher Chen's knee. It was just a simple punch, but it had broken Teacher Chen's knee. Ah! Mr. Chen grabbed his broken leg and screamed in agony. His eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Hu Luo's mouth opened wide. His jaw was about to dislocate. He was stunned. To them, an extremely strong alliance expert actually had his leg broken by Brother Lin in one punch. What was going on? Why was he so quick? Lin Fan picked up the device and flipped it around. He realized that this thing was like a phone, but it was much more high-end. He felt like this was the screen of a broadcast. There were many words that he didn't understand. It looked like pinyin, but when he looked closely, it wasn't. What language was this? What happened? What happened to Teacher Chen? I have seen a ghost, I have really seen a ghost. Teacher Chen, what happened to you? That scream definitely came from Teacher Chen. When they saw that the face was that of a native, they were all stunned. They all knew that something bad had happened to Teacher Chen. Hi, idiots. Lin Fan was really familiar with broadcasts. In the past, he often watched 3 Taoists. But when 3 Taoists fell, he left. Logically speaking, when he said such insulting words, the people watching the broadcast would definitely be furious. They would then crazily give him rage points. But he realized that there weren't any. Even if there were, they were really weak rage points. Is it because of the language gap and they don't understand what I am saying? Lin Fan thought about it and felt like that was possible. Before that, he looked at Hu Luo and the others and asked, "Are you all okay?" Although he wasn't familiar with them, Hu Luo was a decent person. He liked such people and didn't mind interacting with one another. Who knows, maybe they could become friends in the future. "Brother Lin, we are fine. We just didn't expect you to be so strong," Hu Luo said. If he didn't personally witness it, he wouldn't dare to believe it. He was around their age, but his strength was just too terrifying. Lin Fan smiled, "Didn't I tell you that I am the Martial Path Mountain sect leader? As sect leaders, how can you be weak?" Hu Luo nodded his head. His respect for Lin Fan increased by a lot. "Heal up, I will deal with some things." Lin Fan walked in front of Teacher Chen. Looking at his tragic appearance, he couldn't take it anymore. How old was he? Just a broken leg, was there a need to make such a huge fuss? Lin Fan knelt down and patted his face, "If you dare to shout again, I will take your life." Instantly, Teacher Chen stopped shouting. The shock in his eyes was real and there was nothing fake about it. He sat beside Teacher Chen and held his shoulder. He placed the equipment in front of them and their faces appeared. "Let me ask you, what did a fool say?" Lin Fan asked. Teacher Chen bore with the pain, #yen% See law. Lin Fan grabbed Teacher Chen's hair and actually ripped off his wig. He raged, "Do you think I am a fool?" "Fool only said 2 words, how many did you say?" "Rage points plus 999 rage points plus 66 rage points plus 12 rage points plus 33. Lin Fan was confused. What was going on? What was going on? Who could tell him who was the one who gave him these weak rage points? Were the people watching the broadcast all weaklings? Teacher Chen bore with the pain, "I am the strongest 4-star teacher in Guangwu College. What do you want? I think you should let me go. Now that our people have seen this, if you kill me, I can guarantee that when our people arrive, you won't be able to run." Lin Fan waved at Hu Luo and told him to take the equipment. He then pressed Teacher Chen to the ground and beat him up. The comments rolled. Their hearts hurt for Teacher Chen. Seeing the natives bully their beloved Teacher Chen, they felt really sad. Why did this happen? This was the strongest 4-star teacher, their mental pillar. They still had to watch Teacher Chen kill, so how could he die just like that? Rage points plus 999 rage points plus 11 rage points plus 12. A very small amount of rage points, it wasn't as satisfying as shouting on the battlefield. Lin Fan was really annoyed. He thought that he could earn a huge amount, but who knew that it would be so sad and pitiful? He searched for the fan points on the screen. He finally found something similar. Over 3,000. Fuck, this is what a small-time streamer is like. He has so few fans that he can't even be seen. He looked at Teacher Chen. His gaze turned sharp, as if a murderous intent was about to explode from him. Lin Fan was thinking about how to maximize the benefits. If he killed him just like that, it would be a huge loss. He slowly understood what the Alliance had. It should be the world closest to his last life. The sense of familiarity, of being from the same hometown, those didn't exist. If he knew a little about the situation, he would have a better plan. I can't kill him quickly. If this fellow is famous, as long as I torture him, I will be able to attract a huge amount of rage points. Lin Fan already had an idea. It seemed like that was the only way. Chapter 267. Brother Lin, let's leave. Hu Luo suggested for Lin Fan to leave with them. The Alliance experts were here and they weren't sure whether or not there were other Alliance experts hiding around. Lu Siki was furious when he grabbed his head. He walked in front of Teacher Chen and kicked him. Who asked you to grab my hair? Who asked you to grab my hair? Yang Shun took off his hat and cleaned it up. He used his sleeves to wipe off the dust on it. Leng San was calm, but his gaze towards Teacher Chen was filled with terrifying killing intent. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. Lin Fan raised his middle finger at the equipment. Since they didn't understand each other's language, he hoped that he could incur their rage. However, something awkward happened. He didn't care at all. Could it be that this iconic act of humiliation was no longer working? Lin Fan wrapped his arm around Teacher Chen's shoulder and the two of them looked at the screen. He said helplessly, "Why do you only have so few fans? Don't you find it embarrassing?" Teacher Chen looked at Lin Fan in shock. The words of the other party had him feeling that this indigenous being seemed to know something. If words didn't work, then he could only use his actions to make him feel fear. Not long later, Teacher Chen grabbed his clothes and hollered, "What are you doing? Let go, what do you want to do?" He felt afraid, like he was about to be violated. See law. Instantly, Lin Fan ripped off Teacher Chen's clothes. Lu Siki turned his head and covered his eyes. He then separated two fingers and peeked. Leng San blocked in front of Lu Siki, "Don't look, it will dirty your eyes." Rage points plus 999. Teacher Chen's face flushed red and rage burned in his heart. As the strongest 4-star teacher in Guangwu College, he was actually stripped by the native and exposed on the platform. The screen was filled with comments. "You know who you are. The native is so amazing, do they have no gender? Ah. Teacher Chen is about to be abused, but why am I so excited? Teacher Chen, use your pinching technique to slice him apart when he enters." Schwa. Lin Fan picked up the sword and placed it at an indescribable place. "Tell them that you are a bunch of trash. If you dare to say anything else, I will swing my sword down." Teacher Chen shuddered. He could already feel the coldness of the blade against his skin. If the other party's hand trembled, that thing would really be gone. "Gee goo goo." Teacher Chen said something that Lin Fan didn't understand. Instantly, the bullet screen became even more intense. Rage points plus 33, rage points plus 44, rage points plus 12, what a bunch of lowly people. Could it be that only the weak would become keyboard warriors? These rage points were basically negligible. There were even many people who didn't have any rage points at all. "I'm really disappointed in you." Lin Fan looked at Teacher Chen. He thought that it would be easy to earn rage points from him, but who knew that he would be so weak? Could it be that she had to help him attract more fans? Accumulate enough fans? It didn't feel realistic. He didn't have the time to help her attract fans. Teacher Chen looked at Lin Fan in fear. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with a terrifying light. He felt like Lin Fan wanted to use him as an example. Over at the Alliance, many people were spreading news about Guangwu College's 4-star teacher entering the rich land and being suppressed by the natives. But very quickly, the content was blocked. It was obvious that someone was covering everything up. Did they not want the people to know that the Alliance experts couldn't beat the natives? Or was it because the scenes were unsightly and had a bad influence on the teens, which was why they blocked it? "Big brother, we have no grievances with each other. I was forced to come here. As a 4-star teacher, I have always advocated peaceful coexistence." Teacher Chen's tone changed. How would he dare to act cool anymore? Even if he wanted to act cool, he had to look at the current situation. Lin Fan didn't bother about him and was in deep thought. What should he do? After a long while, Lin Fan opened his mouth. "Why do you have so few fans?" He really felt that this was a good chance. But since Lin Fan didn't support him, what could he do? He felt really helpless. He didn't need a lot, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands would do. He didn't ask for a few million. Teacher Chen didn't expect that a native would talk to him about such things. If he knew that this was the case, he would have gone to buy some zombie fans. Pata. The screen instantly turned black. A line of words floated across. You have broken the rules of the Alliance platform and are suspected of breaking the rules. You have been temporarily banned. Schwa. Lin Fan looked at Teacher Chen, and Teacher Chen looked back at Lin Fan with a dumbfounded expression. This had happened too suddenly, and even he hadn't expected it. You can't blame me. You stripped me naked, which is why the Alliance platform banned me. Teacher Chen's voice trembled. He felt that Lin Fan was filled with killing intent towards him. Just by sensing his aura, he could sense it. Holy shit. Alliance platform, you are just too vicious. I am a 4-star teacher of Guangwu College and am in danger. You don't help to persuade me and actually ban my platform. Aren't you forcing him to kill me? Heavens, earth. I have served you until now, but now you don't even care about me. That is just too much. There is nothing else. Lin Fan was helpless. He was thinking of a way but didn't expect things to turn out like this. It seemed like streaming wouldn't work. Hu Luo, let's go. Lin Fan said. Hu Luo wanted to leave long ago. He felt that it was really dangerous here as he didn't know what terrifying scenes would happen next. If more experts came, then the outcome would be catastrophic. Who? Teacher Chen heaved a sigh of relief and felt like he had dodged a calamity. But suddenly, a sword light flashed. He felt like a part of his body was ripped open and fresh blood spurted out. His limbs were broken and they separated from his body. A wound appeared on his neck and large amounts of fresh blood spurted out. Rage points plus 999. In the end, he was merciful and didn't kill him. He gave him hope to live and at the same time, he gave him hope to hate him. Perhaps this was the reason why kind-hearted people were so easily hurt by others. Hu Luo's eyes opened wide as he looked at the Alliance member in the pool of blood. His limbs were sliced off. His neck was about to be sliced open and large amounts of fresh blood flowed. Based on the situation, he wouldn't be able to live for long. Brother Lin, Lin Fan waved his hands calmly, forget it, let him live. Hu Luo dissed in his heart. Oh my god, was he letting him live? This was a complete bloodletting, to see how long the other party could last. He was speechless and didn't know what words to use to describe it. Really, if not for Brother Lin's solemn expression, he would have believed it. Rage points plus 999. Teacher Chen laid there in rage but he didn't move at all. His mind slowly blurred but he tried his best to stay awake. However, it was too difficult, it was just too difficult. He heard that before one died, everything that happened in the past would be filtered in one's mind. He regretted it. He shouldn't have come to Rich Land to stream. Far away from Laozhan City, the space shook and the sounds of killing spread out. Who knows how many people will die this time? Hu Luo was sad. At the same time, he felt that he was too weak and regretted not being able to help. Lin Fan looked into the distance and a helpless expression appeared on his face. He really wanted to help, but he knew that with his own strength, the possibility of surviving in that chaotic battle was too low. There were no Void Realm experts there and they didn't dare to say that they could protect themselves. As for God Essence Realm experts, they probably wouldn't even dare to enter. When a battle reached its peak, it would be impossible for anyone to exist within several miles of the expert. Everyone would consciously avoid the expert, as that terrifying aura was enough to tear them to shreds. Even if they were so far away. He could sense a terrifying aura sweeping towards him. However, he was confident that in just a short time, his strength would grow to a point where no one dared to underestimate him. How he wished he could go back to that group of people and mock them. That was the real place to get rich. What dogs hit stream, it was just trash. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. Brother Lin, we can't return to the city yet. This battle is more intense than before and there will definitely be many alliance members sneaking in. Let's head there to search and find all of them. Hu Luo said. Can your injuries support your movements? Lin Fan asked. These people were a little fierce. Their cultivation wasn't high but all of them were as fierce as tigers and didn't show any fear at all. Hu Luo said, no problem, we can do it. We can persist. They are facing enemies stronger than us. Although we aren't strong, we won't retreat. Then, let's go. Lin Fan wasn't in a rush to return. Since that was the case, then he would head over. Maybe he could even gain a wave of rage points. One definitely couldn't get close to the center of the high-end battle as the ripples were too strong and affected a huge area. Lin Fan and the others followed the small path and searched for those weird fellows. It is really intense. Lin Fan looked around and was shocked. Were Void Realm and 5-Element Realm above God Essence Realm really so strong? He was so far away and he could still feel it. Obviously, this was too unexpected. Pang! Suddenly. In the distance, a person was forced back. His body smashed numerous giant trees and struck towards Hu Luo. Lin Fan pulled Hu Luo to his side. In an instant, that person passed where Hu Luo was standing and smashed into a giant stone, leaving a deep hole. Hu Luo's pupils constricted and he looked at the person in the hole. Brother Li's face was bleeding. He opened his eyes and said weakly, that is an alliance member, don't let him run. All of you stay here and take care of him, I will chase him. Lin Fan stopped Hu Luo and the others who were about to charge over. When the alliance member saw Lin Fan and the others, he didn't head over. He turned around and fled into the distance. Chapter 268. Lin Fan stuck close to the ground and flew really quickly. He came here to earn rage points but slowly, he realized that some things weren't so easy to avoid. It was like he had been swept into some terrifying matter. Wang! Lin Fan raised his hand and many swords floated behind him. They were formed from true essence and had terrifying destructive power. 10,000 Sword Path. Sword Palace Elder Hunching's sword technique was really good. Very quickly, hundreds of swords appeared on his back. They were extremely sharp. He waved his hand and with a show, hundreds of swords broke through the air and locked onto the alliance member who was running. Grandmaster Cultivation. He seemed really weak. The alliance expert sensed the changes behind him and turned his head. When he saw the scenes behind him, his eyes opened wide like he had seen a ghost. Xiao! A god's sword didn't hit him and landed on the ground. The ground was sliced open like it was proving to the alliance members how terrifying that sword was. Damn! The alliance expert nearly cursed out loud. Where did such a terrifying expert come from? How did he get targeted by such an expert? What were the alliance experts doing? Didn't they say that they would restrict all the experts in Laoshan City? Xiao! Xiao! The sword landed. Even if the alliance expert wanted to dodge, it would depend on whether or not he had the ability to do so. Puchi! The sword pierced his legs and pinned him to the ground. With a thud, he fell to the ground and screamed. He struggled and tried to break free but shortly after, many swords landed and pierced his arms and shoulders, pinning him to the ground. The alliance expert shouted in his heart. Save me! Who can save me? I regret it, I want to live, I don't want to come here. Pata! Lin Fan landed in front of him and grabbed his head. He raised his head and said, look at my face and remember what I look like. Just direct all your anger at me. His actions were just too arrogant. But he had no choice. It was just too difficult to earn rage points. The alliance member who was pierced by the sword remembered Lin Fan's face in his heart. Rage points plus 999. Not bad. Lin Fan used a little strength and pressed his head onto the ground. That was a humiliating action. He then raised his head and looked into the distance. There were people fighting everywhere. If it was possible, he wouldn't mind rushing in and fighting with them. There was a bang. He left the spot right away. As for the Alliance member who was pierced by the sword, after his rage points reached the limit, it was time for the Death God to reap his harvest. In midair, Lin Fan floated there, not moving for the time being. It was as though he was accumulating something. But when he took a closer look, he realized that there were already more true energy swords appearing behind him. Poof! Poof! Divine swords appeared one after another, glowing with the divine light of true essence. Dozens of them. Hundreds of them. Thousands of them. It was still increasing. If it was placed on anyone else, no one would have such ability, or rather, no one would have such surging true essence. After a long time, with 10,000 divine swords hovering behind him, he felt that it was about time. If he continued, it would only be a waste of time. He saw two experts fighting in the air, and for the time being, they were equally matched. The battle between the Alliance and Laoshan City experts was really intense. At the same time, their cultivation was much stronger than Lin Fan's. Laoshan City expert, please move aside. Lin Fan hollered. When the Laoshan City expert heard that, he retreated without hesitation. Xiao! Xiao! Numerous true essence swords turned into streaks of light that struck towards the Alliance expert. Kid, amazing. The Laoshan City expert was impressed. He then used the chance to recover his stamina. Lin Fan smiled, I will take over later, I have to go help elsewhere. Understood. Dang dang. The Alliance expert crossed his arms in front of him and a light veil appeared. The true essence sword struck it and didn't give him a chance at all. Damn. Damn. The Alliance expert was furious. Someone suddenly sneak attacked him. When he saw the aura, he was shocked. After all, the commotion was just too terrifying. He thought that it was a terrifying expert, but when he took it head-on, he knew that he had been cheated. The attacks were strong, but they weren't enough to cause any damage to him. Ah! The Alliance expert was furious. A terrifying aura exploded and destroyed the sword attacks. Expert, attack! Lin Fan shouted. The Laoshan City expert recovered well. He didn't hesitate and continued to fight. When Lin Fan left, he looked at the Alliance expert and smiled. He wasn't afraid that they recognized him, he was afraid that they didn't. Rage points plus 999. Bastard, I will kill you. The Alliance expert wanted to kill Lin Fan but the Laoshan City expert blocked him, I am your opponent. Little brother, thank you. Lin Fan laughed. As expected, it was useful. Just like what he expected. Although it was dangerous, at such a time, he could only accumulate rage points and become stronger. No need to thank me, just beat the shit out of him. He estimated. If he offended all the Alliance experts here, then the rage points would be terrifying. Aya. Although he deserved to be beaten up, he had no choice. If he didn't deserve to be beaten up, then why would he make others so furious? Of course. There were some areas where he couldn't enter. Just looking at the twisted space, he knew how dangerous it was. Even if he was a dual cultivator, the gap in realms was too huge. He wouldn't talk about dual cultivation. Only death would be his final destination. At this moment, he noticed a place where he could go and help. When he was prepared to strike, a weird situation occurred. Pucci. The expert from Laoshan City was ambushed from behind. An arm pierced through his body. However, the expert from Laoshan City didn't retreat at all. He grabbed the person who appeared behind him and strangled the expert in front of him. With a low roar, he charged forward, forcing the people around him to make way for him. The space around him distorted to the extreme, and an explosion rang out. Pang! True essence shook, forming a shockwave that swept everything around. This. Lin Fan was stunned as he looked at the scenes in front of him. Even if his body was pierced, with his strength, he could have survived. Why did he choose such a method? Zhao Lishan, you see, casualties are starting to appear. As long as you move aside, I can ensure that there won't be any more casualties. 9-star General and Zhao Lishan's battle was really intense. Seeing that the alliance had suffered so many losses, he started to negotiate. Dream on. Zhao Lishan wasn't good with words and rejected him right away. The 9-star marshal said angrily, Zhao Lishan, so what if you can defend this place? The other defensive lines will collapse in the end. At that time, your situation will be extremely tragic. You are strong and can escape, but the people behind you will not have the chance to escape even if they want to. Stop talking nonsense with me. Let's fight to the death. Zhao Lishan slashed the sky and it felt like the entire area was being split open. A terrifying current covered the 9-star general. Hung Long. The two of them affected a huge area. Within this area, the destructive aura surged about. No one dared to enter, otherwise, they would definitely die. Lin Fan sucked in a deep breath. This is the reason why father doesn't want to see me. To fight to the death, even if I die, I won't retreat. Father told me to leave because he doesn't want me to be dragged into this. In the end, it is because I am too weak. Father doesn't trust me at all and treats me like a useless kid. Okay, I will become stronger. I definitely won't miss this chance. Even if there is a chance of death, I can only try. He stood in mid-air and the true essence in his body started to shake. His god body changed. His body size didn't change much but the power of his body exploded out. Even the air buzzed from the vibrations. Who? Each time he breathed, a ball of mist flew out from his nose and mouth. The true essence swords seemed to have been buffed. He activated all his cultivation techniques and numerous special internal strength gathered on them. Attack! Xiao! Xiao! Numerous true essence swords broke through the air behind him. They were really dense and covered the sky. Under his guidance, they searched for the Alliance experts. Numerous people were shocked. It wasn't because the aura was terrifying but because the special effects were just too terrifying. The Alliance expert who had just forced back a native didn't even react when he realized that numerous true essence swords were heading towards him. He raised his hand to block the wave of attacks. Hong hong. The true essence swords clashed and caused some problems for the Alliance experts. At the same time, they stopped their movements. Damn natives, such small tricks. To Void Realm experts, this was just a small trick. They tore open the space and guided the true essence swords into the space before locking them down. To Lin Fan, who hadn't reached Void Realm, he was unable to control the true essence swords in the space. The connection between the two was instantly broken. Kill this ant. Some Alliance experts who were annoyed by the true essence swords hollered. They wanted to kill Lin Fan. How could the Laoshan City experts not do anything? Protect our little sword god. Damn. Suddenly, he had the title of Little Sword God. But Lin Fan didn't hear it, otherwise, he would have shouted that he didn't play with the sword and that this was just his hobby. Instantly, Lin Fan could feel a sharp will of the void striking out at him. He ran right away. Although he was prepared to take the risk, he didn't think about fighting him head-on. Just as Lin Fan was about to dodge the attack, the will of the void struck him. It was as though there were countless sharp blades slicing at him without a trace. This was the ability of a Void Realm expert. Lin Fan was only at God Essence Realm and couldn't sense how strong Void Realm experts were. He hollered and his god body rose to its peak. However, he was still injured by the void intent, and blood spilled everywhere. How terrifying! Lin Fan instantly dodged and fled into the distance. He was in big trouble. Everyone wanted him to die. Chapter 269. Now, he really wanted to sing a song. If this wasn't love, then what did he have to be sad about? The situation was like that. He really wanted to ask, how could this not be love? He was really filled with love towards these alliance members. Even if he angered them, he didn't fear anything. He wanted to be brave. He had to fight to the end. CSI. It was so painful. The space intent surged over and he dodged it. But the space that was stirred up caused his body to be covered in wounds and blood splattered in the air. Hung long. The space intent landed on the ground and the ground cracked, forming a deep hole. Lin Fan fled really quickly and in the blink of an eye, he left the battlefield. Luckily, the Laoshan city elder helped him block, otherwise, if the alliance members followed, he would definitely die. He turned around and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like he was safe for now. Brother Lin. Hu Luo saw someone descend from the sky and thought that it was an alliance member. But when he looked closely, he didn't expect it to be Brother Lin. But Brother Lin's situation was a little off. Why are you all here? Lin Fan asked. Were these fellows really fated to meet him? When they separated, they were there, so why did they bump into each other in the blink of an eye? Hu Luo said, we were searching for alliance members and just bumped into one. Luckily, he wasn't strong and we killed him. Brother Lin, your injuries, he was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan's injuries. It was like he was sliced open by something and fresh blood dyed his shirt red. I am fine, it is just a small injury. Lin Fan was perfectly fine. It was just a little painful at the start and now the wounds were healing and forming scabs. He was an expert who cultivated both internal and external cultivation. His physical body's recovery ability was very terrifying. Brother Lin, how is this a small injury? This is, before he could finish his words, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Lin Fan's body shook and the coagulated blood fell off. You are fine, you are perfectly fine. Hu Luo looked at him closely and that was indeed the case. He looked at Lin Fan in shock. What kind of person was he to be so terrifying? Lin Fan's expression was solemn. He looked into the distance and said in a low voice, I wonder how many people will die when it ends. Hu Luo stood at the side and didn't speak. He looked towards the intense battlefield. In order to block the alliance members outside. The experts of Laoshan City were fighting with their lives on the line. To the Laoshan City experts, their goal was to block the alliance experts outside. Go, let's continue to search for alliance members. Lin Fan said. He had to admit that his own strength could not be compared to those on the battlefield. But those Master Realm, Grandmasters, or God Essence Realm Alliance experts had no problems at all. They could totally crush them. There were many casualties and many of them were old friends who had lived with them for decades. Now that they had turned into cold corpses, it was a huge blow to them. Brother, rest in peace. I will take revenge for you. Someone sat beside a corpse and lowered his head. Tears flowed down from the corner of his eyes. Such a situation wasn't rare. Some of them cried but they definitely wouldn't regret it. That was their choice and when they decided to do so, they knew what the outcome would be. Of course, some were discussing the kid that appeared on the battlefield. To them, the kid was really fierce. They called him Little Sword God. After all, they all saw those scenes. The 10,000 swords swept through the air and brought many problems to the alliance members. Although the 10,000 swords weren't as strong as expected, to them, this kid was worthy of the title of Little Sword God. I remember that the kid is on the same side as Hu Luo. I saw him too. Didn't Hu Luo bring a kid to register? It seems like there are many young people who aren't afraid of death. Little sword god is not bad. This kid has a deep understanding of the sword. I feel like it is similar to Sword Palace. Did he come from Sword Palace? That night, in the courtyard. I really earned a lot this time. Lin Fan felt great. He looked at the rage points of the small support system and nearly peed his pants. He said that only by mocking a group could he gain the most rage points. Rage points, 365466. What a terrifying amount of rage points. Maybe this time he could raise his strength to a really high level. The risk was worth it, it was really worth it. Heart cultivation, sword seed, grade 8, this was the heart cultivation technique that Elder Han cultivated. To Lin Fan, it was quite decent. Improve. Consumed 10,000 rage points. Sword seed, grade 9. Sword seed, peak grade 12, Wang. When the sword seed rose to grade 12, there was a shocking change in his body. An eye-catching small sword floated in his body. This was the shocking effect of raising sword seed to the max level. Not bad, not bad. Next is to raise my cultivation. True essence slowly increased from 430. One true essence consumed 3,000 rage points. Consumed 30,000 rage points. True essence, 440, middle god essence realm. The increase in strength made Lin Fan really excited. He felt like his body was filled with power, but this was far from enough. He needed to continue to improve. God Essence Realm Technique 9 Dragon Technique, it was a mysterious dual cultivation technique. It could improve the god body and also true essence. Consumed 4,000 rage points. 9 Dragon Technique, Basics, instantly, Lin Fan felt a slight change in his true essence and god body. A faint, almost transparent little golden dragon coiled around the surface of his body. He continued to improve. 9 Dragon Technique, returning to true, all of a sudden, something shocking happened. With Lin Fan as the center, 9 illusory figures of golden dragons coiled around the surface of his body. They spun continuously as though they were swallowing something up. As expected, some techniques are really strong. Lin Fan exclaimed. He realized that the techniques that his father kept were really overpowered. Just this 9 Dragon Technique alone made him feel like his strength had increased by a lot. Be it true essence or god body, they were all greatly improved. Improve. God body, 450, peak god essence realm, improve. True essence, 450, peak god essence realm, 60,000 rage points were consumed right away. He felt like his strength had reached a terrifying level. Internal and external cultivation, raising true essence and god body to peak god essence realm. The power that his body contained was really shocking. Based on Lin Fan's thoughts, the next step would be the most crucial one. He would have to know just how much power would be required to step into the void realm. Ripping open space wasn't something that a normal person could do. Or rather, this power had reached a certain extreme. Consumed 6,000 rage points. Cold City 4 Destruction, Basics. Consumed 11,000 rage points. Cold City 4 Destruction, returning to true, instantly. Lin Fan felt that there was a shocking change around him. Flames were boiling. Water was surging. The soil was tumbling and rolling. Trees were growing. Although these were all illusions, they seemed to represent 4 special attributes. God Body Cultivation Technique. This time I will definitely be able to raise my strength to initial void realm. Lin Fan was filled with hope and felt like he was going to soar into the heavens. Chapter 270. Hu Luo and the others helped out in the city. Laoshan City was quieter at night. They buried the people who were sacrificed. To Hu Luo and the others, this was the first time in 20 years that someone close to them had died. It wasn't that they couldn't accept it, but when it really happened, it was a huge blow to their souls. Hu Luo, the little sword god who is with you is not bad. A middle-aged man patted Hu Luo's shoulder and said. Ah. Hu Luo was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. He asked curiously, Uncle Shen, what do you mean? What little sword god? Uncle Shen looked at Hu Luo with a weird expression like he didn't expect that he actually didn't know. The kid that you brought to the city. Yang Shun raised his head and asked, Uncle Shen, are you talking about Brother Lin? Anyways, it is the kid who is with you. Today, he is amazing. His sword techniques are amazing and his courage is praiseworthy. He appeared beside Master Zhao and scolded the Alliance 9-star general. He even used 10,000 swords to join the battle. Even if the Alliance experts chased him, he didn't fear them at all. Uncle Shen said. Huh? Hu Luo looked at Uncle Shen with his mouth agape like he was listening to a book from heaven. Uncle Shen, are you joking with me? What kind of joke is that? Everyone saw it for themselves. Uncle Shen said. At that moment, Hu Luo suddenly thought about where the wounds on Brother Lin's body came from. At that moment, respect rose up in his heart. It was obvious that he didn't expect Brother Lin to be so brave. It was totally unexpected. To be able to be called Little Sword God by the seniors in Laoshan City was something to be proud of. Alliance meeting. The 9-star general led the experts to clash with Laoshan City to test their strength. The outcome was shocking. To break through Laoshan City's defense line, they didn't have enough experts and needed more. But the Alliance headquarters was unhappy with this trip. Teacher Chen's live stream was blocked by the Alliance headquarters. They weren't strong enough and were suppressed by the enemy. It was obvious that the Alliance was dispirited. Therefore, such behavior was naturally strangled in the cradle. As for Guangwu College losing a 4-star teacher, naturally it made them furious, but more than that, they felt embarrassed. As a teacher, he was actually so weak, that was a huge loss of face for Guangwu College. Meanwhile, the latest news was out, which was that Alliance members were prohibited from bringing broadcast equipment into the rich land. In case the Teacher Chen incident happened again, it would have a negative impact on the Alliance. In the courtyard of Laoshan City. Is this the strength of the void interpretation realm? Lin Fan floated in the air and used up all his rage points. He finally raised his true essence and god body to void realm. He raised his hand and slowly moved his fingers. With a ripping sound, a tear appeared in the air, as though a piece of cloth had been torn apart. The void within the fissure was pitch black, but there were spots of light flickering. It was extremely resplendent, as though it was a galaxy in the universe. When he raised his divine body to the void realm, the door in his mind opened completely. It was as though he no longer had any restrictions. Everything became very mysterious. Now, he felt that his strength wasn't something that God Essence Realm could compare to. The gap between the two could be said to be like heaven and earth and couldn't be described with words. To be more direct, it was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. The difference in height meant that one would look at problems differently too. It seems like I can open up my own dimension to store things. Lin Fan felt like he had to slowly explore some things. How would he be able to understand it right away? He tried to open up the dimension but realized that it was really unstable. It was like he was trying to form a connection with himself. The problem was huge and it wasn't as simple as he thought. Brother Lin. At that moment, Hu Luo's voice spread in from outside. Listening closely, he felt that the voice was curious and excited. Lin Fan landed slowly. Gradually, his control over his strength made him even more confident. Why did you come to find me at this time? Lin Fan was really curious. Hu Luo and the others' strength couldn't be compared to his, but one had to say that they were different from other young people. Kachi. He pushed the door open. What happened? Lin Fan looked at Hu Luo and the others and asked curiously. Why did Hu Luo seem more excited than him? Hu Luo said excitedly, Little Sword God. Ah. Lin Fan was stunned as he looked at Hu Luo. He actually didn't understand what he meant. Little Sword God? Who was he calling? Hu Luo noticed Lin Fan's confused expression and said, Brother Lin, you have a nickname now. When you fought with the Alliance members in the day, they called you Little Sword God. At the start, I didn't know who they were calling him. They said that he was with me, so I knew that it was Brother Lin. Lin Fan's mouth was agape. He was a little dumbfounded. Little Sword God? Why did he feel like that was a little weird? Lu Shiqi said excitedly, I didn't expect us to have such an amazing person beside us. How old are you? Are you an old monster? I heard that some old monsters have high cultivation and can turn young. If not, you are around the same age as us, so how can you be so strong? Shiqi, what are you thinking about? How can Brother Lin be an old monster? He is around the same age as us. Yang Shun said. Leng San noticed that Shiqi was so excited about Lin Fan and felt a sense of danger. But he was expressionless and no one could tell that there was anything wrong with him. Wait. Lin Fan raised his hand, who thought of this for me? Don't you think that Little Sword God doesn't sound good? That was indeed the case. If it was Sword God, then it was okay. But why was it Little Sword God? He felt like he was a scum. In the day, the special effects were too exaggerated, so people thought that he was a sword expert. That was really unfair. This was just a hobby that he played around with. He couldn't take it seriously at all. He hadn't even mentioned that he was actually very familiar with the way of the sword. If they saw him play with the blade, then wouldn't they call him Little Blade God? So, this matter was a bit of a headache. Hu Luo said, Brother Lin, how can it not sound good? Who in Laoshan City doesn't know about your nickname? I heard them say that you actually scolded the Alliance's 9-star general. So amazing that I didn't dare to believe it. Lin Fan was a little helpless. It seemed like he was too high profile. He had just come to Laoshan City for a few days and he actually had such a title. Forget it. No matter how an outstanding person tries to hide himself, he will always shine. After a while, Hu Luo felt that it was late, so he didn't continue and told Lin Fan to rest. Lin Fan returned to his room and continued to study the Void Realm ability. The next day, when Lin Fan walked around Laoshan City, people actually recognized him and called him Little Sword God. This made him feel a little helpless. He really wanted to tell all the big shots not to call him Little Sword God. This title wasn't much. Unfortunately, he had no choice. People already treated him as the Little Sword God. There were even people who patted Lin Fan's shoulder and praised him. To have such strength at such a young age was really rare, or perhaps they had never seen it before. What else could Lin Fan say? He could only accept it. After all, no matter what, it sounded like they were praising him. He was waiting for the Alliance members to arrive. It was a waste that he wasn't able to join in the battle yesterday. If he reached Void Realm, although he was only at the initial stage, he believed that with his strength, he could even crush peak experts. As for what 5-element realm was like, he was unfamiliar with it. He hadn't fought it before, so he was really unfamiliar with it. He left Laoshan City and strolled around. He wanted to see what the border area of Laoshan City looked like. When he arrived, he saw many experts guarding there. They were all really old and there were basically no young people at all. Maybe this was because the experts were all old and the young were weak. They didn't have the ability to guard the border at all. He noticed that the border barrier was like a ripple. Was that the Alliance? Little Sword God is here. I still remember what happened yesterday. How bold. An old man smiled and then said to the people around, "Come take a look. This is the heroic little sword god from yesterday." The moment he said this, instantly, many people gathered around. Lin Fan was a little shy and felt that this was too sudden. It was like he had instantly become famous. He knew that he was an outstanding person and it was normal for him to be the center of attention. But he knew that since his strength rose to God Essence Realm or Void Realm, the level he interacted with in the future would be different. The world of those young people wasn't suitable for him anymore. He should be interacting with those old men on the same level. After all, he had no choice because of his strength. Lin Fan smiled, "Thank you all for your help yesterday. Otherwise, with my strength, I would have died to those alliance members. Don't worry, little sword god, they won't be able to hurt you unless they step over our corpses." An old man smiled. Lin Fan walked to the side of a bunch of elders and asked about alliance matters. When he learned that these people lived in Laoshan City and disguised themselves as normal people, he was shocked. When he saw the situation in Laoshan City, he thought back to Yu City. If he hadn't personally experienced it, it would have been hard to imagine. In the end, the people around him knew what he was doing and what he had to protect. Only he didn't know who the people around him were and what kind of strength they had. He treated them as normal people. This was why it was so awkward. Little sword god. At this moment, Zhao Lishan walked over and looked at Lin Fan with shock in his eyes. It was obvious that he didn't expect Lin Fan to have such cultivation at such a young age. That was unbelievable. Chapter 271. Senior Zhao. The person who came was Zhao Lishan, the strongest expert in Laoshan City and also the commander to defend against the alliance. Although he felt good about himself, naturally, he wouldn't be arrogant towards Senior Zhao. He greeted him with respect. Zhao Lishan looked at Lin Fan and nodded his head, "You are young and talented. When I was your age, I was only Martial Path Grade 10. Your future is limitless. Thank you Senior Zhao for your praise. I was just lucky and had a few fortuitous encounters." Lin Fan said humbly. What else could he say? He had to tell him that he had a small support system and that cultivation was really simple. It was as simple as eating and drinking. If he really said that, he was really afraid that he would be captured and beaten up. "We didn't ask you how you cultivated so quickly, so why did you have to brag to us?" The surrounding experts looked at Lin Fan with no hint of jealousy, only envy. Up till now, they had been cultivating one step at a time and hadn't had many opportunities. To think that this little sword god would have so many opportunities. His luck was just too crazy, wasn't it? When Zhao Lishan looked at Lin Fan, it was like he saw hope. The situation was really serious. The alliance stared aggressively and Zhao Lishan felt huge pressure at every moment. If the Laoshan City defense line was shattered, then, he would be the biggest sinner. Lin Fan followed Zhao Lishan and walked at the border. "I heard that you came from Jiang City and are the Martial Path Mountain sect leader?" Zhao Lishan asked. Lin Fan said, I came from Jiang City. When I learned about this, I met 3 alliance members on the way and fought with them. I learned about the situation here, so I came to take a look. I hope that I can help." Zhao Lishan exclaimed, "Haze, if everyone could be like you, then alliance wouldn't be a problem. The people in Laoshan City might look like that, but actually, they were all geniuses of various sections. They came willingly to Laoshan City and live a boring life for others." Lin Fan stood at the side and nodded his head. He comprehended what Zhao Lishan said. That was indeed the case. Those that were able to cultivate to the void interpretation realm and above, even if they were rather old, were already considered to be geniuses. However, looking at the current appearance of these people, it was truly impossible to imagine that they were once geniuses of some sect. If he stayed in the sect, his position might be extraordinary and he might even become one of the sect's upper echelons. However, they had given up power and glory to come to this remote place. It was truly admirable. The appearance of the alliance started 100 years ago. 100 years ago, no one knew what they were and no one knew where they came from. At that time, they brought us huge problems and many died. But someone blocked them and paid a huge price to chase them out. 20 years later, Alliance experts appeared once more. To us, the easiest thing to forget is history. Everyone thought that it wouldn't happen, so they didn't care much about it. That time, starting from the border, all the cities in Fuzhou were occupied. Someone stood out and chased them away. After these two incidents, someone cared about it and built cities at the border to defend against them. Lin Fan had never heard about Alliance. Now that he heard about it, he slowly understood many things. Senior Zhao, since they can enter our territory, can't we enter theirs? Lin Fan asked. Zhao Lishan thought about it for a moment. I am not sure about that. The alliance has always been the one attacking and we have been defending at the defense line. We just hope to force them back. It seemed like they didn't think about counterattacking. In Lin Fan's opinion, there was no strategy at all. Only the side that was on the offensive could gain the upper hand. If he was born 10 years earlier, no, if he came here a year earlier, he could use the small support system to raise his cultivation. The alliance members wouldn't even be a problem. He would be able to crush all of them with one fierce move. Of course, he was filled with respect towards the people in Laoshan City. He really didn't expect that there would actually be people who were willing to be normal people and defend this place. To him, anyone from Laoshan City would be treated as an expert if they went out. Glory, splendor, wealth and rank were all within his grasp. Thinking about that, he thought back to Yu City. It seemed like the situation there was similar. The people there weren't simple people. Amazing. They were really amazing. He actually didn't see it. Martial Path Mountain. With a loud explosion, a low voice spread out. Zhou Zhongmao broke out of seclusion. The effects of the purple gold dragon essence pill were simply too overbearing, and his physique had also been changed by the purple gold dragon essence pill. He now possessed the potential that the Zhao family could only dream of. Martial Path Grade 12 Initial Realm. In such a short time, he crossed realms and reached such a stage. That was enough to be described as terrifying. My cousin isn't back yet. The first thing Zhou Zhongmao did when he came out wasn't to feel the joy of his strength increasing but to find Go Zi to ask whether or not cousin was back. He wanted to raise his strength quickly so that he could better protect cousin. Go Zi missed young master but he didn't know where young master went. When he told Zhou Zhongmao that he was in seclusion the last time young master came back, he didn't disturb him. Zhou Zhongmao felt really bad. He felt like he missed out on something important. Zhou Zhongmao wanted to know where cousin went but even Go Zi didn't know. This made him a little anxious. It was obvious that he was worried whether or not cousin faced danger outside. I am going to search for cousin. Zhou Zhongmao said firmly and decided to search for cousin. When Feng Poliu knew about the situation, he was helpless. What did he want to do? If he continued, then there would be no one left on Martial Path Mountain. However, once Zhou Zhongmao was sure about something, even 8 horses couldn't pull him back. This was why his decision wouldn't change. Yuan Tianchu felt like Martial Path Mountain was about to disband. Zhang Tianshan's departure made him think about it for a long time. Lin Fan's departure made him think about it for a long time. Now that Zhou Zhongmao was going to leave, then there would be no one left on Martial Path Mountain. Don't tell him that the final winner would be Feng Poliu or Liang Yongqi. That would be really terrifying. Laoshan City. Since he talked to Zhao Lishan, he had a deeper understanding of the alliance. At the same time, he had a huge understanding of Laoshan City. For example, that old Master Wang who liked to smoke and use a fan as a weapon. When he found out about his background from Zhao Lishan, he was shocked. He was a disciple of a sect who nearly took over the position of sect leader. But because his son was killed during the Alliance invasion 20 years ago. After learning about the situation, he didn't bother about the sect leader position and came to Laoshan City to take revenge for his son. He came for 20 years and didn't leave Laoshan City at all. Every day, he would sit there and smoke and look at the sky in a daze. He regretted his actions. His son told him to head to Laoshan City to defend against the Alliance. He was obsessed with the sect leader position and didn't go. After his son was killed, he was furious and swore to wipe out all the Alliance members. Lin Fan could see that old Master Wang was really fierce. He didn't back down when facing the Alliance members and instead used his life to fight, causing the Alliance members to be terrified. The people here are all heroes, it seems like I can't fall behind. Lin Fan muttered. His original goal was simple, which was to obtain rage points to raise his strength. But now, not only could he raise his strength, but he could also do something meaningful. That was really good. Within the room. He didn't sleep and was sensing the power of the void realm. A crack was ripped open in the space in front of him and the pitch-black space shone brightly. Damn it! How the hell is this storage dimension built? Lin Fan scratched his head and his head hurt. Even if his thoughts were advanced, it wasn't a problem of it being advanced. It was just that it was foreign. It was really simple for him to use his fist to shatter the space. Wasn't it just to explode with strength and punch? But the situation now was a little complicated. Construct. The damage of the space was a little high. If he placed anything in, it would instantly shatter into pieces. It was really unstable. What should he do to make the space that he opened more stable? This was something that made people feel helpless. Time passed slowly. When the sky turned bright. Done. Lin Fan smiled. After a night of research, he finally succeeded. The space dimension was really stable and he opened up a dimension that wasn't too small but also not too big either. He locked down his mind and wrapped the dimension, forming it into a portable dimension bag. He placed the long sword and blade in. He then closed the dimension and the crack disappeared. One couldn't see any problems at all. But with a thought, his palm reached into the space in front of him. His palm disappeared and he took out a long sword. There are many more mysteries in the void realm. I will slowly study it and I will definitely find more amazing things. A smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. Right now, he really wanted to fight with a strong opponent. He wanted to test out just how strong he was. He already had a wonderful feeling that any random punch he threw out would have an extremely terrifying power. It was a power that could shatter the void. He pushed open the door. Hu Luo and the others had left Laoshan City and were patrolling outside. They weren't strong and there was a limit to what they could do. But they could still patrol outside and search for Alliance members that they missed. As for fighting Alliance members at the border, it was too much for them to handle. Maybe it wasn't too much. With their strength, they would be instantly killed. They wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Chapter 272. Hello, Little Sword God. Where is Little Sword God going? When he came out, the Laoshan City experts all greeted him. But to Lin Fan, he didn't know what to say. Couldn't they just talk nicely? You can call me Lin Fan, you can call me Little Lin, but there was no need to call me Little Sword God. But looking at the situation, it was obvious that he was used to it and it was impossible for him to stop. He could only smile awkwardly at them. Since that was the case, then he would just continue. Anyway, he was used to it. He walked at the border and was thinking about when the Alliance experts would appear once more. He was really looking forward to it. His cultivation relied on rage points. Logically speaking, if he went to a sect to cause trouble, it would be amazing. But the key was that no sect offended him, so he couldn't just find trouble with them for no reason, right? As for those sects he had conflicts with, he didn't dare to go. If they had experts and he went to mock them, it would be a problem for him to return. That would be a tragedy. Alliance experts. Lin Fan thought about it. He felt like after coming to Laoshan City and going through this matter, he had become a whole new person. It was like he had broken away from small fights and was walking towards a greater cause. Land of the Alliance. The 36th Legion and Guangwu College's people in charge were all here. The Alliance 9-star general looked at everyone present with a dark and sunken expression. The Alliance headquarters gave the final order to take down Laoshan City within 10 days. I hope that all of you can go all out and not try to take advantage of the situation. Many people sat around the round table. The 9-star general looked at them with a sharp gaze and gave the final notice. The Guangwu College person in charge had a tough expression. General, there are too many natives and we can't fight them with our strength. The 36th Legion's deputy tapped the table and agreed, that is indeed the case. There are too many natives in Laoshan City and there are too many experts. With just our numbers and strength, it is too tough to break in. We might even be wiped out. If the Alliance headquarters doesn't send more experts, we won't be able to complete this mission. 9-star general said, everyone, this battle is for the entire Alliance. We are about to use up our resources and if we can't find the best way, then we will self-destruct. Rich land is our last hope and the Alliance headquarters will go all out to occupy it. The person in charge of Guangwu College said, General, we understand that, but with our current strength, it is tough, really tough. Unless we can gain something from other places and fight for a chance for us, it is impossible. The defense line of the fertile lands was not limited to Pyrolite City. Not to mention Yu City, that was the toughest defense line to break. As for the others, they were easy to deal with and they had a high chance of breaking through. 9-star general looked at them with a deep gaze. He smiled, if Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island come to help, do you still think it is impossible? In an instant, the room was silent. General, if that is the case, then everything isn't a problem. But why would they help? Everyone present was extremely curious. Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island didn't fit with the Alliance headquarters. Before entering the rich land, the Alliance headquarters had already treated them as evil organizations. 9-star general got up with a sharp gaze and said in a domineering manner, when the Alliance faces danger, all uneasy powers will stop fighting and work together against the enemy. This was the oath that all the powers swore to the highest honor when the Alliance was formed. Instantly, everyone was filled with respect. This was the supreme alliance in their hearts. What nonsense, to even swear to the highest honor. Who knew what kind of promise they made? Of course, whatever the general said was the truth. One couldn't go against him, otherwise, he would accuse you of betraying the alliance and no one would be willing to help you clear your name. Sword Head, you are making it easy for me to find you. In a forest, old ancestor Su walked out slowly. In front of him was a straw hut. It seemed like Sword Head built it. Are you living here because you feel guilty or are you trying to escape reality? Sword Head was farming and when he heard the voice, he placed down the tools in his hands. Country protector, I came from afar. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Old ancestor Su smiled. Sword Head, what are you doing here? During the Fuzhou battle, you slashed open the Nuteo River and caused many deaths. Have you suppressed the sword path in your heart? Sword Head nodded. It was obvious that he didn't want to continue talking about this matter. He felt that he was a sinful person. He had killed many people. If those people who died deserved to die, killing 1,000 or 10,000 wouldn't affect him at all. He could even condense his sword intent. But when he came to his senses, it was too late. How old are you? Why is your will so weak? You aren't going back to Sword Palace? Old Ancestor Su asked. Sword Head said, I am not going back. I am not fit to be the Sword Palace head. Let me spend the rest of my life here. Kiki, live for the rest of your life. You are really dreaming. With your current cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem to live for a few hundred or even 1,000 years. But do you know that there are very few people who can live for 100 years? No one is willing to die, but do you know why they can't live that long? Old Ancestor Su asked. The goal of anyone becoming strong wasn't to live longer. Unfortunately, they had no choice as they were forced to do things. If they didn't do it, then no one would. So, the stronger one was, the more things one had to bear. Sword Head kept silent and didn't say anything. It was obvious that he knew the reason why so many experts couldn't live for so long. I don't want to say anything more to you. If you really feel guilty, then head to the border to defend against the Alliance. Old Ancestor Su said sternly. Stay here and let others help you defend against the Alliance and live the life you want. That is such a beautiful dream. Sword Head said, I understand. I will leave in a while to defend against the Alliance. I just hope that Country Protector can take care of Sword Palace. Old Ancestor Su said, I am thinking that the entire sect should head over. Although Sword Head felt guilty, he wasn't stupid. If Sword Palace went, then wouldn't that mean that they might be wiped out at any moment? It was enough for him to go, but he couldn't be too much. Country Protector, don't you think that this is a little too much? Sword Head asked. Old Ancestor Su smiled, Haze, how is it too much? It isn't. It is just that some people are silently contributing. Once the defense line is broken, then it isn't too much. But it is understandable. 20 years ago, Sword Palace protected you like a treasure, so how could they let you die? Okay, it is good that I found you. Do as you see fit, I won't force you. Let's go. Old Ancestor Su turned around and left. He didn't say much to Sword Head. He was going somewhere else. To him, the times had changed, and it was no longer the same as before. There were fewer and fewer people who were willing to contribute. Only when people hurt them would they fight back. Before they were affected, they just wanted to preserve their strength and not be affected. Laoshan City. Come out, all of you come out quickly. I have waited for so long, why aren't you attacking? Lin Fan walked at the border and muttered softly like he was tempting the Alliance members to come out and fight. He wanted to raise his strength quickly. He even wanted to reach peak Void Realm in a breath and peak 5 Element Realm in half a day. After a day, he would be invincible in the world. When that happened, it would feel great. Who would dare to offend him? What alliance? This young master would just directly charge to their door and hack at their home. How domineering would that be? Little sword god, what are you muttering about? At that moment, a middle-aged man walked over. He really respected Lin Fan. He was young and talented, so he praised him many times. Lin Fan looked at him and smiled. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk to him but that he didn't know his name. There were so many people in Laoshan City and he had only been here for a few days, so how could he know so much? The other party seemed to sense the situation and could not help but smile. Little sword god, just call me Old Shen. Old Shen's hairstyle was not bad. It was instant noodle hair and the mustache on his lips was really thick. The only thing was that it looked a little unnatural. Okay, Old Shen. Lin Fan smiled. It seemed like this was his first meeting with an expert. He was now at a young age and had entered a level that the younger generation couldn't touch. That feeling was really different. It was like when the younger generation was still in primary school and he had become an elder. The people he came into contact with were people who would give him bottles of Lafite. Old Shen, actually you can call me Old Lin or Little Lin. This little sword god title sounds weird, why don't we change it? Lin Fan said. Right now, it was too late for regrets. Why did he think about playing with swords? Being called Little Blade God was okay, at least it was much better than this. Old Shen rubbed his instant noodle hair, that sounds good, Little Sword God. Once you remove the word little and become Sword God, then that would be really amazing. Lin Fan and Old Shen walked side by side. He had to continue talking about this topic. He realized that Old Shen didn't have any expectations for the future. He asked from the side and realized that Old Shen didn't think that he could survive. Lin Fan hadn't experienced such a thing before, so he couldn't imagine how dangerous it would be. But from what Old Shen said, the best outcome would be to chase the alliance members away. If half of the people in the city could survive, that would be a miracle. The mortality rate would be too high. After a long while, Lin Fan separated from Old Shen. He was alone and looked around. The barrier at the border was like water. When he touched it, it felt like he was touching the surface of water. However, he couldn't pass through it. It was like a layer of magical power was blocking him. He reckoned that it would require a lot of power to break through. He grabbed the barrier and true essence surged. He hollered and wanted to try. But as expected, there was no movement at all. From start to finish, it was like nothing had happened. Haze. As expected, I was thinking too much. Lin Fan decided not to. He was asking to be humiliated. In the end, his cultivation wasn't strong enough. If it was really powerful, it would have been torn apart by that claw just now. Now that the alliance members haven't appeared, they are definitely planning something bad. That was how bad people acted. The short period of peace was to lower their guard and then attack to catch them off guard. This was an old plan. But they were still so happy. He could only say that they were thinking too much. There was a river upstream of Laoshan City. This was the river of life. The water for cooking and drinking came from here. At that moment, a sneaky person walked out from the darkness. He looked left and right, and after confirming that there was no one, he walked in front of the river of life. The Alliance had attacked Laoshan City and hadn't taken it down. As for that, they would think of all sorts of methods. Now, poisoning was one of the best ways to solve this problem. He took out an exquisite bottle from his pocket. The liquid inside was red, and it had a nice name in the Alliance. It was called Dark Red Blood. It was the blood of dark creatures, and it was extremely poisonous. Hee hee. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His snow-white teeth shone like stars, and he seemed to be quite pleased with himself. The Alliance needed his contributions and he would open up new opportunities for them. They were just a bunch of small natives and they actually dared to block the Alliance outside. That was just too much. He definitely couldn't accept it. He opened the bottle and released the terrifying dark red blood. He then poured it into the river of life. He believed that the dark red blood would be able to poison him. To deal with the Laoshan City natives, the Alliance thought of many methods. He was one of them and many people didn't have high hopes for it. His family was a poison user family that wasn't cared about. Now, he was the last heir of that family. The dark red blood merged into the river of life and the color of the river slowly changed. It became really eye-catching and then slowly returned to normal. What a beautiful color. This is art, a true art. I will prove that poison is omnipotent. He thought about it. He should be able to poison all the natives in Laoshan City to death. But he wasn't sure whether or not he could poison them to death. After all, he had never used poison before. He only poisoned chickens, ducks, fish, pigs, and cows. Maybe this was the reason why there were fewer and fewer people in the poison family. He reached out and dipped his finger in the water before placing it in his mouth. At that moment, he opened his eyes wide like they were about to explode. His face flushed red and so did his skin. White smoke rose up from the top of his head. Then, his legs gave way and he fell straight to the ground. A crow flew past his head. So awkward. Chapter 273. There seems to be someone there. Lin Fan looked around and realized that there was a person lying above the river. He was a little far away and he wasn't sure who it was. But looking at the situation, it seemed like he was lying on the ground and looking at the sky. Maybe he wasn't a bad person. If he was, he definitely wouldn't be so carefree. Oi! What are you doing? Lin Fan got close and asked. But he didn't move at all and just laid there without moving at all. Why didn't he give him face? When he wanted to see his face, he realized that it was a little unfamiliar and his expression wasn't right. His face was as black as if he had been poisoned. He reached out his finger to touch the tip of his nose. There was no heat at all and he was dead. Lin Fan frowned and his expression was solemn. What was going on? He noticed that he was holding a tube and there was a drop of red liquid in it. He didn't know what it was. He looked closely. His gaze locked onto the river, and he pondered for a moment before he was instantly shocked. According to his guess, could it be that the other party had poisoned the river? He came to the river and looked at the clear water. He couldn't see any problems at all. It is hard to tell with the naked eye. Maybe only by tasting it will I know whether or not there is a problem. Lin Fan thought about it and understood something. Everything had to be tested. If he didn't test it, it would be hard to understand the exact situation. He reached out and dipped his finger in the river water. He placed it in his mouth and licked it. He frowned and felt that the taste was a little different. It was sour and sweet. He realized that there was heat rising from the surface of his body. There was a white gas for no reason. How weird. But he didn't feel anything. Everything was normal. Soon, the steaming feeling disappeared and was replaced by a feeling of emptiness, as if something had been lost in his body. This time he was much bolder. He held the water with both hands and gulped it down. He felt a red energy spreading in his body and clashing with his organs. Instantly, an overbearing heat struck him and steam rose from the surface of his skin. Feels so good, it feels like my heart is stuffed. Lin Fan looked at the corpse, then at the river, as if he couldn't understand what the other party had put in it. Why did it give him such a domineering pleasure? He slowly touched the corpse. In the distance, a figure looked at the scene in fear. The last of the Alliance's poison practitioners died in the hands of the natives of the rich lands. He was filled with disbelief and even rage. The natives wiped out a technique inheritor of their alliance, completely killing the last inheritor of a poison family. All along. He even suspected that there were spies in the alliance from the rich lands and that they were afraid of the poison families in the alliance. Otherwise, how could the large number of legatees in the poison families have dwindled and died? Lin Fan raised his head and looked into the distance. There seemed to be something spying on him just now. This kind of feeling was a little unpleasant. The Alliance spy hid somewhere and opened his eyes wide. He felt that Lin Fan had noticed him. Luckily, he hid well, otherwise, he would have been noticed. He had to go back and inform the Alliance. At this moment, Lin Fan looked at this corpse of unknown origins. He could only leave silently. He had no interest in the situation here at all. No matter what happened, it was no longer important to him. When he returned to Laoshan City, he found that some people in Ji Mountain City had been running to toilets. Every time they passed by a toilet, they could hear a puffing noise, along with a strange smell. Hu Luo, what is going on with them? Why are they lining up to shit? Did they eat something wrong? Lin Fan asked. This was a huge matter. To these experts, it was abnormal for them to have diarrhea. It didn't make sense. Of course, for some of the true experts, this wasn't a big deal. Everything seemed very normal. Hu Luo said, "Brother Lin, you don't know. I didn't expect someone to poison the river. Luckily, the poison was diluted by the water, so it was just diarrhea. If it wasn't diluted, then the outcome would be catastrophic. It seems like we have to be careful. The Alliance is willing to do anything to take down Laoshan City. There is poison in the river." Lin Fan thought about it and suddenly thought back to the corpse by the river. The bottle in his hand should have been poison, just like what he thought. But wait, he didn't understand something. Since he was the one who poisoned him, then how did he die? This place was filled with questions, but he didn't have time to think about it. He could only let it continue. "Old Shen, where are you going?" Lin Fan saw that Old Shen was walking awkwardly and asked curiously. Instant Noodle Old Shen smiled, "Nothing, I am going to buy some, Poochie." His fart had betrayed Old Shen. It seemed like he was also one of the people who had fallen for it. That poison was really fierce, to actually make people fart. But why was he perfectly fine? Was his body really strong? Old Shen's face turned red and he ran away. He cursed in his heart, which bastard did this? Can't he have a little bit of civility? How despicable to just randomly poison him. A few days later. 9-star General, 36th Legion, Guangwu College higher-ups were waiting for someone. In the distance, a group of people dressed in black and red robes appeared. Their appearance brought a trace of strangeness to the surrounding environment. It was as if every one of them was a black volcano, spewing out a terrifying aura that caused people to be alarmed. "I really hate these people." The 36th Legion Deputy General showed a look of disgust towards the people from Hell Mountain. Their 36th Legion and Hell Mountain people had clashed several times and suffered heavy casualties. To be honest, it was the 36 legions that had suffered heavy casualties. One had to admit that they were really strong. To them, the people from Hell Mountain were evil disciples. Their black and red robes represented that they weren't righteous. Who knew that the Alliance headquarters would invite them over to help? "We are on the same side in the future. You should let go of your past prejudice," 9-star General said. The Deputy General looked at 9-star General and didn't say anything. In his words, this was what the Alliance headquarters and 9-star General was best at. Suddenly, the Deputy General looked at someone from Hell Mountain and said in shock, "Evil God Jin Ming, how is he still alive? Didn't they say that he was killed by the Alliance headquarters?" He looked towards 9-star General and hoped for an explanation. 9-star General was calm and didn't find anything weird at all, "They are just lying to the people." After all, he caused huge panic. If they didn't announce his death, the Alliance headquarters would be suspected. Damn! The Deputy General's face twitched. As expected, a bunch of scum who only knew how to lie to others. As the people of the Alliance, it was really sad. Those tens of thousands of people who were killed by evil God Jin Ming really died for nothing. "General, long time no see. I didn't expect the Alliance headquarters to actually work with Hell Mountain one day. I really didn't expect that." Evil God Jin Ming opened the cover on his head and revealed a terrifying face. There were dark red patterns on both sides of his face and a small skull pendant hung from his earlobes. Hell Mountain and the Alliance have always had a close relationship. A few hundred years ago, when the Alliance was formed, Hell Mountain helped a lot. From then on, the Alliance headquarters and Hell Mountain have a close relationship. 9-star General said. Evil God Jin Ming smiled, but this smile was a little cold. "It is indeed close." The 36th Legion Deputy General said, "Why aren't the people from Ocean Emperor Island here yet?" He was a little confused. Based on normal situations, they should have appeared by now. 9-star General was really confused too. Ocean Emperor Island had a strong sense of time and logically speaking, they should have arrived by now. Evil God Jinming smiled, I think people from Ocean Emperor Island won't come. We met them on the way. I told them that Hell Mountain can come and we don't need them anymore. So, they all left obediently. 9-star General was stunned like he didn't expect evil God Jinming to chase people from Ocean Emperor Island away. He wanted to rage. But he didn't. He suppressed the rage in his heart and smiled, if Ocean Emperor Island comes, then things will become much simpler. Why is there a need to make it difficult? Evil God Jinming said, things that aren't difficult will only make one feel bad. I am really curious about the rich land experts. 20 years ago, I wasn't strong enough and couldn't fight them. Now, I want to see how strong they are. 9-star General smiled and looked at Jinming. He wanted to say that if he knew that he had such balls, he would have sent him to U City and let him face Lin Wani. Wouldn't that be better? Don't you think that you are too much? The 36th Legion Deputy General raged. He hated people who made decisions on their own, especially evil sects like Hell Mountain. They were so arrogant and he hated them to the extreme. Alright, don't talk so much. 9-star General scolded and told the Deputy General to shut up. Why didn't he learn from Guangwu College to do more and speak less? Actually, how would he know that it wasn't that Guangwu College didn't want to speak but that they were so strong and they had no right to speak? Unless their dean came, he would be able to say a few words. The Alliance headquarters' actions confused many of the Guangwu College teachers. Hell Mountain and the Alliance were enemies. When they taught the students, they clearly said that Hell Mountain was an evil organization and they had to kill them on sight. Who knew that? Now that so many evil people from Hell Mountain appeared in front of them, they didn't do anything at all. That made it a little awkward. Luckily, no students appeared. If not, if the students saw such scenes, they would ask, Teacher, didn't you say that Hell Mountain is an evil organization? Why are you working with them? If that was the case, that would be awkward. Chapter 274. During this period of time, he was thinking about whether or not the Alliance experts would come. His goal for waiting here was to fight to the death with the Alliance. He might have been at Void Realm but he was really strong. If he really went all out, no matter who it was, he wouldn't be afraid. Haze, if they don't come out, then I really have to change places. Lin Fan muttered. Although he had a good relationship with everyone during this period of time, days without rage points weren't happy at all. He couldn't anger the people defending Laoshan City, right? That was immoral. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion and a bright light spread from the distance, lighting up the area. He didn't wait for anyone to inform him, turning into a streak of light and heading towards the border. The Alliance experts were here. It was just too exciting. They were finally here. He had waited for so long. When he left, Hu Luo came to inform him but he was too slow. There was no one in the room and only the swinging wooden door could prove that someone had just left. Many people rose into the air in Laoshan City and headed towards the border. They are different from me. My main goal is to gain rage points while they are defending and protecting the land beneath their feet. Lin Fan looked at the people who lived together in Laoshan City and didn't care about anything else. He actually didn't know what to say. When he arrived there, Zhao Lishan was already facing the Alliance experts. The battle between the two sides was about to start. As the leader of the Alliance, 9-star General looked like a respectable old man. But looking at him now, he looked more like a hatchet man hidden in the Alliance. Each time he appeared, he would use words that he thought made sense to attack Zhao Lishan. It was like he wanted to use his intelligence and shocking eloquence to convince Zhao Lishan. Zhao Lishan, the chance is right in front of your eyes. If you don't cherish it, then you won't have another chance. The Alliance headquarters has to break the Laoshan city defense line. Anyway. Zhao Lishan wanted to say the last sentence but Lin Fan didn't give him a chance. You really talk a lot of bullshit. You're already so old. Why don't you talk less so that you can live a little longer? Lin Fan appeared beside Zhao Lishan and scolded the 9-star general. Please forgive him for appearing beside Zhao Lishan. It couldn't be helped. The other party was too terrifying. He was very afraid. If he was a little further away, the other party would directly attack him, and he wouldn't even have time to cry. Although he wanted to play it safe, for some reason, when he saw so many Alliance members, his heart swelled up. He wanted to eat from the tiger's mouth and earn a bunch of rage points. It was such a small request, but he had to face an astonishing terror. True enough. A wave of killing intent enveloped him. The killing intent was very strong, like a raging flame. He didn't even need to look to know whose killing intent it was. Brat, you're too arrogant. 9-star general's gaze was ice cold and killing intent was boiling in his eyes. To Lin Fan, it was as if he was in an ice cellar. It was bone-piercing cold and his originally passionate heart turned cold. Gulp. Lin Fan was really nervous. He forcefully raised his head and stared at the 9-star general. He smiled, if you have balls, come and hit me, you trash. Schwa. The Alliance members who appeared all looked at Lin Fan in shock. They didn't expect that such a small native would actually dare to insult the 9-star general. He was really bold. Lin Fan couldn't stand being stared at by their gazes. It felt weird, as if he was being locked on. Rage points plus 999. This should have been from the 9-star general. Rage burned in his heart. But that wasn't enough. Damn, he was going to fight them to the death. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen who I am? Later on, I will turn all of you into sticks. Lin Fan gathered his courage and hollered. He knew what the outcome would be if he shouted out loud. Someone definitely had their eyes on him. But he didn't regret it at all. He didn't need to say anything as everyone knew why he stayed here for so long. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 999. Rage points exploded. These Alliance members were insulted by the natives of rich land. Maybe to them, that was something they couldn't accept. Amazing. Little Sword God's guts are way too big. I'm really impressed. When I was the same age as Little Sword God, I didn't have such courage. Don't talk about the past, even now, do you have the courage? Look at their expressions, it's like they ate flies. Later on, we need to protect Little Sword God. These Alliance members have locked onto him. Zhao Lishan blocked in front of Lin Fan and said softly, don't be too rash. Lin Fan was helpless. He knew that he couldn't be rash, but he had no choice. If he wasn't rash, he wouldn't be able to survive. This was the fastest way to gain rage points. The 9-star general was still furious. He remembered who this kid was. Last time, he was so arrogant, but Zhao Lishan stopped him and he couldn't kill him. But this time, he was confident that he could kill this kid. You talk too fast. When the Grim Reaper arrives, you'll have to take responsibility for your words. The 9-star general said coldly. This kid who didn't know his place had no right to be remembered by him. Moreover, he was someone who was about to die, so there was no need for him to know his name. Lin Fan went from being nervous to being calm now. He could already face the terror in front of him. When death descends, your head will be gone. I will toss your corpse into the toilet. Also, all of you don't need to look. You will all receive the same treatment, there won't be any difference. Rage points plus 999. There were many Alliance members and it was tough for him to kill all of them. He didn't even know what happened to some of them. But even with the current situation, he was satisfied. Hung Long. A terrifying aura exploded from the 9-star general's body. The entire space was stirred up by this aura. Leave this place, don't be rash. Zhao Lishan pushed Lin Fan aside. He felt that the alliance wasn't simple this time and they were definitely hiding something. Xiao. Lin Fan didn't act cool. If he couldn't beat him, then so be it. It wasn't something embarrassing. He was much older than him. As long as he had some time, all of this wouldn't be a problem. Die. The 9-star general hollered. He didn't use any moves but the surrounding space exploded like there were many bombs buried in the air. Each explosion caused a shocking shockwave. Even if Zhao Lishan helped Lin Fan block it, he could sense the strength of the shockwave. How terrifying. That was indeed the case. He didn't underestimate the true experts in the alliance, especially this 9-star general. He was really strong and he felt that the gap between them was huge. It definitely wasn't just a little. If not for Zhao Lishan helping to block, he wouldn't even need to attack. Just his aura alone would be enough to rip him apart. Little sword god, leave this to us. An old man walked in front of Lin Fan and smiled. Fighting intent was boiling from his body. They were the first column and they were facing the experts of the alliance. Lin Fan felt helpless towards being called Little Sword God. If they removed the word little, he could accept it. Someone patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Little Sword God, we will rely on you to talk. If we fight, then leave it to us. He charged forwards. Lin Fan shrugged helplessly. Actually, he wasn't weak at all. It felt like they were underestimating him. Hung Long. An intense battle had broken out over at the first platoon. Powerful beings were exchanging blows, and the might that burst forth from the very start was already very shocking. Lin Fan was blocked by the people from Laoshan City. He was helpless and wanted to holler that he really wasn't weak. Suddenly, a sharp blade aura attacked from the side. With a thought, a crack appeared in the void in front of him, and the blade aura was swallowed up. This was the strength of the void realm. To be able to casually tear open space of a fixed size and cause attacks to be useless. Who was so arrogant to actually attack him? When he looked out, he noticed that the middle-aged man's expression was a little off. It was like he had seen a ghost and he retreated slowly. Void Realm, how is he at Void Realm? The middle-aged man looked at Lin Fan in terror. He saw that Lin Fan had angered the 9-star general and wanted to kill him to show off in front of him. Who knew that Lin Fan was actually at Void Realm? How was that possible at such a young age? Suddenly, he realized that the middle-aged man was smiling at him. That smile scared the middle-aged man out of his wits, causing him to turn around and run. Save me, save me. Lin Fan smiled and disappeared from the spot with a thud. He hadn't found a good opponent and didn't expect Lin Fan to find him. If he didn't show off, then he wouldn't be able to survive. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the air above his head. His shouts didn't attract much attention in such a chaotic battle. They were all fighting with their lives on the line and couldn't be distracted at all. Lin Fan opened his fingers and grabbed towards him. Puchi. 5 cracks appeared in the void, and the other party's body was instantly split into 6 parts. This, Lin Fan looked on in shock. He didn't expect that to happen. He just wanted to test the strength of Void Realm, but he didn't expect that he would have such ability. So strong. He didn't want to kill him, but Void Realm's control of space was just too magical. He was actually able to rip apart the space around him and he couldn't even react at all. That was just too terrifying. He couldn't do that. If he killed them all like that, then it wouldn't be good for him to gain rage points. At that moment, a Laoshan City expert was suppressed by an Alliance expert. He flew backward and spat out fresh blood. The Alliance expert chased and killing intent boiled. It was obvious that he wanted to suppress the Laoshan City expert. Damn. Lao's Han City showed no fear at all. He hollered in rage like he was going to fight to the death. Suddenly, Lin Fan appeared in front of him and punched. The space shook and a fist energy pierced forwards and smashed into the Alliance expert's body. "Are you okay?" Lin Fan asked. The Laos Han City expert looked at Lin Fan in shock. "Little sword god, your fist technique is actually so strong too." Lin Fan blinked. Should he give him the title of Little Fist God? You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.